Chapter 1428. This is also the territory of your high heaven sect? Someone's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Starting from this flame barrier and extending 100 kilometers out is the territory of my high heaven sect. Yang Kai said solemnly, however, anyone who sets foot on this land without permission will be considered a provocation and violation of my high heaven sect. As soon as this statement came out, everyone frowned. Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng slammed her dragon-head walking stick into the ground and coldly snorted, "Young man, don't you think you don't put the heroes of this world in your eyes? How dare you boast so shamelessly?" "I boast shamelessly?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her before chuckling. "Then dare I ask Senior Feng, how many kilometers of your Myriad Beast Mountain's headquarters are forbidden from outsiders? 100 kilometers? 1,000 kilometers? Or even more?" Old woman Feng's face sank as she was rendered speechless for a while. "What about Heaven Battling Union?" Yang Kai turned to Mo Xiaoxing next. Mo Xiaoxing's face was gloomy as he remained silent. "What about Thunder Typhoon Sect?" Yang Kai looked at Qingpeng Xian again, but the latter just coldly snorted and did not respond. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Seniors are all illustrious characters, so there is no need for you to speak in riddles in front of this junior. Not to mention the first-tier sects that seniors come from, even if it is a second-tier or third-tier sect, no outsider can casually step within 100 kilometers of their headquarters. As far as this junior knows, a first-tier sect's restricted area is within 1,000 kilometers of its headquarters, right? Or even more. This Yang does not ask for much, but this 100-kilometer area must be set aside. Or is it that seniors think this Yang is too young and that my high heaven sect has just been established? Do you not put my high heaven sect in your eyes?" At the end of his words, Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold, and his expression also became cold. "Sect Master Yang, you can't say that, right?" A sweet voice suddenly rang out. It was clear and melodious, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai turned his head and happened to see the picturesque young girl standing next to old woman Feng looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Kai didn't know who this girl was, but since she was standing with old woman Feng, she must be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast Mountain. "What can I do for you, miss?" Yang Kai looked at her indifferently. The young girl took a step forward and curtsied gracefully. She seemed to know etiquette very well. Coupled with her extraordinary appearance and sweet smile, it was impossible for people to feel any disgust towards her. Opening her red lips lightly, she sweetly said, "Sect Master Yang, this little sister is Feng Yan, a disciple of Myriad Beast Mountain." Feng Yan. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced over at old woman Feng thoughtfully. The two of them had the same surname, and this woman's cultivation wasn't high, just like him, only a third-order Saint King, but she had been brought along by old woman Feng all this time. It seemed she was one of old woman Feng's descendants, and a very favored one at that. No wonder she dared to speak rashly on such an occasion without fear of being punished. This little sister wouldn't dare offer advice, but this little sister simply wanted to inform Sect Master Yang that this Lu Yen sand field is a restricted area on Shadowed Star, an ownerless land. It can be said that it is a treasure shared by all cultivators on Shadowed Star. Every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, many people obtain benefits and opportunities from it. Sect Master Yang's rash decision to occupy this land and even designate it as a restricted area is somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? Feng Yan's words were sharp and pointed out the crux of the issue in a few words, causing many masters' eyes to light up and they all nodded in agreement, looking towards her expectantly. Feng Yan, on the other hand, remained calm. At a glance, it was obvious she had experienced many big scenes, so after chuckling lightly, she continued, "If we really want to calculate, every great force on Shadowed Star has a share of this Lu Yen sand field, which is equivalent to Sect Master Yang taking what belongs to everyone. If my Myriad Beast Mountain were to take what belongs to Sect Master Yang, I'm afraid Sect Master Yang would not be happy. By the same token, your noble sect should also ask the opinions of the seniors present before occupying the Lu Yen sand field. That's right. Mo Shaoxing immediately seized the opportunity and nodded in agreement. The Lu Yen sand field is one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas. It is the shared wealth of all cultivator on Shadowed Star, no one can monopolize it. Shared wealth? Yang Kai sneered and spat disdainfully. That's old history. The Lu Yen sand field is now my High Heaven sect's territory. If anyone is not satisfied, they are welcome to attack. If anyone has the ability to capture the Lu Yen sand field, this Yang will offer it up with both hands. Sect Master Yang. Feng Yen frowned, her expression becoming displeased as she faintly said, "Why are you being so aggressive? If you really do so, you will be incurring public anger. I wonder if Sect Master Yang has considered the consequences?" Yang Kai sneered, "My Dragon Cave Mountain has never done anything to provoke public anger before, yet it was still besieged by so many people. If it weren't for this Yang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have already been buried on that hill. So what if I provoke public anger? Little girl, don't play word games with me, and don't be alarmist. You are not qualified to talk to this sect master. Ask your elders to come out and speak." "You." Feng Yen bit her red lips lightly, a look of resentment filling her face. "Aren't you being unreasonable?" "Huh, being reasonable? Don't you know that in this world, whoever's fist is bigger is right?" Yang Kai looked at her sarcastically, causing Feng Yen to tremble in anger, her face flushing red, but she didn't dare to say anything back. No longer giving others a chance to speak up, Yang Kai coldly snorted, swept his eyes around, and shouted, "This Yang has said enough. If you insist on remaining obstinate, this sect master does not mind paying a visit to your headquarters. Since you refuse to listen to this Yang's advice and stepped into my High Heaven sect's territory at will, this Yang will not be polite. However, if any of your sects suffer any losses at that time, don't blame this Yang for not warning you in advance." This merciless warning caused everyone's expression to become ugly. Yang Kai looked around and was very satisfied with the reaction of these people. As long as they still feared him, they wouldn't seek trouble for themselves. After all, in the previous battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai's side had displayed amazing combat power, especially that Origin King grade starship. Yang Kai estimated that no sect master would dare disregard it. With the power of the crystal cannons, Yang Kai believed any sect defending array could be destroyed. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on a certain spot in the crowd and he grinned before calling out, "Sister Dai Yuan." Among the crowd, a group of people from Colored Glass sect was also present, led by Gong Ao Fu, with Dai Yuan and Yin Su Dai following close behind. There were also some other Colored Glass sect disciples. Yang Kai hadn't seen them before. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Dai Yuan showed a smile on her face and gently nodded. "Sister Dai Yuan, do you want to come in and have a look? It will be convenient for you to walk around in the future," Yang Kai warmly invited. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Dai Yuan, all of them showing looks of disbelief and shock. If Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, then Yang Kai's invitation could be explained. After all, which young man wasn't romantic? But in fact, Dai Yuan was not only not beautiful, she was also extremely ugly. Her face was pockmarked and her complexion was blue and yellow, giving her a malnourished appearance. Even if she had a beautiful figure, it couldn't cover up the innate deficiencies in her appearance. Such a woman, if she went out, would probably have very few people willing to deal with her. However, Yang Kai, who had just faced a woman like Feng Yen without any hesitation, actually took the initiative to invite her into High Heaven sect and even said that it would be convenient for them to walk around in the future. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that this little brat had a special orientation and didn't like beautiful women, preferring ugly ones instead? When this ridiculous idea appeared, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads slowly, feeling that it was somewhat impossible. Facing countless pairs of eyes, Dai Yuan seemed to be a little embarrassed. After all, there were too many masters here, so she didn't know how to answer for a while. On the other hand, Gong Ao Fu's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her red lips moving slightly as she sent a message to Dai Yuan. Yuan, since he took the initiative to invite you, you should go in and see what High Heaven sect looks like. And, if possible, you might as well ask him if he can allow people from Colored Glass sect to enter the Emperor Garden through Lu Yen Sand Field when the Emperor Garden opens. Dai Yuan frowned, and although she subconsciously rejected this idea, she couldn't disobey her honored master's orders, so she could only grit her teeth and say, receiving junior brother Yang's invitation is Dai Yuan's honor, Dai Yuan will respectfully accept. Good, good, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai. As soon as his voice fell, In Su Dai suddenly called out sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes shining brightly, giving off an alluring aura. She had cultivated a beguiling technique before, and now that she had broken through to the origin returning realm, her beguiling technique had greatly improved. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was only natural that In Su Dai exuded an alluring aura. Not to mention the masters of the older generation, none of the Saint King realm men could resist this temptation, all of them unable to resist. I also want to go in and have a look, can I? In Su Dai asked coquettishly, her voice sweet and soft, as if a jade hand was gently caressing one's heart, making one feel comfortable to the depths of one's bones. Do I know you that well? What made her feel like a wet blanket was that Kai Yang didn't pay any attention to her at all, directly rejecting her. In Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fist slightly. Senior, over there, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter, in any case, Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mou. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time, Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Chen Shitao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Chen Shitao and Lu Ying had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Sister Chen and Sister Lu Ying, come with us, Yang Kai called out. Chen Shitao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mou. The hatch of the flying shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mou's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while, Yang Kai also entered the flying shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Lu Yen Sand Field, countless masters stared towards Lu Yen Sand Field with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiaosheng and Chengpeng Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Lu Yen Sand Field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this? A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaoxing unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master, in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. What does Sect Master Lan want? Mo Xiaoxing glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. I can't take this lying down, Sect Master Lan said hatefully. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Lu Yen sand field? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head. Hearing Mo Xiaoxing's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Mo must be joking, this Lu Yen sand field has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Mo Xiaoxing snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Mo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Chengpeng Xian frowned and sighed. And, this Mo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Lu Yen sand field, otherwise, once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect. There's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future, we'll pay them back double. What Brother Mo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Chengpeng Xian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Mo Xiaoxing also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the flying shark battle shuttle, Yang Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away. A wise choice. Kai Yang sneered, as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that Yang Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven sect was located in the Lu Yen sand field and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Mo Xiaoxing, Chengpeng Xian, Old Woman Feng, which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin Returning Realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain had caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with High Heaven Sect, and these great forces were all prestigious existences, so naturally, they were too embarrassed to lower their posture at this time. If they did so, they would only become laughingstocks in the future. Mo Shaosheng, Chengpeng Xian, and the others could only settle for the next best thing, stabilizing High Heaven Sect as much as possible and not offending the interests of this newly established sect and Yang Kai. If there was a chance to resolve this grievance in the future, that would be the best outcome. If there was no way to resolve it, they wouldn't just sit back and watch High Heaven Sect grow stronger and would definitely try to uproot it. With age, they were able to analyze the pros and cons clearly in a short time. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai's warning alone make them withdraw 100 kilometers? All of this was because of High Heaven Pavilion's current position and the existence of the Origin King grade starship. Regarding this, Yang Kai was also well aware of this, which was why he was so confident and domineering. Although the Flying Shark battle shuttle speed was very fast, the Lu Yen sand field covered a large area, so it took half a day before the battle shuttle arrived in front of High Heaven Sect. After Yang Yen opened the door of the battle shuttle and walked out with Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Mou, and the others hurriedly rushed out, all of them gasping for breath. Inside the starship just now, the atmosphere had been too oppressive. They were all top existences in their respective sects and were famous figures on Shadowed Star, but when facing Yi Shiyun, they always unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to act presumptuously, even speaking cautiously. It wasn't until they left the battle shuttle that they felt much better, but soon, all of them were dumbfounded, their eyes bulging as shock and disbelief filled their faces. The magnificence of the white jade steps and the rich world energy aura in this place almost made all of them believe they were no longer on Shadowed Star. This is... Qian Tong opened his mouth, but no one knew what he wanted to say, only spitting out a single word before falling silent. Seniors, this is High Heaven Sect's headquarters, what do you think? Yang Kai stood to the side and introduced with a smile. Qian Tong and the others glanced over at him, seemingly unable to speak. After a long time, Qian Tong said, "Boy, why bother showing off in front of this old master? This kind of place with such rich world energy aura is something this old master has never seen before. And, this place can be said to be the best cultivation place on Shadowed Star." Mou nodded solemnly. Mou also nodded solemnly, a look of envy filling his face. His Clear Sky Sect's great altar was also located in a mountain range with a rich world energy aura, but compared with this place, it was far inferior. This was just the entrance to the sect, yet it was already comparable to Clear Sky Sect's several cultivation halls. If they really entered, just how amazing would it be? This should be the ruins of an ancient sect, right? You didn't have enough time to build such a huge foundation. Fei Ji too looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. City Lord Fei's vision is indeed sharp. And, this is indeed the ruins of an ancient sect. We're just a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest. We've made several seniors laugh. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What turtledove occupying a magpie's nest? This can only be said to be a stroke of heaven-defying luck. Qian Tong laughed and shook his head. He still didn't know why he and the others were able to pass through the flame barrier so easily. Wasn't this a restricted area? Weren't Origin returning realm masters doomed to die if they entered? If you have anything to say it inside. What's the point of standing here? Yi Shiyun said lightly, leading the way up the white jade steps with Yang Yen. Since she had spoken, no one dared to disobey and quickly followed. Along the way, Qian Tong and the others secretly inspected their surroundings, feeling shocked by the rich world energy aura here. From time to time, they would exchange a few words, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Kai walked in the rear, accompanying Wei Guchang and the other juniors as they chatted and laughed. Not long after, the group finally set foot in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. The palaces and the huge square once again amazed everyone, and the rich world energy aura here caused everyone to unconsciously take a few deep breaths. Everyone's faces were filled with fascination and envy. Looking up, although the entire Lu Yen desert was still wrapped in the flame barrier, directly above the front hall, there was a 10-kilometer wide hole that allowed sunlight to pour in. From this hole, one could see the Emperor Garden floating above. "This way, please," Yang Kai said and led the group to the reception hall. This palace was where High Heaven sect received distinguished guests, and Qian Tong and the others could be considered High Heaven sect's first batch of guests, so Yang Kai certainly would not neglect them. Chapter 1430. After entering the reception hall, the host and guests took their seats and some disciples immediately served them tea and fruit platters. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yen had not followed them here, so Qian Tong and the others no longer held back and began sipping tea while praising the current High Heaven sect and its future. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled brightly and brought the topic back to the main topic. Although this is a bit abrupt, Junior still wants to ask, before this Emperor Jade appeared, how many pieces did each of Senior's sects obtain? Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu's eyes flashed as they pondered for a moment before saying, "Little brat, you are not an outsider. Brother Mo and I have been friends for hundreds of years and know each other well." If someone else had asked this old master would definitely not have answered, but since you asked. My Shadow Moon Hall spent a great deal of effort and only managed to obtain 2 pieces in total. Saying so, he turned to look at Mou, who grinned meaningfully. Although my Clear Sky sect is very far from where the Emperor Garden originally was, our luck was quite good. An Emperor Jade fell near the sect and was intercepted by the other elders of the sect. This Mo also happened to obtain one by chance. Similarly, they had obtained 2 pieces, the same number as Shadow Moon Hall. On the other side, Dai Yuan lightly opened her mouth. "I don't know how many colored glass sect has, but from what honored master said, it doesn't seem to be many, only 1 or 2. Yang Kai gently nodded. This news was similar to what he had expected. When the Emperor Jade appeared, the first piece fell onto Dragon Cave Mountain and broke through its mountain-defending array. Yang Kai was the first to obtain it, and when he rushed to the Lu Yen desert, he, Yang Yen, and Yi Shiyun joined forces to intercept the next piece of Emperor Jade. Although they had chased after another Emperor Jade, they had not obtained anything and had instead wasted a lot of time. In other words, Yang Kai only had 2 pieces of Emperor Jade. An Emperor Jade was a pass to enter the Emperor Garden and was used to resist the Emperor pressure. A single Emperor Jade could only guarantee that one person could safely enter the Emperor Garden, and the number of Emperor Jades that each of the great sects obtained was extremely small. When the Emperor Garden truly opened, there would definitely be a dispute over who should enter. There was no need to mention the Third Order Origin returning realm masters. The Emperor Garden's fame were simply too great. All of them wanted to enter it and seek opportunities to break through to the Origin King realm. The younger generation could not be left behind either. After all, every sect's young disciples were the future of their sect, so allowing them to enter the Emperor Garden would definitely be of great benefit to their future growth. However, the number of spots was limited, so when the time came, who would be chosen would depend on the opinions of the various sects. Yang Kai estimated that the elders would probably lead the younger generation to travel together. Although the appearance of this Emperor Jade is a good thing, it also set off a storm of blood on Shadowed Star. During this time, it seems that many small forces and families have been wiped out because of this Emperor Jade. Qian Tong sighed and shook his head slowly. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Some small sects and small families had been lucky enough to obtain Emperor Jades, but unfortunately, news of this had leaked out and naturally attracted the attention of powerful masters, leading to their destruction. In addition, Emperor Jades had now become the most sought-after treasures. Some cultivator without a backer who obtained an Emperor Jade knew their strength was too low, or were unwilling to risk their lives, so they intended to sell it. This naturally caused countless people to fight over it. Today, The price of an emperor jade had risen to hundreds of millions of saint crystals, but even so, demand still exceeded supply. Which sect did not hope to obtain an extra slot? This was different from Lu Yen Sand Field. After Lu Yen Sand Field opened, only cultivators below the origin returning realm could enter, but the Emperor Garden did not have such a restriction. It could be said that the sudden appearance of Emperor Jades had caused all of Shadowed Star to prepare for war. Although there were only 2 Emperor Jades in Shadow Moon Hall right now, that did not mean only 2 people could enter in the future. If one was lucky enough, one could purchase more Emperor Jades and increase the number of people who could enter. All kinds of thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind before he asked again, "Dare I ask, what is the purpose of this Emperor Jade?" Xian Tong smiled lightly as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a palm-sized white jade token into his hand. Surprisingly, it was an Emperor Jade. Unhurriedly, Qian Tong said, "Although I have never used this thing before, according to the speculations of my Shadow Moon Hall's elders, this Emperor Jade is probably the key to the Emperor Garden and the pass to enter." Saying so, he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into the Emperor Jade, causing it to emit a white light that wrapped around Qian Tong's hand. The pure white light barrier wasn't big, only about half a foot in radius. "Oh. It's gotten a bit bigger." Qian Tong raised his brow and showed a look of joy, seemingly explaining to Yang Kai, "When this old master poured his Saint Qi into it a few days ago, this light barrier was not so big. It seems that the light barrier produced by the Emperor Jade gradually grows as time passes. When it is large enough to completely wrap around a person, they should be able to safely enter the Emperor Garden." Mou nodded lightly. Brother Qian's thoughts coincide with this Mo's. Saying so, Mou took out his own Emperor Jade and poured his Saint Qi into it. This Emperor Jade also emitted a white light barrier that completely wrapped around Mou's hand, almost identical in size to Qian Tong's. Mou explained, "The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden is unstoppable and can only be offset by this Emperor Jade. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, approaching the Emperor Garden will only result in one outcome: death." When the Emperor Garden first appeared, nearly 100 masters on Shadowed Star joined forces to attempt to enter, but in the end, more than half of them died under the invisible Emperor pressure. These days, while monitoring the movements of the Emperor Garden, the various great sects on Shadowed Star were also racking their brains for a way to neutralize the Emperor pressure, but none of them were able to come up with a good solution. The appearance of the Emperor Jade was a turning point in this matter. Mou and Qian Tong had the same idea, both thinking that Yang Kai should not understand this matter, so they had kindly demonstrated and voiced their own speculations. Little did they know that Yang Kai knew more about this matter than any of them. Yang Kai had called them into High Heaven sect with the intention of telling them the purpose of the Emperor Jade, but now it seemed that his actions had been superfluous. These people were not idiots and could naturally infer the truth from some clues. Judging from the speed at which the Emperor Jade's light barrier is increasing, it will take at least half a year to safely enter the Emperor Garden. Qian Tong looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding appearing on his face. Half a year was a very long buffer period, allowing the various great forces to take advantage of this opportunity to purchase more Emperor Jades, make more preparations before entering the Emperor Garden, and improve their cultivations. Although half a year was nothing for most people and it was impossible for them to grow much, for Yang Kai, this half-year period was extremely precious. Yang Kai's cultivation was now at the Third Order Saint King realm, only one step away from the Origin returning realm. If his luck was good enough, he could use this half-year period to break through to the Origin returning realm. As long as he set foot in this territory, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, entering the Emperor Garden would also be much safer. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai also had some confidence in his heart, pondering for a moment before asking, "Right, when did this Emperor Garden appear above my High Heaven sect? Did you discover anything before?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Fei Ji too said, only the heavens know why it appeared here. This old master even suspects that you all have some kind of connection with the Emperor Garden, otherwise, why would it chase after you so relentlessly? Although he was joking, Yang Kai's brow twitched. Fei Ji too was right. Yang Kai estimated that the Emperor Garden's pursuit had something to do with the Yang inflammation, but this kind of thing could not be revealed. As for when it first appeared, it was about a month ago, not long after you left Dragon Cave Mountain. The first day, the Emperor Garden was fine, but the next day, it disappeared. At that time, this old master and the others were shocked, thinking that the Emperor Garden had simply disappeared and that they had missed a great opportunity. However, news soon spread that the Emperor Garden had moved to the sky above the Lu Yen Desert, so we rushed over to take a look, but never did we expect it to be true, Fei Ji too said helplessly as he shook his head, seemingly having been tormented by the Emperor Garden. After all, this was the courtyard of the great emperors of Star Field, so no one wanted to see it disappear from their sight. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded and smiled. It seems that my High Heaven sect and the Emperor Garden are tied together by fate, no matter where we go. Naturally, these words only made everyone laugh. No one took it seriously. After chatting for a while, Mou's expression suddenly flashed and he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has a request. I wonder if Sect Master Yang can agree." Yang Kai grinned and said heartily, "Senior Mo is too polite. Although this junior aspires to be sect master, he is still young. If Senior Mo thinks highly of this junior, please don't hesitate to call me Yang Kai, sect master or whatnot." A strange light flashed across Mou's eyes as he laughed happily. "Good, sect master Yang is truly a sentimental person, not bothering with trifles. This old master has decided to befriend you." "Senior is too kind," Yang Kai said modestly. "I just wonder what Senior wants me to agree to." Although he asked this, Yang Kai vaguely guessed what he wanted to say. Mou lightly coughed as his expression gradually became solemn. "Since the Emperor Garden is now above your noble sect is naturally close to it. I wonder if, on the day the Emperor Garden opens, could my Clear Sky sect's people set off from here and enter the Emperor Garden?" Sure enough. It was no different from what Yang Kai had guessed. Now that the Emperor Garden was above High Heaven sect, if one set off from here and entered the Emperor Garden, it would save them at least half a day to a full day's travel time. With such a long head start, they might be able to discover even more good things. It was with this consideration that Mou found it somewhat difficult to ask. After all, his relationship with Yang Kai was not very close, so it was understandable that the other party would not agree. Chapter 1431. Having some misgivings, Mou immediately added, "Of course, if Yang Kai finds this difficult, just pretend this old master didn't say anything." "What's so difficult about this?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a look of indifference on his face. "Since Senior Mou is the honored master of Sister Chen and Sister Luing, this junior naturally will not refuse. Not to mention entering the Emperor Garden from here. If Senior Mou wishes, he can stay in my High Heaven sect for a while longer." As soon as this remark came out, the beautiful eyes of Chen Shitao, who had been standing behind Mou, lit up as they directed grateful looks towards Yang Kai. Mou also wore a look of joy, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. He had been considering whether he should ask Chen Shitao and Luing if Yang Kai did not agree, but now there was no need for him to go through such trouble. Mou had a profound understanding of Yang Kai's forthrightness. After all, this kind of thing was not something that could be decided lightly. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was most likely because of Chen Shitao and Lu Ying's face. Although his two disciples' aptitude was not top-notch, their luck was quite good and they had made good friends. Mou was greatly relieved and naturally expressed his thanks. As for Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while, Mou certainly did not take it seriously. Yang Kai's request for him to stay in High Heaven sect for a while was simply empty words. High Heaven sect had only just been established, so there were definitely many trivial matters to deal with. Being able to obtain Yang Kai's promise was already a great matter, so how could Mo shamelessly refuse? Elder Qian, the people from Shadow Moon Hall can also enter the Emperor Garden from my High Heaven sect. Yang Kai turned to look at Qian Tong. Since that's the case, this old master will offer his thanks in advance. Qian Tong smiled politely. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and did not act polite. Since Yang Kai had agreed to let Clear Sky sect enter the Emperor Garden from here, naturally he would not leave out Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong was well aware of this. Sister Dai Yuan, if you are interested, I will also count you in. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at Dai Yuan. However, the others from Colored Glass sect can be forgiven. Although Yang Kai was good to his friends, he was not a benevolent person. Allowing these people to enter the Emperor Garden from High Heaven sect was only possible because of their personal friendship. It didn't mean he would allow Colored Glass sect to do the same. After all, he didn't have the slightest bit of friendship with the others from Colored Glass sect and even Yin Su Dai's Yinzas. Dai Yuan's face darkened as she smiled bitterly. Dai Yuan must thank junior brother Yang for his kindness, but I probably won't have a chance to enter the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai frowned, but soon understood why Dai Yuan would say this. In Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan wasn't particularly favored, so if there was a disciple from the younger generation who was qualified to enter the Emperor Garden, it would be Yin Su Dai, not Dai Yuan. After all, the number of spots to enter was far too precious. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, Dai Yuan, don't belittle yourself. If it were before, I don't think you would have had a chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, this old master can't guarantee anything, but there is at least a 70% chance, as long as that old dog Gong Xing he hasn't gone senile. Dai Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced over at Qian Tong in surprise, seemingly not understanding why he would say such a thing. However, she wasn't a brainless woman with big breasts. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent, and with a flash of inspiration, she suddenly understood everything. Indeed, if it were before, she would have had no chance to enter the Emperor Garden, but now, in the entire Colored Glass sect, only she had a good relationship with Yang Kai. If Colored Glass sect really wanted to rely on Yang Kai, they would not treat Dai Yuan unfairly. Would Colored Glass sect need to rely on Yang Kai for anything? Obviously, Dai Yuan agreed. Without even mentioning the location to enter the Emperor Garden, High Heaven sect was the best place to set off, but the Origin King grade starship was something Colored Glass sect Master Gong Xing he couldn't ignore. He was also a peak third-order Origin returning realm master. He also wanted to break through to the Origin King realm. To break through to the Origin King realm, one must leave Shadowed Star and escape the shackles of its world principles. Taking an Origin King grade starship was the only option. In this way, Gong Xing he would definitely want to establish a good relationship with Yang Kai and High Heaven sect, giving Dai Yuan an opportunity to be assigned an Emperor Jade and obtain a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Dai Yuan could not help feeling excited as she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai gratefully. Although things had not been confirmed yet, the possibility of her entering the Emperor Garden was all because of the existence of Yang Kai. When a person's ability and resources reached a certain level, they would be able to subtly influence the fate of others, both in visible and invisible places. Dai Yuan had not thought much of this before, but today, after experiencing it firsthand, she discovered just how incredible it was. Dai Yuan instantly understood the crux of the matter, so how could Yang Kai not understand? Grinning, he said, Lady Dai Yuan, after returning, you might as well tell Senior Gong that if Colored Glass sect is led by you, this sect master will also allow the others from Colored Glass sect to set off from the sect and enter the Emperor Garden. As soon as this statement came out, Dai Yuan's tender body immediately trembled as she bit her thin lip, seemingly not knowing what to say, but the gratitude in her eyes was clear to see. Yang Kai's words were tantamount to forcibly snatching a spot from Colored Glass sect for her. This condition sounded a bit overbearing, but Colored Glass sect would definitely make a wise choice. After all, Dai Yuan was still a member of Colored Glass sect. If she could obtain benefits in the Emperor Garden, it would also increase the strength of Colored Glass sect. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yuan slowly got up and bowed to Yang Kai. Although she did not say anything, this gesture was enough. Xian Tong and the others watched with meaningful smiles. In fact, these old fogies didn't quite understand why a handsome young man like Yang Kai would pay so much attention to a woman like Dai Yuan. This little girl wasn't beautiful at all. Not beautiful was already a euphemism. Dai Yuan's face could only be described as ugly. However, because of this, these old fogies' evaluation of Yang Kai rose even higher. This little brat was obviously not someone who judged people by their appearance and was instead someone who valued friendship and loyalty. After Dai Yuan sat down with an excited expression, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he thought of a good idea. Seniors, if possible, I hope you can help this junior with something. Oh? Xian Tong looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Little brat, your methods have reached the heavens, what can we possibly help you with? Feel free to tell us, this old master and the others will return this favor. Fei Ji Tu and Mou also nodded in agreement as they stared at him curiously. Yang Kai wore a treacherous smile on his face as he whispered a few words to everyone. When Xian Tong and the others heard this, they all looked at each other and their expressions immediately became complicated. Xian Tong smiled bitterly and said, Little brat, you're really full of tricks. If this news were to be released, I'm afraid you would immediately get what you want. Yes, High Heaven sect now occupies a great geographical advantage, yet you can even take advantage of it. It's a pity you don't go into business. Fei Ji Tu curled his lips fiercely. Relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, relying on the river to eat the river to eat the river, several seniors should not make fun of this junior. Kai Yang quickly waved his hand. Rest assured, after this old master and the others leave here, we will definitely help you spread the news, and, even if we don't say anything, I'm sure those people outside will ask about it. I'm sure they're already a little impatient. Mou chuckled meaningfully. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help looking forward to it. The only news he had asked Qian Tong and the others to pass on was that High Heaven sect intended to open the Lu Yen Sand Fields barrier and sell several prime locations so that the various sects on Shadowed Star could enter the Emperor Garden in advance when it opened. However, there were only 3 spots available. As for how much it would cost, Yang Kai didn't say. It all depended on which great force offered the highest price. Depending on the location, the price would be different. The best location and the worst location were at least 3 to 4 hours away from the Emperor Garden. If someone could come up with an Emperor Jade, it wouldn't be impossible for their sect's disciples to set off from High Heaven sect's front temple. Yang Kai only had 2 Emperor Jades in his hands right now, but according to his previous estimates, High Heaven sect would need at least 3 Emperor Jades to meet this demand. He and Yang Yen would definitely enter the Emperor Garden, but Yi Shiyun would not be left behind. She was the strongest here, so with her by his side, Yang Kai's safety would be greatly increased. Without an Emperor Jade, Yang Kai had been in a bit of a dilemma, but now that he had an idea, he should be able to solve this problem. The temptation of setting off from High Heaven sect's front temple to enter the Emperor Garden was not small, so losing an Emperor Jade was not unacceptable. Xian Tong and the others praised this proposal, but they also reminded Yang Kai to be careful not to give others an opportunity to take advantage of. Yang Kai naturally nodded. Since he had made such a decision, there would definitely be no mistakes. When the time came, he would have Yang Yen arrange spirit arrays in the designated locations to prevent others from moving around at will and monitor them. If anyone dared to stray from the designated locations, they would be killed without mercy. This problem wasn't difficult to solve. Afterwards, Yang Kai politely asked Qian Tong and the others about various matters related to breaking through to the origin returning realm. Qian Tong and the others naturally explained everything they knew, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. In particular, the opinions of Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener were of particular benefit to Yang Kai. These two had just broken through to the origin returning realm not long ago, so many things and experiences were still new to them. Although their experiences and insights were not as good as those of Qian Tong and the others, they still had their merits. Dai Yuan was also listening attentively to the side. Like Yang Kai, she was also a third-order Saint King, so after returning this time, she would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. The origin condensing pill Yang Kai had refined for her was still in good condition. After half a day, Yang Kai got up and escorted everyone out of the reception hall. Outside, Wu Yi controlled the flying shark battle shuttle to escort them out of the Lu Yen desert. Sitting in the reception hall, Yang Kai pondered for a while before taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and calling out a few times. A moment later, Yang Yen arrived. Yang Kai told her about his idea to sell the locations, to which Yang Yen nodded approvingly and immediately decided to make preparations. After all, once this news spread out, it would definitely cause countless great forces to compete for them. Chapter 1432. As for who would end up in the end, Yang Kai believed that Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others would handle it properly. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about any of this. His most important task now was to break through to the origin returning realm. After briefly explaining a few things to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai immediately returned to First Heavenly Palace and began his retreat. Judging from the size of the protective shield formed by the Emperor Jade, it would likely take half a year for the Emperor Garden to open. Breaking through to the origin returning realm in half a year was a bit of a rush, but it didn't matter. This was the first time Yang Kai had broken through for the sake of breaking through. In the past, his breakthroughs had always come naturally and he had never deliberately tried to force them, but this time's trip to the Emperor Garden was of great importance and he happened to be stuck at the threshold of the Third-Order Saint King realm, so naturally he had to try and break through to the next realm. Breaking through for the sake of breaking through was somewhat contrary to the essence of cultivation, but this wasn't a big problem. Yang Kai had been stuck in the Third-Order Saint King realm for a long time now and had experienced several great battles, so he had already gained a thorough understanding of this realm. There was no need to worry about the density and purity of his Saint Chi as he had long since reached the standard for breaking through. All he lacked now was an opportunity to break through. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression, not in a hurry to meditate or accumulate strength. Instead, he calmly took out a number of herbs from his space ring and summoned his alchemy furnace. He was preparing to refine pills. Alchemy was also a part of his cultivation. Through alchemy, he could stabilize his state of mind and temper his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, which would be of great help to his future breakthroughs. Very few people knew he was an alchemist, except for Dai Yuan, who had asked him for help once. Perhaps only Yang Inflammation knew. Even Wu Yi was confused. Yang Kai had told her once before, but unfortunately, Wu Yi had not believed him. After all, a cultivator being able to reach the Third-Order Saint King realm at Yang Kai's age was already amazing, so how could he have the energy to study alchemy? She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her. However, Yang Kai was indeed an alchemist, and an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist at that, so he could easily refine origin-grade mid-rank pills. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, he could even refine origin-grade high-rank pills. If this identity was leaked out, Yang Kai's status would immediately rise. He would be roped in by countless forces. An origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Even in other parts of the Star Territory, they would be considered extraordinary existences, let alone in a special place like Shadowed Star. However, this was relative to their status. It would definitely attract the covetous eyes of countless experts. Yang Kai only refined pills for the sake of cultivation. He did not intend to devote all his energy into alchemy. How could he leak such sensitive information and invite trouble for himself? Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Yang Kai methodically threw one herb after another into the cauldron, refining it with his pure conflagrated spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, inside First Heavenly Palace, in front of Yang Kai, large and small bottles were filled with pills of different grades. Many of these pills had mysterious patterns on them, similar to the mysterious meridians of the human body. Pill veins. These were special marks that could double the value of a pill. The existence of pill veins not only ensured that a pill's medicinal efficacies would never deteriorate over time, but also demonstrated that the medicinal efficacies of these pills were twice that of ordinary pills. Pill veins were something that could only be encountered by chance. Countless alchemists had spent their entire lives trying to figure out how to make pills form pill veins, but they had never been able to find a way. Yang Kai had found a new way, using different kinds of spirit arrays to refine pills, allowing the pills he refined to have a terrifying 30% to 40% chance of forming pill veins. Back on Rainfall Star, Alchemy Grandmaster Zhong Ao had shocked Yang Kai. One had to know that at that time, Yang Kai was just a Saint King grade alchemist while Zhong Ao was already an Origin grade high-rank alchemist. Something that even Zhong Ao could not accomplish was easily solved by Yang Kai, so how could Zhong Ao not be shocked? Although the two of them had made a deal and Yang Kai had taught him the method, Zhong Ao could only sigh. Because he did not have Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy, he could not easily use his divine sense to perform alchemy or inscribe spirit arrays. However, Zhong Ao had not come out empty-handed. After so many years, Yang Kai did not know if he had broken through to the Origin King grade Alchemy Grandmaster realm. If he succeeded, he would become the peak master of the entire star territory and be revered by the world. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the fruits of his labor this past month. 3 Purities pills, Jade Spirit pills, Saint King pills, Qi Recovery pills, there were all kinds of different types, including all kinds of elixirs. The spirit grass that he had on hand had almost been completely consumed. Flicking his wrist, a light blue pill appeared between Yang Kai's index and middle fingers, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This pill was only the size of a longan fruit and was densely covered in veined patterns. It was a spirit pill that had also formed pill veins. An origin condensing pill. This was a supplementary pill that could increase the chances of breaking through from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm. Dai Yuan had gone to Dragon Cave Mountain last time to ask Yang Kai to help her refine an origin condensing pill, but Yang Kai had casually refined it at that time, so that origin condensing pill did not form pill veins. Its value was incomparable to the one in her hand. Looking at this pill, Yang Kai revealed a look of contemplation. After a long time, he put it away again. This was a safeguard he had prepared for himself, a safeguard for breaking through to the origin returning realm. If he could not break through secluded cultivation, before the Emperor Garden opened, he could only rely on the medicinal efficacies of this origin condensing pill to try. It was not impossible to break through the shackles of one's realm with the help of a pill. Many cultivators had done so before, and it could be said that 90% of cultivators had done so, but this method caused the cultivator to lack a trace of comprehension when breaking through, resulting in an imperfect breakthrough. No one could say for sure whether this pill had any drawbacks, or what kind of effect it would have on the person who took it. Perhaps there would be no effect, or perhaps it would affect the cultivator's future cultivation. Of course, even if there was an effect, it would be minimal. Yang Kai had never once used a pill to break through since he began cultivating, so he did not want any flaws to appear in his cultivation path. Of course, this was just a thought. When it came down to it, Yang Kai would not stick to such trifles. This origin condensing pill with pill veins was just a safeguard. Now that the pill had been refined, Yang Kai took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, round white crystal from his space ring. Saint Crystal Source. The stone puppet was created by swallowing saint crystals and was an existence that surpassed high-rank saint crystal. It contained an extremely pure and rich energy, so it was perfect for Yang Kai to use when he was in secluded retreat. There was also a spirit spring below First Heavenly Palace, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Coupled with this saint crystal source, one's cultivation speed could be described as leaps and bounds. With a 5-month buffer period, Yang Kai was confident he could break through to the origin returning realm. Just as he was about to concentrate on his cultivation, Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked up. The barrier around First Heavenly Palace had actually reacted, causing Yang Kai to frown. Before he entered retreat, he had informed Yang Yen not to disturb him until the Emperor Garden opened, so why had someone come to First Heavenly Palace after only a month? Had something happened to High Heaven sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly got up, walked out of his retreat, and sent out a few wisps of Saint Qi to close the barrier. Not long after, he arrived outside First Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Qian Yu was waiting outside. Seeing him come out, Qian Yu quickly bowed. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked while observing Qian Yu's expression and found that there was no trace of nervousness on her face. Obviously, High Heaven sect had not encountered any difficulties, which was strange. High Heaven sect was fine, so why would he be disturbed? "Young Lady Yang Yen wants to see you," Qian Yu replied softly. "Young Lady Yang Yen?" Yang Kai's brow twitched as he thought to himself that it really was this woman. In all of High Heaven sect, besides her, no one dared to disturb him while he was in retreat. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did she say what she wanted me to do?" Qian Yu slowly shook her head and smiled. "Young Lady Yang Yen just said she wanted to show you something good." "Something good?" Yang Kai raised his brow and coldly snorted, "This woman's skin is itchy, disturbing me at such a critical moment and actually wanting me to see her in person. If she doesn't show me something good, just wait and see how I'll deal with her." Saying so, Yang Kai flew forward. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found the location of Yang Yen. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yen and Yi Shiyun lived, was shrouded in a mysterious barrier that made it seem like spring all year round. All kinds of rare flowers bloomed here, making it a beautiful place. It was more than a dozen kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, but with Yang Kai's current speed, that distance was only a matter of time. Soon, he arrived at 100 Flowers Peak. After passing through the flower beds, Yang Kai found Yang Yen in a pavilion. At this moment, she was sitting on a stone chair with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping a fragrant tea. Yi Shiyun stood behind her like a maidservant, her expression respectful and humble. The stone mongoose was also here, squatting on a stone table in front of Yang Yen, a blank expression on her face, like a statue. "Yang Kai." Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Yang Yen called out happily. "What good thing did you find? Quickly show it to me." Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of her, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with her. Time was of the essence right now, so how could he have the time to chat with Yang Yen? "What's the hurry?" Yang Yen curled her lips, but despite her words, she did not delay, reaching out to her space ring and taking out what looked like an ore. This ore was about the size of a wash basin and had a bumpy surface. It was bronze in color and had an irregular shape. Looking at this ore, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this ore was definitely of high grade and extremely rare, but he could not identify what kind of ore it was. Chapter 1433. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize it. Although Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had seen a great deal, he still couldn't identify all the materials in this world. However, since Yang inflammation had disturbed him at such a sensitive time and had even taken out such a piece of ore, its value was definitely not trivial. On top of that, it was very likely to be of great help to him. Otherwise, Yang inflammation wouldn't have done this. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't notice the slightest abnormality, as if the ore in front of him was just an ordinary stone. "Try pouring your Saint Qi into it," Yang inflammation urged from the side. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to cover the ore, pouring his Saint Chi into it. The next moment though, his face suddenly changed and he quickly withdrew his hand, calling out in horror, "Swallowing Saint Chi?" It wasn't that Yang Kai was making a fuss, but that this ore was simply too strange. Even with his strength, pouring his Saint Chi into it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no reaction at all. It was as if this ore was a bottomless pit that could swallow up all his Saint Chi. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before. This ore was really something amazing. "What is this?" Yang Kai looked up and asked excitedly. "Divine Nullification Stone." "Divine Nullification Stone?" Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of such a thing before. Even Yi Shiyun, who was standing behind Yang Inflammation, frowned, obviously hearing about it for the first time. "What kind of magical effect does it have? Didn't you just try it out?" Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. "Swallowing energy is the most important characteristic of Divine Nullification Stone. It itself is an Origin King grade artifact refining material, so if it is refined into an artifact, what do you think will happen when you fight with others?" Hearing what she said, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If this was the case, then an artifact refined from Divine Nullification Stone could nemesis all martial skills because martial skills were released by a cultivator using their Saint Chi, but this Divine Nullification Stone could swallow them. It was likely that an enemy's martial skill would be swallowed up by this artifact before it could even get close. "Good, good. It's really good stuff." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. On top of that, since it was an Origin King grade artifact refining material, the artifacts refined from it would likely also be Origin King grade. Such artifacts were extremely rare on Shadowed Star. The bone incinerating flame lamp in Yi Shiyun's hand was an Origin King grade artifact and was extremely famous. After praising him, Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange. "But what does this have to do with me?" He didn't believe that Yang Yen had called him out just to show off an Origin King grade artifact refining material. Yang Inflammation was not that boring. There must be a deeper meaning behind it. The Divine Nullification Stone indeed has nothing to do with you, but the things inside are useful to you. Yang Yun mysteriously smiled. "There's something else inside?" Yang Kai was surprised. "That's right, the Divine Nullification Stone is a very special mineral. It can devour energy, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This piece of Divine Nullification Stone was given to us by a mid-sized family. According to the patriarch of that family, this Divine Nullification Stone was obtained by their family from an ancient ruin several thousand years ago. From this, it can be inferred that this ore's history is extremely long. Why would a mid-sized family give us this kind of thing?" Yang Kai was even more confused. "Wasn't it because you said you wanted to sell a few prime locations? Now, the great forces outside are all trying to snatch those spots to enter the Emperor Garden ahead of time. We've already fought so hard over them that we've even gotten a piece of Emperor Jade. Not to mention the other things. This Divine Nullification Stone was the bargaining chip that family offered. So that's how it is. It seems that the people from that family aren't very knowledgeable." Yang Kai grinned, a gloating look on his face. An Origin King grade material was really too precious on Shadowed Star, so he naturally believed that if the other party knew what it was, they would not be willing to take it out as a bargaining chip. "You're wrong." Yang Yen slowly shook his head. Although that family is now in decline and is not very strong, it still produced many masters several thousand years ago. They may not be able to recognize this Divine Nullification Stone, but they definitely know it is an Origin King grade material. Yang Kai frowned and hesitated. "Then why? It is precisely because they know it is an Origin King grade material that they took out this Divine Nullification Stone in order to impress us. Do you think something of such low value would be enough to compete with the countless great forces on Shadowed Star to snatch one of the few prime locations from my High Heaven sect?" Yang Yen smiled. That family's luck was good and they obtained an Emperor Jade, but their strongest master is only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. If they want to find something good in the Emperor Garden, they can only ask us to enter it ahead of time." Yang Kai gently nodded, a look of understanding flashing across his face. An Origin King grade material was indeed not a small price to pay, but no matter how precious it was still slightly inferior to the temptation of entering the Emperor Garden ahead of time. That was because no one on Shadowed Star could refine an Origin King grade material, so this divine nullification stone was nothing more than a chicken rib in the hands of that family. It was better to take it out as a bargaining chip to compete for one of the prime locations. Their luck was indeed good, encountering Yang Yen who was able to recognize the value of this divine nullification stone at a glance, otherwise, whether or not they could have succeeded was uncertain. After obtaining a large number of saint crystals and this piece of divine nullification stone from that family, High Heaven sect had reached an agreement with them and sold them a certain piece of land. Once the Emperor Garden opened, they would be able to enter High Heaven sect, a mutually satisfactory transaction. "You just said that the things inside are of great use to me, what do you mean?" Yang Kai asked. "Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you, otherwise, why would I call you out? Weren't you looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure?" Yang Kai nodded, suddenly showing a look of joy as he stared at her in surprise. "Could it be, N?" Yang Yen smiled. Although this divine nullification stone itself is not of the Earth attribute, the divine nullification sand contained inside is undoubtedly an Earth attribute treasure, more than enough to meet your requirements. Divine nullification sand. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This divine nullification stone is constantly swallowing the aura of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and if enough time passes, it will produce grains of sand inside it, known as divine nullification sand. As for the divine nullification stone itself, it is of no use to you, but I can use it to refine an artifact. Good, good. Yang Kai grinned, overjoyed. He was looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure in order to cultivate the Body Tempering Secret Art 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. This 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art was something he had found in the ancient Yang sect's ruins. According to the description of this secret art, once one cultivated it to the extreme, one's body would be immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had coveted this secret art for a long time. Unfortunately, the conditions for cultivating this secret art were extremely harsh. Not only did it require one's own soul and physical strength, but it also required one to gather supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, Yang Kai already possessed thunder wood, sun's true essence, profound sunflower water, and even 10,000-year ice jade. Last time at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction, Yang Kai had obtained a metal attribute supreme treasure, causing him to become enemies with Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng. Now, all he lacked was an earth attribute material. If the divine nullification sand was really as Yang Yen said, then he would be able to gather enough of the 5 elements and immediately begin cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The benefits of a powerful physique were self-evident. Not to mention gaining an advantage in a fight, Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was so great that every time he tore space and crossed 1,000 kilometers, he would need to have a powerful physique to protect himself. Otherwise, the tearing force of the Tao of space alone could easily destroy him. As Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space increased, the requirements for his physique would also increase. This was why when he saw the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he had been so excited and had not hesitated to spend so much time collecting materials. After a moment of excitement, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly take out the divine nullification sand." Yang Yen couldn't help glaring at him. "Do you think it's so easy to take it out? The divine nullification stone can swallow energy, and with my current means, I can't refine it." Yang Kai's expression stiffened in an instant, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his previous excitement and joy immediately disappearing. Yang Yen pursed her lips and snickered. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai was furious. Seeing her like this, how could he not know that she already had a card up her sleeve? If she really couldn't extract the divine nullification sand, why would she call him here? I haven't finished yet. Yang Yen wore a proud expression and no longer tried to keep him in suspense, solemnly saying, yes, with my current means, I can't refine the divine nullification stone and extract the divine nullification sand from it, but this one can. Saying so, Yang Yen pointed to the stone mongoose sitting on the table. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. He had actually forgotten about the stone mongoose's innate divine technique of devouring mineral essence and purifying it. The divine nullification stone was indeed of a very high grade, but it couldn't resist the stone mongoose's ability to swallow and refine it. After all, the stone mongoose could even freely enter a place like Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain, so how could a mere divine nullification stone hinder it? But I have to tell you first, although the divine nullification stone will definitely produce divine nullification sand, depending on the age, the amount of divine nullification sand produced will also vary. Maybe there will only be 2 to 3 grains of divine nullification sand in a single divine nullification stone, which won't be enough to satisfy your requirements, or maybe there will be more. It all depends on your choice, so I had Xianyu call you out. Yang Kai frowned. He naturally understood what Yang Yen said. The older the stone, the more divine nullification sand it would produce. This was a matter of course. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, how long does it take for a grain of divine nullification sand to be born? This kind of thing takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years to be born. If you want to wait for a while, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a very, very long time. Yang Kai's expression became resolute. He turned to the stone mongoose and gave it an order in his mind, then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it now. Chapter 1434. After receiving Yang Kai's order, the stone mongoose immediately got up, patted its chest with both fists, and rushed over to the divine nullification stone, picked it up with both hands, and stuffed it into its mouth. In all fairness, the stone mongoose's mouth wasn't that big, but strangely enough, the wash-basin-sized divine nullification stone was swallowed by it, leaving Yi Shiyun dumbfounded. An hour later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with a happy expression on his face. In front of him were a total of 6 kinds of materials. One of them was a tree full of vitality that flickered with lightning, its green leaves seemingly pulsing with lightning arcs. This was the thunderwood that Yang Kai had preserved for a long time. This thunderwood was the condensation of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's physique and monster core after it died. In terms of value, it was far more valuable than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Although it contained lightning, its essence was still a wood attribute material. There was a palm-sized piece of profound gold that he had bought at an auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion for 70 million saint crystals. The gold she it gave off was sharp and almost tangible, causing Yang Kai's skin to ache. There was also a bottle of milky white liquid that exuded a cold chill. It was the profound sunflower water that Yang Kai had not used up before, and from the looks of it, there were at least a dozen drops. There was also a huge ice jade pedestal that looked pure and unremarkable, but if one were to sweep it with their divine sense, the chill it contained was enough to freeze one's divine sense. On top of the ice jade pedestal was a piece of fiery red metal the size of a baby's head. Looking at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see anything special about it, but the scorching heat it contained was shocking. The 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and the sun's true essence. In addition, there was a small pile of gravel. There were over 100 of these things, and although they looked no different from ordinary gravel, they were actually the divine nullification sand that the stone mongoose had extracted from the divine nullification stone. The fact that this piece of divine nullification stone had actually produced so many divine nullification stones not only made Yang Kai overjoyed, but even Yang Yen was secretly amazed. She had thought it would be good if there were 20 to 30 divine nullification stones, but the final number was actually several times what she had expected. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There was even an additional type of water elemental supreme treasure. 6 kinds of materials, each one of them was invaluable and extremely difficult to find, but at this moment, all of them were placed in front of Kai Yang. How could he not be happy? With them, he would be able to practice the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Of these materials, in terms of pure value, the thunder wood and profound gold were undoubtedly slightly inferior, but the most valuable of them all was the sun's true essence, the size of a baby's head. After all, sun's true essence was the product of a legendary master refining stars. If the energy contained in such a small piece of sun's true essence were to erupt, it could easily destroy all of Shadowed Star. Looking at these materials in front of him, Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his excitement, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically for tempering one's physique. It had been a long time since Yang Kai obtained it, so he had naturally studied it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, this secret art wasn't very profound, on the contrary, it was simple and easy to understand. The only difficult part was gathering the materials and cultivating it. Moreover, using different materials to cultivate this secret art would result in different results. This was one of the most flexible aspects of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In other words, the higher the grade of the materials, the better the effects of cultivation. Without mentioning anything else, the sun's true essence could be considered one of the best materials available. Profound sunflower water and divine nullification sand were both nearly extinct, and although the thunder wood and profound gold were slightly inferior, their grade was definitely not low. By using these materials to cultivate, Yang Kai's starting point was definitely very high. Yang Kai believed that even if a cultivator elsewhere in the star territory obtained the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they would not necessarily have the same advantage. Feeling excited, Yang Kai began to carve a spirit array on the spot. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they needed to use a special spirit array. Regarding this, the secret art clearly explained how to carve a spirit array and how to activate it. Although Yang Kai wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, after being together with Yang Yen for so long, he had developed a basic understanding of them, so it wasn't difficult for him to carve a spirit array. Pieces of Saint Crystal sources were placed in an orderly manner while the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth materials were also arranged according to the requirements. 2 days later, Yang Kai looked at the 5 elements indestructible array he had painstakingly arranged with satisfaction. After carefully inspecting it to make sure there were no mistakes, Yang Kai leapt to the center of the spirit array and sat down cross-legged. Casually wiping his space ring, Yang Kai took out a few spirit pills and placed them on the tip of his tongue before closing his eyes and circulating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Pushing his Saint Chi violently, with the place where Yang Kai was sitting as the center, the ground around him suddenly flashed as a series of complex and mysterious runes appeared. These runes were both large and small, giving off an unfathomable aura. *Wang, *A trembling sound echoed as the Saint Crystal sources placed in the center of the 5 elements indestructible array bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. The pure energy contained within them poured out and began to flow along the runes. After being supplemented by the energy from the Saint Crystal sources, the 5 elements indestructible array arranged by Yang Kai was instantly activated. An indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's body as a simple and desolate aura filled the entire first heavenly palace. It was as if at this moment, Yang Kai had returned to an ancient era. With a swishing sound, the profound gold, thunder wood, profound sunflower water, sun's true essence, divine nullification sand, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth world treasures seemed to be supported by an invisible force at this moment as pure energy was extracted from them and converged towards the center of the 5 elements indestructible array. This center was where Yang Kai was. The whole Tianyi palace became colorful in an instant. The cyan thunderwood essence, the golden profound gold essence, the white profound Yin sunflower water essence, the red sun's true essence, the yellow divine nullification sand essence, all of them seemed to possess spirituality as they drilled into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, Yang Kai began to tremble as his closed eyes widened. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat, like a wounded beast frantically licking its wounds. Intense pain, an unimaginable pain spread throughout his body at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he was about to be crushed to pieces. This kind of pain was not something that could be compared to being injured in battle, it was a kind of fear that penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had such harsh requirements for a cultivator. If one's physique was not strong enough, once the 5 supreme treasures world essence invaded their body, they would immediately explode and die. What was the point of talking about cultivation? If one's spiritual energy was not strong enough, they would not be able to withstand this kind of pain. Sooner or later, they would be driven mad by the pain and eventually become the demon race. Kai Yang felt that he had already met the requirements, but when he really started cultivating, he discovered that he had taken it for granted. The perseverance that he had always been proud of, in the face of this soul-sucking torment, was simply not worth mentioning, and he almost collapsed on the spot. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the materials he had chosen were too high quality. If he had replaced them with thunder wood, it would not have been so painful. However, this also stimulated Yang Kai's nerves. Since embarking on the road of cultivation, how many times had he wandered between life and death? How many times had he suffered heavy losses and faced desperate situations, but step by step, he had overcome them. If he failed here, then all his years of hard work would have been for naught. Not to mention anything else, when he first obtained the wordless black book in High Heaven Pavilion, he had relied on his own perseverance to successfully make it recognize him as its master and open it, allowing him to obtain the unyielding golden skeleton. Unyielding pride was also a mysterious martial skill he had comprehended in a desperate situation. Although it had gradually lost its usefulness as he grew stronger, it was still a martial skill he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton. It was his own martial skill. The birth of this martial skill also had a great deal to do with Su Yan. It was she who had used a method to freeze him for several days before he was able to comprehend it. With all kinds of distracting thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai subconsciously used unyielding pride. To his surprise, the pain he felt actually weakened a little. Although it was not worth mentioning, it had indeed weakened. Yang Kai's brow furrowed and he immediately sent his soul avatar back into his knowledge sea to stabilize it, no longer paying attention to the changes in his body and the outside world. A series of popping sounds rang out. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's skin began to crack inch by inch as pale golden blood seeped out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Not only was his physique wriggling and his skin bursting, even his meridians were unable to withstand the destructive power of the 5 elements world treasure and began to break. The powerful restorative ability of golden blood was vividly displayed at this moment. His cracked skin, torn muscles, and shattered meridians were completely repaired in an extremely short amount of time, and then they cracked and exploded once more. This cycle repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if it would never stop. As time passed and this process continued, Yang Kai's body gradually grew stronger to an obvious degree. Not only that, but the Saint Qi in his body also seemed to become purer and more vigorous, while even his spiritual energy was tempered to a certain extent. Although the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a secret art specifically used to temper one's physique, during the process of cultivating it, it was inevitable that one's Saint Qi and spiritual energy would be strengthened, which was a side benefit. Miserable roars rang out from First Heavenly Palace, but fortunately, there were layers upon layers of barriers protecting this place, so no sound would leak out, otherwise, it would definitely have attracted the attention of all the people from High Heaven sect. Time passed slowly as all of Shadowed Star prepared to enter the Emperor Garden. 1 Emperor Jade was equivalent to 1 entry slot. None of the great forces had obtained many Emperor Jades, so it was difficult for them to decide who would enter the Emperor Garden. For this reason, many great forces began to select talents from within to compete for a spot to enter the Emperor Garden. High Heaven Sect was also very busy. High Heaven Sect only had 3 Emperor Jades, so there was no need for them to select a spot, but they still needed to make a lot of preparations. Only Yang Kai in First Heavenly Palace had not appeared since that day he entered retreat. Chapter 1435. Half a year later, on a certain day, High Heaven Sect's reception hall was bustling with noise and excitement. After half a year of waiting, the Emperor Garden's opening was just around the corner. The great forces that had received Yang Kai's promise naturally arrived early at High Heaven Sect. The people from Shadow Moon Hall were all familiar faces. In addition to Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, there were also Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. However, not all 4 of them were going to the Emperor Garden. Although Shadow Moon Hall had paid a huge price to obtain a 3rd Emperor Jade in the past 6 months, this was their limit, so Dong Xiener was not going to go to the Emperor Garden this time. As for Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu would work together to bring Wei Guchang. Needless to say, Clear Sky Sect's group was led by Mou. In addition to him, there was also a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master, a white-haired old man. This old man was Clear Sky Sect's Sect Master, Gu Zhen, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than Mou. Chen Shitao had obtained a spot to enter the Emperor Garden thanks to Yang Kai. Logically speaking, Chen Shitao's aptitude and cultivation were not enough to enter the Emperor Garden. Clear Sky Sect was filled with talents, and there were countless disciples of the younger generation who had higher cultivation and better aptitude than her. However, Mou and Gu Zhen were both shrewd old men and knew that Clear Sky Sect being able to establish a relationship with High Heaven Sect was entirely dependent on the existence of Chen Shitao, so naturally, they would not abandon her on this trip to the Emperor Garden. On the contrary, during the past 6 months, Clear Sky Sect had even bestowed upon her many precious pills and medicines and had several of the sect's great elders use secret techniques to help her break through to the Origin returning realm First Order. The price they had paid for this was not small. Chen Shitao was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. Standing behind Gu Zhen and Mou, her beautiful eyes kept glancing around, wanting to personally thank Yang Kai. Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect had arrived as promised, so naturally, Colored Glass Sect had not been left behind. As Qian Tong had expected, Dai Yuan now also had the qualifications to enter the Emperor Garden, and Colored Glass Sect's luck was quite good, actually obtaining 1 more Emperor Jade than Shadow Moon Hall, giving them a total of 4 spots to enter. Sect Master Gong Xing he had personally come, and in addition to him and Dai Yuan, the remaining 2 people were Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was gritting her teeth, her red lips trembling slightly as she muttered something under her breath, glaring towards Dai Yuan from time to time with a depressed expression on her face. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to this. Just like Chen Shitao, her attention was completely focused on the outside of the hall, as if she was waiting for something. Her cultivation was now also at the First Order Origin returning realm, but unlike Chen Shitao, she had broken through on her own without the help of others. Both Gong Xinghe and Gong Ao Fu were greatly surprised by this result. Neither of them had expected Dai Yuan to break through to the Origin returning realm so quickly. If not for this, the 2 of them would not have agreed to let Dai Yuan enter the Emperor Garden. It was precisely because Dai Yuan showed aptitude and cultivation speed that was not inferior to Yin Su Dai's that the 2 of them agreed. In any case, she was a disciple of their own sect, so there was nothing wrong with her entering the Emperor Garden. Taking this opportunity to pass through High Heaven Sect, Dai Yuan could enter the Emperor Garden first. In addition to the people from these 3 sects, there were also 2 unfamiliar faces in the hall, both of them Third Order Origin returning realm masters with weathered and aged faces. Yang Kai had never dealt with them before, but these 2 were quite famous on Shadowed Star. the sect master and great elder of Floating Mist Palace. Floating Mist Palace was also a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so the cultivation of its sect master and great elder was naturally not low. The reason they were here was entirely because they had handed over an Emperor Jade to High Heaven Sect. It was this Emperor Jade that allowed High Heaven Sect to open its gates and barriers and welcome them inside. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters in the reception hall, as well as 3 Sect Masters and Sect Masters, but none of them dared to speak loudly, all of them wearing solemn expressions. The reason was simple: Yi Shiyun was here, so with her here, who would dare act presumptuously? After tasting some tea and eating some spirit fruits for a while, Qian Tong lightly coughed and turned to Yang Yan sitting at the head of the table and asked, "Sister Yang Yan, has Yang Kai not come out yet?" Yang Yan heard this and slowly shook her head, "Not yet." Qian Tong frowned and could not help feeling a little worried. He has been in seclusion for almost half a year now, and now that the Emperor Garden is about to open, he won't miss this opportunity, right? "Thank you for your concern, Elder Qian, but I don't think he will miss this opportunity. Perhaps he will come out in a few days." Yang Yan smiled lightly, and although her expression was calm, she was actually quite anxious on the inside. She naturally knew why Yang Kai had entered secluded retreat. He wanted to improve his strength before the Emperor Garden opened, but until now, there had been no movement from First Heavenly Palace, so she really didn't know if things were going smoothly or not. Yang Yan wanted to investigate, but was also worried about disturbing him, so she could only wait patiently. "Everyone is a guest from afar, so you might as well return to your residence and rest first. Before the Emperor Garden opens, there will definitely be a heavenly manifestation, so it won't be too late to set out when that time comes." Yang Yan was now the Vice Sect Master, so her words were much more appropriate than before. Hearing this, everyone exchanged a glance before getting up, expressing their thanks, and preparing to return to the residences High Heaven Sect had prepared for them. But before everyone could leave the reception hall though, the world energy aura suddenly shook. Everyone present was a top master and was extremely sensitive to changes in the world energy aura, so although this change was slight, it was still noticed by all of them. Everyone's faces changed and no longer had time to exchange pleasantries with Yang Yan, their figures flickering as they rushed out of the reception hall and looked up towards the sky. High up in the sky, the gap in the sky that was more than a dozen kilometers in diameter was still there, allowing sunlight to shine down and nourish High Heaven Sect's vegetation. Although it looked no different from usual, everyone could feel a sense of pressure in the air, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling became obvious as the world energy aura began to surge, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. "This is..." Gong Xinghe's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. "Father, is this a sign that the Emperor Garden is about to open?" Gong Ao Fu asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Just now, Yang Yan had said that if the Emperor Garden really opened, there would be a heavenly manifestation, but she had not expected it to appear so soon. Many people had the same idea as her. Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Gu Zhen, Mou, and the 2 masters from Floating Mist Palace all wore looks of anticipation. But soon, these top masters frowned as they withdrew their gazes and turned to look in another direction. "No, someone is about to break through." Qian Tong whispered, but after speaking, he froze for a moment before an excited expression filled his old face, "Yang Kai." He immediately thought of the key point. Yang Yan's expression also became joyful as his figure flickered and he rushed towards First Heavenly Palace. The others naturally wanted to follow and see what was going on, but before they could, Yi Shiyun's tender body flickered and blocked their path, her expression cold as she shouted, "Everyone, please wait." Although most of these people had some friendship with Yang Kai, how could Yi Shiyun allow them to pass when Yang Kai was about to break through? Yang Kai was about to break through a great realm, and if he failed because of interference, the consequences would be unimaginable. As such, Yi Shiyun did not hesitate to stop everyone. Qian Tong and the others naturally understood these principles and nodded, waiting quietly in place as they watched the battle unfold. Seeing them behave themselves, Yi Shiyun no longer said anything and simply chased after Yang Yan. In an instant, only Qian Tong and the other guests remained in front of the reception hall. "Brother, do you think Brother Yang will be able to break through smoothly?" Dong Xianer asked with some concern. After all, she had walked this step before and knew how difficult it was to break through from the Saint King realm to the origin returning realm. Every breakthrough in a cultivator's cultivation was accompanied by great risks. It was a struggle against the heavens, against the earth, and against oneself. Not to mention others, when Shi and Wei Guchang broke through to the origin returning realm, both of them had experienced indescribable hardships. Just the baptism of world energy when breaking through was almost too much for her to bear, and the endless stream of heart demons almost caused her to fail. This kind of tribulation had nothing to do with one's aptitude and was something every cultivator had to face. Hearing Dong Xianer's question, Wei Guchang grinned, "Rest assured, I don't dare say for others, but Brother Yang will definitely have no problem breaking through to the origin returning realm." His words were full of confidence in Yang Kai, causing Yin Su Dai to curl her lips. Although she did not dare to say anything, in her heart, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yan stood still and watched quietly. Not long after she arrived, Wu Yi, Qianyu, Chang Qi, and the others also arrived, and after a brief discussion, everyone understood what was going on. In order to prevent Yang Kai from being disturbed, orders were passed down that no one was allowed to approach within 3 kilometers of First Heavenly Palace. All disciples were to patrol the area to prevent anyone with ill intentions from sneaking in. Just after these orders were passed down, the atmosphere above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed. Suddenly, a spirit energy funnel appeared in the sky. When this spirit energy funnel first appeared, it only occupied an area of a few dozen feet. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded with a loud bang and rapidly grew in size. Finally, it became several acres in size before stopping. As this funnel rotated, the surrounding 100 kilometers felt a huge suction force and the surrounding world energy madly gathered towards it. Streaks of light of different colors flew past everyone, like bolts of ice, fire, and lightning, adding to this funnel's momentum, causing it to grow more and more powerful. 5 elements world energy? Yi Shiyun frowned as a look of shock appeared on her face. These streaks of light were clearly the convergence of the 5 elements world energy. When the Emperor Garden underwent changes, such a scene had occurred across Shadowed Star. The scene at this moment was somewhat similar to that day, but on a completely different scale. In terms of scale, it was naturally far from being comparable to that day, but it was still quite remarkable. The Emperor Garden was an Emperor artifact, so it was reasonable for it to be able to affect all of Shadowed Star. But now, just Yang Kai breaking through to the origin returning realm from the Saint King realm had caused such a change in the 5 elements world energy, causing Yi Shiyun to be shocked. Chapter 1436. Could a cultivator's breakthrough to the origin returning realm cause such a huge commotion? The answer was obviously no. Yi Shiyun, as a peak third-order origin returning realm master, certainly had the right to speak on this matter. She had seen many people take this step and become an origin returning realm cultivator. When Guqi experienced this process, she had personally stood guard beside him, but none of them could compare to this scene before her. This could already be called a heavenly manifestation. Yi Shiyun's expression was filled with shock as she involuntarily recalled a record she had read in an ancient book a long time ago. That record stated that if a cultivator was strong enough, they could cause some heavenly manifestations when breaking through to the great realm. Of course, such a cultivator had always been a rare existence in the long history of the 9 continents, perhaps not even one appearing once every 10,000 years. Could it be that sect master had such potential? In all fairness, Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship, nor were they familiar with each other. The reason she stayed in High Heaven sect and held the position of Great Elder was entirely because of Yang Yun. Besides Yang Yun, she had never seen anyone else. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yang Kai was much more powerful than the average Saint King realm cultivator, an elite among elites, but even so, it had no effect on her. But at this moment, she couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in a new light. If her guess was correct, then this sect master's future would be unfathomable. Thinking so, Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she began to look forward to it. High up in the sky, the huge world energy funnel contained enough energy fluctuations to destroy the heavens and earth, and as the world energy of the 5 elements continued to pour in, this funnel began to take on a colorful hue as it hung upside down above First Heavenly Palace, constantly rotating, a terrifying sight to behold. Even standing 3 kilometers away, everyone could feel a mountain-crushing pressure descending from the sky, not to mention Yang Kai, who was directly below the funnel. No one knew just how much pressure he was under at this moment. Outside First Heavenly Palace, a burst of light flashed wildly as the many barriers around First Heavenly Palace reacted to the pressure. Grand Elder, how is the sect leader? Chang Qi and the others were anxious, but none of them dared to release their divine senses to investigate, so they had no choice but to ask Yi Shiyun for advice. It seems to be going quite smoothly. You've already touched the world principles, Yi Shiyun replied lightly. When Chang Qi and the others heard this, they were overjoyed. Touching the laws of heaven and earth meant that Yang Kai was close to breaking through. However, whether he can succeed or not will depend on whether he can withstand the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They all fell silent with worried looks on their faces. The baptism of heaven and earth energy was a process that a cultivator would have to go through to reach a higher realm. During this process, the cultivator would have to endure unimaginable suffering and pain. It was also the best standard to test and measure the overall quality of a cultivator. Once successful, one's strength would increase by a large margin, thus breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the next realm. If he failed, at the very least, he would be severely injured. At the very least, his body would explode and he would die. After all, this was a baptism of heaven and earth energy, and if he failed, the result would definitely not be good. Every year, countless cultivators would fall at this juncture, so for a cultivator, breaking through a great realm was both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary cultivator create such an amazing heavenly manifestation when breaking through a great realm? Yang Kai had done it, which was certainly a joyous and shocking matter, but since he had reached this point, he could only succeed, not fail. Judging from the degree to which the world energy was gathering at this moment, if Yang Kai failed, there would only be one outcome: his soul would be destroyed. After all, the power contained in the colorful world energy funnel was too great, not something a Saint King realm cultivator could withstand. Just as everyone was worrying, the huge world energy funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if something inside First Heavenly Palace was attracting it. The world energy funnel actually began to rotate rapidly, and as it rotated, a massive amount of heaven and earth energy poured down in the direction of the funnel. There was no pause, as if it had been accumulating momentum for a long time, just for this one eruption. The layers of barriers around First Heavenly Palace were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow from this massive world energy and were instantly shattered. The 5-colored world energy that caused even Yi Shiyun to pale in fright poured straight into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared. The huge world energy funnel shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths, it had shrunk in size. Sect Master! Chang Qi and the others exclaimed in horror, their faces changing drastically. The heaven and earth energy was actually pouring down in torrents. This made them unable to believe their eyes. All of them had broken through to the origin returning realm and had experienced this process before. But at that time, they had experienced a baptism of world energy, which was like a bolt of lightning that poured into their bodies, and although it was powerful, it gave them time to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of them, however, was obviously not like that. As a result, Yang Kai did not have the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if Yang Kai was strong, in the face of such a massive world energy funnel, how could he survive? The faces of Changqi and the others turned pale in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was dead this time. Yi Shiyun was no exception, letting out a long sigh as a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She had thought she had encountered a peerless genius who would only appear once every 10,000 years, but it turned out the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, her brow furrowed as a bright light flashed across her beautiful eyes and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That was because the huge spiritual chi funnel didn't dissipate. Instead, it was still pouring down. This shocking amount of spiritual chi continued to pour down. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the inside of the funnel. He's not dead. Yi Shiyun raised her brow in surprise. If Yang Kai had died, the world energy manifestation caused by his breakthrough would have naturally dissipated, but since this world energy funnel still existed, it meant that he was not dead and was instead undergoing a baptism of world energy. This was also a key step in breaking through to a great realm. Listening carefully, Yi Shiyun clearly heard a muffled and unbearable roar mixed in with the rumbling of the battlefield. Sure enough, he wasn't dead. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes lit up as she turned her head towards Yang Yun, only to find that she was even calmer than herself, as if she had expected this. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Shiyun discovered that Yang Yun's pair of delicate fists were quietly clenched and her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. The group from High Heaven sect was on tenterhooks while the masters from Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky sect, Colored Glass sect, and Floating Mist Palace were all shocked. Elder, can Brother Yang withstand this kind of world energy baptism? Wei Guchang asked anxiously. This old master doesn't dare make a judgment, but since things have gotten to this point, if he can't bear it, he will die. Qian Tong frowned and sighed. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai's breakthrough to the origin returning realm would cause such a strange scene, so he couldn't help worrying about him. It's not necessarily that he can't bear it. Clear Sky sect Master Guzhen said thoughtfully, if his physique is strong enough, he will be able to accept this world energy in a short time, but it will be very difficult. Although the Misty Palace's Palace Master and Great Elder didn't say anything, when the two of them looked in that direction, their expressions flickered with uncertainty. They were extremely surprised. As for Gong Xinghe and Gong Ao Fu of Colored Glass sect, after exchanging a glance, shock appeared in the eyes of the father and daughter pair. They had previously thought that High Heaven sect's fame was entirely due to the special terrain it occupied and Yi Shiyun who was stationed here. But now, it seemed that this High Heaven sect master was not an ordinary person, so it was necessary to re-examine him. If he fell here, naturally, everyone would be happy. Heaven Battling Union was more than enough on Shadowed Star, so Gong Xinghe didn't want another such great force to appear. If this sect master really succeeded, it would be necessary to maintain good relations with him. Everyone had different thoughts, but no matter what they were thinking, everyone's attention was focused on the huge five-colored spirit chi funnel. In just a short while, the five-colored funnel seemed to have shrunk a lot. Compared to before, it was only half the size, and it was still shrinking rapidly. After a while, in front of everyone's eyes, the huge five-colored funnel disappeared, and all the world energy that had been contained inside it was now pouring into First Heavenly Palace. The originally oppressive atmosphere and that terrifying oppressive feeling also disappeared at the same time. The sky once again returned to its original clear color. The sun poured down, and the blue sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds in sight for thousands of miles. Only a few remnants of the five-colored world energy still floated above First Heavenly Palace like fish that had escaped the net. All of High Heaven sect seemed to be silent as everyone's eyes were focused on First Heavenly Palace, wondering how it was faring. But there was no movement, only a deathly silence, as if Yang Kai had really fallen. Wu Yi and Xian Yu's faces turned pale. Failed? Wu Yi and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it, but the scene in front of them could only be explained as failure. No cultivator could withstand such a huge amount of world energy baptism in such a short time, not even a third-order origin returning realm master, let alone Yang Kai, who was originally just a peak saint king. Although the two of them had not reached this realm, their eyesight was still quite good. Changqi and the others also wore ashen faces. "What are all of you crying for?" Yishiyun frowned lightly. "Do you think he died?" Changqi was shocked when he heard this and turned to her in amazement, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, you mean?" The corners of Yishiyun's mouth curled upwards as a smile bloomed on her usually cold face, giving her a somewhat enchanting look as she combed her hair and said unhurriedly, "Although this queen doesn't know how he did it, he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also seems to be living quite comfortably." Chapter 1437. Hearing Yi Shiyun's words, Changqi and the others all wore startled expressions. Since he hadn't died, that meant his breakthrough had been successful. Changqi and the others could hardly believe their ears, but since these words were spoken by Yi Shiyun, they naturally held great authority, so no one questioned them. All of them turned their gazes towards First Heavenly Palace in surprise. Just as Yi Shiyun's voice fell, the world energy aura above First Heavenly Palace suddenly changed again. This aura quickly gathered and transformed into a huge palm. Covering the heavens and earth, this palm seemed to exude a mysterious power that was enough to block out the light in front of everyone. He clenched his fist and caught the few strands of five-colored spirit energy that had slipped through the net. Then, he slowly pulled them back and flashed into the First Heavenly Palace, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yi Shiyun was stunned, but the smile at the corners of her mouth became even wider as she muttered, "This little brat, he didn't even want to waste the last few strands of five-colored world energy." Before they could enter his body, he had taken the initiative to reach out and grab them back. Having the leisure to do this kind of thing meant that everything was going well. Yi Shiyun couldn't help laughing. Good, disperse, there's no need to worry about Yang Kai." Yang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone. "Yes." Changqi and the others responded respectfully before quickly leaving. "Great Elder, he just broke through and will need some time to consolidate his realm, so I'll have to trouble you to stand guard here," Yang Yan ordered Yi Shiyun. "Yes, Master." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. She would obey all of Yang Yan's orders. Glancing over at First Heavenly Palace, Yang Yan smiled before his figure flickered and disappeared. Now that the Emperor Garden was about to open and Yang Kai couldn't leave, all the matters of High Heaven sect had to be handled by Yi Shiyun. Fortunately, Su Yi, Qianyu, and the others were there to assist her, so it wasn't too difficult. Inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai was dressed in rags. His clothes were in tatters. His clothes were full of traces of dried pale golden blood and his hair was a mess, making him look extremely disheveled, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. However, his expression was one of joy. There was a look of comfort on his face. He hadn't expected this. Yang's breakthrough had gone so smoothly. He had obtained the divine nullification sand. After collecting the five elements' supreme treasures, Yang had begun cultivating the five elements' indestructible sword, but he didn't expect it to reach a high level. His original intention was just to familiarize himself with her. But he hadn't expected. In the past 5 months, Yang Kai had cultivated the five elements' indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, and not only had his physical strength greatly improved, even his saint chi and spiritual energy had been enhanced. Compared to before, his overall strength had increased by at least 10 to 20%. It was this 10 to 20% increase that allowed him to touch the critical point of the origin returning realm and touch the shackles of the peak Saint King realm. S heavens' Yang's soul, Yang's heavens' heavenly S's souls. In the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, many origin returning realm masters had died. Most of the soul fragments of these origin returning realm cultivator had been absorbed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and purified by the world-annihilating golden light, but he hadn't dealt with them yet. After absorbing the soul fragments of these cultivators' soul fragments and obtaining their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, Yang Kai's breakthrough came naturally. However, this breakthrough was a little different from before. Before, there had never been a five-colored aura gathering around him. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he vaguely guessed it had something to do with his five elements indestructible sword tempering art. Generally speaking, this breakthrough could be considered a coincidence. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. It was completely different from his previous plans. Before this, Yang Kai had entered retreat in order to break through and even prepared an origin condensing pill with pill veins. But man proposes, God disposes, and all of his preparations were useless. This was a good thing, so naturally Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, he had cultivated the five elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, but the legendary immortal body was still extremely far away. This secret art had a total of 9 stages, each one more difficult than the last. If he wanted to cultivate it to the peak, he didn't know how much time or how many five elements supreme treasures it would take. After cultivating to the first stage, Yang Kai deliberately checked the five elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade sun's true essence didn't seem to have changed much, but the others weren't. The profound gold source's strength had been greatly reduced, and so had the thunder wood, 3 drops of profound sunflower water, and more than 20 grains of divine nullification sand. This price was not small, but it didn't matter. The remaining materials were enough to support Yang Kai's cultivation to the second or even third stage, especially the sun's true essence, which could be used for a very long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, Yang Kai could find other five elements replacements. There was no need to rush this. Thinking so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and with a thought, a five-colored mass of light suddenly appeared on his palm. This mass of light was only the size of an egg and had a total of 5 layers, a mix of gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, giving it a beautiful appearance. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. After spending 5 months cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, this secret art could not only temper one's physical body, greatly enhancing the strength of one's physical body, but also allow one to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Sword chi was formed from the convergence of the 5 elements, so it could be combined and fused with each other or released separately. It had infinite uses and was ever-changing. However, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was still a little weak, like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't play much of a role in a fight. However, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's desire to experiment. With a thought, a golden light immediately shot out from the 5-colored mass of light and twisted in front of Yang Kai, transforming into a small golden sword. Although the sword was small, the sharpness contained within it could not be underestimated. This was the metal attribute indestructible sword chi condensed from the profound gold origin, so it possessed an extremely strong offensive ability. Go! Yang Kai exhaled loudly and pointed his finger, causing the small golden sword to tremble slightly before disappearing, instantly piercing through the remaining barriers of First Heavenly Palace and flying a few kilometers away. Locking onto it with his divine sense, Yang Kai was naturally able to clearly see the flight path of this small golden sword and could not help raising his brow as a happy expression appeared on his face. Although he had not tested its killing power, its speed was quite fast, making it impossible to guard against. With another thought, the small golden sword flew back, as if it was his arm, and connected to his mind. Yang Kai was in a good mood and began experimenting with the remaining 4 types of indestructible sword chi one by one, eventually becoming extremely satisfied. The 5 types of indestructible sword chi each had their own advantages and it was difficult to say which was better. The metal sword and fire sword focused on killing, the former being sharp and swift while the latter was powerful. The earth sword and water sword focused on defense, the former being thick and solid while the latter was soft and boundless. The wood sword was relatively mediocre, concentrating both offensive and defensive power, but it still couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, if one cultivated these 5 types of indestructible sword qi to a certain extent, one could arrange a 5 elements indestructible sword array. Inside this sword array, the power of the 5 elements would mutually reinforce and counteract each other. Unless one could instantly break through the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, even an opponent a minor realm higher in cultivation would suffer greatly if they were trapped inside. After happily experimenting with the 5 elements indestructible sword qi for a long time, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Although this secret art was extremely powerful, it would take more than a day or 2 to fully display its results and would require time and accumulation. Yang Kai had long been mentally prepared for this. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm, his strength was completely different from before. His entire body seemed to be brimming with power, and every movement he made was filled with a powerful aura. This was the origin returning realm, the highest realm on Shadowed Star. It had been 10 or 20 years since Yang Kai set foot on Shadowed Star territory. At that time, he was just a small character in the Second Order Saint realm, but now, he had already crossed 2 great realms. While this kind of cultivation speed might not be unprecedented, it was definitely rare. Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others might look similar to Yang Kai in appearance, but in fact, they were much older than Yang Kai. It was just that once a cultivator's strength reached a high enough level, it would be difficult for their appearance to appear old. Their powerful strength had the effect of resisting the effects of the flowing time Great Emperor. For example, which character like Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too had not lived for hundreds of years? Sorting out his mood, Yang Kai did not become complacent. The origin returning realm was just a realm a cultivator could cultivate to, there was still the origin king realm above it. There were even higher realms. At the very least, the great emperors of Star Field were existences far beyond the origin king realm. It was just that Yang Kai had not reached that level yet, so he could not access the deeper mysteries. There were many things he needed to cultivate now, and all of them took time. Condensing golden blood threads was not a big deal as it didn't take much time to condense them. Once a golden blood thread was condensed, all that was left was for Yang Kai to nourish it in his body. The longer this process lasted, the more powerful his golden blood threads would become. Yang Kai did not need to worry about the verdant dragon bone sword as he had the Firebird artifact spirit to help him refine it. The demon eye of annihilation had also gradually merged with the colored glass bead, and as time passed, the golden light of annihilation and colored glass divine light would also slowly merge into one. Yang Kai needed to spend some time on this process as he only cultivated 2 secret techniques, the space blade and the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Yang Kai did not worry about this as all these secret techniques and methods were related to his future. However, he was not prepared to add any new methods or secret techniques. As long as he cultivated the ones he currently had to the grand accomplishment stage, no matter how big this world was, he could go anywhere he wanted. Thinking so, Yang Kai closed his eyes, held a piece of Saint Crystal Source in each hand, and began to stabilize his realm. Breaking through to the next realm was very dangerous. If one did not immediately stabilize their cultivation, it was possible for them to fall. A few days passed quickly. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he looked outside. After releasing his divine sense for a moment, he leisurely got up and strode out of First Heavenly Palace where he had been in retreat for half a year. At this moment, in the huge square of High Heaven Sect, all the cultivators had gathered, including not only the cultivator of High Heaven Sect but also Qian Tong and the others. Everyone looked up, their eyes attracted by something in the sky, all of them wearing solemn expressions. Chapter 1438. Not only High Heaven Sect, but all the cultivators on Shadowed Star were staring at the same spot at this moment. The Emperor Garden. At this moment, the Emperor Garden was shrouded in a dazzling five-colored light as it floated quietly high up in the sky, clouds drifting by, making it impossible to see through. Along with the movement coming from the Emperor Garden, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out. Emperor Pressure. Fortunately, this Emperor Pressure was not too strong, otherwise, at least 80% of the cultivators on Shadowed Star would have suffered great misfortune. *1*, a soft trembling sound rang out from all over Shadowed Star as a series of palm-sized jade tokens exuding a soft white light appeared. Even if these jade tokens were stored in the space ring of a cultivator, at this moment, they seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and flew out on their own. The owners of these Emperor Jades reached out and grasped them, an indescribable feeling spreading throughout their bodies as all of them trembled and showed looks of joy. The Emperor Garden was about to open. Although no one had told them this information, when they held the Emperor Jades in their hands, they all felt the mysteries of the Emperor Garden at the same time. Since the Emperor Garden had appeared, they had been waiting for 2 to 3 years, and now it was finally about to open. This was a great opportunity, causing countless people to feel excited. Inside High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared next to Yang Yen and the others. All of them looked up with solemn expressions. Yang Kai. Yang Yen called out, her red lips opening slightly, but just as she was about to say something, Yang Kai grinned and said, "I know." Yang Yen nodded lightly and no longer said anything. Although Qian Tong and the others wanted to ask Yang Kai how he had stabilized his cultivation, now was obviously not the time, so all of them remained silent. Time continued to pass in front of everyone's eyes. High up in the sky, the Emperor Garden was wrapped in a thick five-colored light, giving it a majestic and magnificent appearance. Not long after, this five-colored light suddenly poured into the Emperor Garden, as if it was being absorbed by it. Immediately afterwards, 3 white pillars of light shot out. Shooting straight down from the bottom of the Emperor Garden, its speed was incredibly slow. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart trembled, and his expression changed slightly. The last time an Emperor Jade appeared, a similar situation had occurred. As a result, Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array had been broken, and now a pillar of light had appeared. And 3 at that. Would High Heaven Sect suffer the same fate? Fortunately, Yang Kai's worries were unfounded. Although the 3 pillars of light shot straight down, they only extended to midair before stopping. After the pillars of light disappeared, something seemed to be left in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone held their breaths and looked in that direction. Although they were far away, the strength of those present was not weak. Naturally, it could be seen clearly that what was left after the 3 light beams disappeared were 3 white jade disc-like objects that were strangely suspended in the air. It didn't look big, only occupying a radius of a few dozen feet. On the white jade disc, mysterious and profound lines flashed, and it was obvious that an exquisite spirit array was engraved on it. However, the distance between them was estimated to be at least 100 kilometers. Space arrays. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Thoughtfully, she muttered, "It seems that one needs to pass through these 3 space arrays to enter the Emperor Garden. So that's how it is." Qian Tong and the others' eyes lit up as they suddenly understood. These days, they had been wondering how to enter the Emperor Garden after it opened. After all, from the naked eye, there seemed to be no clear entrance to the Emperor Garden, causing countless masters on Shadowed Star a headache. Originally, they guessed that the entrance was related to the Emperor Jades that had appeared not long ago. But now, it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. When the Emperor Garden opened, 3 space arrays would appear, and as long as one passed through these space arrays, one could enter the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Jades were only used to resist the Emperor Pressure. Without an Emperor Jade, it was impossible to get close to these 3 space arrays. Everything suddenly became clear. This old master will be going first. Just as everyone was pondering, an old voice called out from the side. As soon as these words fell, 2 figures flew up and turned into streams of light as they rushed towards one of the space arrays. Naturally, it was Floating Mist Palace's sect master and great elder. Now that the Emperor Garden had opened and the space arrays had appeared, these 2 naturally did not want to delay any longer. As the saying goes, one who strikes first gains the advantage, so they immediately set off. They had paid the price of an Emperor Jade to enter High Heaven sect and set off for the Emperor Garden from the square, arriving at least half a day earlier than everyone else on Shadowed Star. The 2 of them could take advantage of this half a day to explore more places and search for more treasures. Just after they set off for the Emperor Garden, 2 other groups of people from High Heaven sect also flew up into the sky, but the geographical location of their departure was not satisfactory. Although they were within High Heaven sect's sphere of influence, they were quite far from the square. These 2 groups of people had naturally paid a large price to purchase the location of their departure from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai had obtained his divine nullification sand from one of these 2 groups. At the same time, outside the Lu Yen desert, the various forces, large and small, who had been waiting for a long time, flew up into the sky one after another, transforming into multicolored streaks of light. However, if they wanted to get close to the Emperor Garden and the space arrays, they would first have to bypass the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings, which would take a lot of time. Seeing that the 2 from Floating Mist Palace had arrived first, Qian Tong could not help looking at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai naturally knew what he meant and grinned, "Let's set off too." Qian Tong was overjoyed and immediately pushed his Saint Qi together with Fei Ji too, wrapped Wei Guchang in it, and flew up. The 4 from Colored Glass sect followed closely behind while the 3 from Clear Sky sect were not to be outdone either. "Elders, while we're away, I'll have to trouble you to look after the sect." Yang Kai looked at Chang Qi and the others and whispered. "Yes, sect master." Chang Qi and the others responded in unison. In fact, there was nothing much to instruct them about. On this trip to High Heaven sect, Yang Kai, Yang Yen, and Yi Shiyun all had to leave for the Emperor Garden. Although the strength of the people left behind was not high, High Heaven sect's geographical location was special, so even if someone wanted to attack it, they would not be able to break through the barrier formed by the 3 blazing flame rings. High Heaven sect could be said to be extremely safe. "Let's go." Yang Kai glanced at Yang Yen before his figure flickered. In the next instant, Yang Kai disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai did not know what method Yang Yen had used, but his speed was not inferior to Yang Kai's and he quickly appeared beside him. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was a peak 3rd-order origin returning realm master. In terms of speed alone, she was even faster than Yang Kai, so keeping up with him and Yang Yen was extremely easy for her. The trio flew straight up, and unlike the tension and anticipation of the others, whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Yen, both of them wore indifferent expressions. Yang Kai was not anxious because he had already entered the Emperor Garden once and was quite familiar with it. With his previous experience as a guarantee, it would be much easier for him to go deeper this time. Yang Yen himself was a soul clone of one of the great emperors, and the Emperor Garden was also one of the great emperor's residences. Although Yi Shiyun did not know much about it now, as long as she entered its interior, her sealed memories would slowly awaken. No one knew more about the Emperor Garden than she did. Under their influence, Yi Shiyun's excitement slowly calmed down. "Yang Kai, what's your current realm like?" As they flew, Yang Yen suddenly asked with concern. "I haven't had time to consolidate my foundation yet. But it doesn't matter, as long as I fight a few battles, it should be enough," Yang Kai grinned, not taking this matter seriously. Generally speaking, after a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, it would take a certain amount of time to consolidate their foundation. The most common and reliable method was naturally to meditate and cultivate. However, fighting with others was also an alternative. Of course. This was accompanied by a certain amount of risk. However, Yang Kai did not care as he was fully confident he could consolidate his realm in battle. Good, that's good. Yang Yen gently nodded. The rest of the way was silent as the trio flew upwards with all their strength. The Emperor Garden seemed to be suspended not far above High Heaven Sect, but after really rushing towards it, Yang Kai discovered that it was actually hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how he flew, it was always directly above him. Moreover, as the distance between them narrowed, the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden became stronger and stronger, like an invisible swamp that affected the cultivator's Saint Chi circulation and slowed down the cultivator's progress. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, but instead of being surprised, he was actually quite happy, a thoughtful and eager expression appearing on his face. After flying another 1,000 meters or so, the Emperor pressure suddenly increased, forcing Yang Yen and Yi Shiyun to stimulate the effects of their Emperor Jades to create a light barrier around their bodies. Yang Kai, on the other hand, paused in place. What's wrong? Yang Yen looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped at this critical moment. You go on ahead. I want to cultivate here. Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yen frowned, but soon showed a look of understanding. You want to use the Emperor pressure here to condense your shi? As soon as this statement came out, Yi Shiyun was also shocked. Yes. Yang Kai did not deny it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I want to try it. When he went to rescue Qian Tong with Fei Ji Tu and the others, he had entered Fallen Emperor Mountain. Ning Xiangchen had told Yang Kai at that time that when he broke through to the origin returning realm one day, he could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense his shi because there was Emperor pressure there. The shi condensed with the help of Emperor pressure was often much stronger than the shi of an ordinary cultivator, and the benefits were indescribable. However, no one had ever confirmed this, so no one knew the truth. At that time, Yang Kai had made a mental note that regardless of whether this was true or not, when he reached the origin returning realm, he would definitely go to Fallen Emperor Mountain. If things were as he guessed, it would naturally be for the best, but even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. In any case, Emperor pressure had the effect of helping a cultivator condense their shi. This was something everyone recognized. However, since the appearance of the Emperor Garden, there seemed to be no Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so if Yang Kai wanted to use this Emperor pressure to condense his shi, this was probably his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, it would be impossible to find an equivalent opportunity again. Chapter 1439. Compared to the various treasures and benefits in the Emperor Garden, one's own strength was the most important, while everything else was just external forces. Which was more important, Yang Kai naturally understood. As such, even if he entered the Emperor Garden 1 hour later, it didn't matter. As long as this plan was successful, the benefits he would obtain would be far greater than the treasures he could find in the Emperor Garden. It was with these considerations in mind that Yang Kai was eager to try. Yang Yen had no intention of stopping him, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Then act according to your own strength, don't be reckless. I have great chalk here to protect me, so you don't need to worry about anything." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yi Shiyun and cupping his fists. "Senior Yi, I'll leave Yang Yen to you. You can rest assured, as long as this queen still has a single breath, no one can harm master," Yi Shiyun declared proudly. Yang Kai grinned and waved his hand. "Let's go, if possible, I will find you inside the Emperor Garden and meet up with you." Yang Yen glanced over at him and gave him a few more words of advice before continuing to fly upwards. A moment later though, she stopped and shouted back, "Yang Kai. What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. "These past few days. I must thank you," Yang Yen smiled brightly, and after saying these seemingly random words, she set off again and flew off. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her back blankly. wondering what this woman meant and why she had suddenly become so pretentious. Shaking his head, Yang Kai decided not to think about it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to use the emperor pressure to condense his shi. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to fly upwards unhurriedly. Every cultivator, after breaking through to the origin returning realm, would begin to condense their shi. No one was an exception. Force was something that was hard to explain. It was different from the cultivator's own qi. It was the product of a person's essence, qi, and spirit. Once cultivated successfully, it would be of great help to the cultivator when facing an enemy. The cultivator could even integrate all kinds of secret arts and divine skills into his force, allowing his force to unleash unimaginable effects. However, shi was extremely difficult to cultivate and required many years of comprehension and integration. Only by cultivating shi to the grand accomplishment stage could a cultivator break through to the origin king realm. This was one of the requirements for advancement. On Shadowed Star, there were countless origin returning realm cultivators, and the number of third-order origin returning realm cultivators was also quite large, but only 1% of them had cultivated their shi to the grand accomplishment stage. Yi Shiyun was undoubtedly one of them. It was hard to say about Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. They might or might not have reached the great accomplishment stage. Experts like Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng were most likely not at this level. Therefore, even if two third-order origin returning realm masters had the same cultivation realm, the strength they could display would be different. The reason for this was shi. If an origin returning realm cultivator could condense their shi, their combat effectiveness would rise sharply, increasing by at least 30% to 40%. 30 peak saints might be able to defeat a single first-order saint king. However, 30 peak saint kings were definitely not the opponent of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator who possessed shi. The difference was obvious because once one fell into the opponent's shi, whether it was the circulation of their saint qi or the power of their secret techniques, they would be greatly reduced unless they cultivated a secret technique specifically designed to break shi, such as Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread. As for how to condense his shi, Yang Kai already had a plan. Although he had only broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago, he had not swallowed the souls of so many origin returning realm masters for nothing. Furthermore, there was also the personal experience of Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer, all of which had been of great help to him. Yang Kai had been preparing for a long time, and now it had finally come in handy. High up in the sky, Yang Kai's figure was as straight as a sword, his saint qi condensed and roaring as it circulated through his body. Above him, there seemed to be an invisible staircase that allowed him to climb step by step, his demeanor leisurely and without the slightest pressure. At this time and place, the emperor pressure was not too strong and could only slightly affect the circulation of his saint qi, but Yang Kai was taking advantage of this suppression to silently comprehend and integrate his essence, qi, and soul. As he continued to climb, the emperor pressure shrouding his body also gradually increased, gradually reaching a point where it was difficult for him to even move. Every step he took seemed to consume a great deal of strength as crackling sounds constantly rang out from his body. The shroud of emperor pressure not only slowed down his movements but also greatly reduced the speed at which he circulated his saint qi. It was as if he was in a swamp, and even the space around him had become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's face was ferocious as the veins on his neck protruded and his eyes turned red, making him look like a mad beast. Although he looked embarrassed, the joy in the depths of his eyes was obvious. Using the emperor pressure to condense his shi really had a miraculous effect. The emperor pressure that shrouded his body and exerted tremendous pressure on every part of his body and every cell had become a magical catalyst, allowing his essence, qi, and soul to reach an unprecedented level of harmony. This allowed him to vaguely understand what shi was and how to condense it. Looking up at the void, Yang Kai once again took a step forward with great difficulty. The distance of this step was only 1 meter, but to Yang Kai, it felt as if dozens of days had passed, if not longer. The huge pressure of the Emperor pressure not only slowed his movements but also slowed his thoughts and feelings. This kind of slowness was not obvious from the outside world, but for Yang Kai, it was a rare experience. The distance of this step allowed him to experience something that ordinary cultivators would need to spend a lot of time to experience. After landing, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating the Saint Qi in his body, feeling as if he had broken free from the shackles of the Emperor pressure and was circulating his Saint Qi faster than before. After a long time, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and took another step forward before closing his eyes again to feel the various changes in his body. This cycle repeated itself. The benefits of a powerful physique were finally reflected at this moment. If it were not for Yang Kai's powerful physique, he would not have been able to persist until now and would have suffered heavy injuries under the suppression of the Emperor pressure. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage before this, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Yang Kai had just broken through to the origin returning realm and was consolidating his foundation at an incredible speed. This enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to save a lot of time in meditation, otherwise, it would have taken him at least 1 or 2 weeks to consolidate his foundation. Just these benefits alone made this trip worthwhile. However, Yang Kai was not satisfied with this and continued to climb upwards, still immersed in his own enlightenment, as if he had forgotten everything around him. After a full day, Yang Kai had climbed tens of thousands of meters. This distance was nothing and was still far from the Emperor Garden, but he had used this opportunity to comprehend a deeper layer of the heavenly way and martial Tao that would take an ordinary cultivator several hundred years to achieve. An invisible and heavy energy, invisible to the naked eye, spread out with him as the center, contending against the Emperor's pressure. This was Yang Kai's Shi. Although compared to the incredible Emperor pressure, this Shi was equivalent to a chick breaking out of its shell, not even worth mentioning, it was still an absolute miracle. There was no martial artist who could condense their own force in a short day, and it was already at the minor accomplishment stage. No one would believe such a thing even if it was told. However, Yang Kai had taken advantage of this rare opportunity to accomplish this. The Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden was more intuitive, clear, and impactful than the one he had felt in Fallen Emperor Mountain. In the past, many cultivators had gone to Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience the wondrous Emperor pressure in order to condense their own Shi, and many of them had obtained great benefits from it. Yang Kai was in a better position than Fallen Emperor Mountain, so naturally, he was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, this was just the beginning and was far from over. With a determined look, Yang Kai continued to climb slowly while comprehending and experiencing the wonders of the Emperor Garden. On this day, a cultivator finally caught up with Yang Kai's pace. These cultivators had all set off from the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert and were rushing to the Emperor Garden. Bypassing the flame barrier had cost them a lot of effort, so all of them were anxious, fearing that someone else would arrive first and snatch the benefits from the Emperor Garden. When they passed by Yang Kai, everyone was shocked, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They could easily resist the Emperor pressure and fly upwards because they had activated the protective effect of the Emperor Jades. With the protection of the barrier, they could not bear the pressure of the Emperor pressure at all. But here, they saw Yang Kai resisting the Emperor pressure with his own strength. How could they not be shocked? Many of them were famous masters on Shadowed Star, their cultivations reaching the second-order or third-order origin returning realm, but even so, no one dared to casually withdraw the Emperor Jade's protective barrier. Occasionally, a master who did not believe in superstition saw Yang Kai acting so arrogantly and could not help wanting to compete with him and put away their Emperor Jades, but in an instant, their speed would drop and they would be left far behind. Although they did not immediately die, the feeling of being enveloped by the Emperor pressure was not pleasant. Thinking about the various benefits of the Emperor Garden, these masters had no choice but to stimulate the power of their Emperor Jades again and fly past Yang Kai. Not everyone had Yang Kai's boldness, willing to sacrifice the time spent in the Emperor Garden to search for treasures in order to condense their Shi. Moreover, not everyone could turn a blind eye to Yang Kai. Most people were shocked by Yang Kai's feat, but with the Emperor Garden on their minds, they quickly left. However, when the masters from the great forces who had grudges with Yang Kai passed by this place, they showed eager expressions, seemingly wanting to take action here and eradicate him. Not only did Jin Shi of Demon Blood Temple have such thoughts, but he also directly took action. The last time Jin Shi participated in the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, he tried to kill Yang Kai and snatch the profound gold, but in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn, having one of his arms destroyed by the crystal cannons of Dragon Cave Mountain's Origin King grade starship. That battle made him hate Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain to the bone. Chapter 1440. After half a year of recuperation, Jin Shi had finally recovered. Although he was missing an arm, it did not affect his strength much. At this moment, when he passed by Yang Kai, his eyes blazed with hatred. Without any hesitation, he summoned his demon blood thread and transformed it into a jet-black beam of light that shot towards Yang Kai's head. He thought that Yang Kai would be defenseless and would die without a doubt. However, he had underestimated the Emperor pressure in this place. As soon as the black streak of light transformed from demon blood threads shot out, it was wrapped up in Yang Kai's Emperor pressure and slowed to a crawl, unable to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, however, Yang Kai glanced towards Jin Shi as if he sensed something and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. His lips squirmed a few times as if he was cursing, but because they were too far apart, Jin Shi could not hear him clearly and simply withdrew his gaze. The other party did not pay any attention to him at all. Pa, with a light bang, the black light that was attacking Yang Kai burst apart, releasing a strong smell of blood that made one nauseous. The demon blood thread that Jin Shi had nurtured for countless years, under the crushing pressure of Emperor pressure, was reduced to dust. Jin Shi's face suddenly turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his figure teetering on the verge of collapse as a look of horror appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. The demon blood thread was a very special existence, similar to an artifact, but it was connected to a cultivator's mind and soul. Once it was destroyed, the cultivator would naturally suffer a backlash. Jin Shi's attack not only failed to kill Yang Kai but also caused him to lose a demon blood thread that was as important to him as his life, causing him to go pale with anger. Mo Xiaosheng, Old Woman Feng, and the others who had just arrived saw this scene and all showed looks of shock. The eager expressions on their faces gradually converged and became extremely dignified. Just now, they had also wanted to attack Yang Kai, but Jin Shi had moved faster. But now, it seemed that fortunately, they had not acted rashly, otherwise, their fates would not have been much better than Jin Shi's. Thinking so, everyone's faces paled. Each of them revealed a look of lingering fear. After glancing at Yang Kai, they flew up without saying a word. "Little brat, don't let this old master meet you in the Emperor Garden, or else I'll skin you alive." Jin Shi roared furiously. Yang Kai turned to look at him. She raised her hand with great difficulty and raised it towards him. Clenching her fist, she raised her pinky. "This old man is furious." Jin Shi's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he couldn't wait to fight Yang Kai to the death. For better or worse, he was a famous character. In Demon Blood Temple, he held the position of Great Elder, so when had he ever been so despised and provoked? Those who dared to do this to him had long been refined by him using a secret technique and turned into blood to increase the power of his demonic blood threads. Yang Kai's actions undoubtedly made him furious. "Great Elder, it's more important to enter the Emperor Garden first. This little brat will definitely enter as well, it won't be too late to find trouble with him then," Jin Shi said from beside him. A beautiful woman wearing a pink dress with revealing clothes gently parted her lips and tried to persuade Jin Shi. This woman was dressed in a very bold and unrestrained manner. Her 2 white jade-like arms and 2 slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air. That pink dress was completely unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her 2 full breasts were about to burst out of her dress, and the deep white ravine on her chest seemed to have some sort of magical power. She could attract the eyes of any man, devour their souls, and drive all men crazy. The most eye-catching feature was her red lips. Her red lips were like dazzling rubies, and they emitted a sparkling and translucent luster. They were bright and alluring, and they possessed a different kind of allure. This beautiful woman looked like a ripe peach. Just a casual pinch would cause water to drip out of her. She didn't look very old. She was only 30 years old, but she exuded the powerful aura of a third-order origin returning realm master. Although Jianghu was resentful in his heart, he didn't dare act presumptuously in front of this beautiful woman and nodded, "Temple Master is right." This beautiful woman was the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple. If one didn't know the details of Demon Blood Temple, they wouldn't be able to believe such a woman. They definitely wouldn't dare to believe that such a woman actually held such a high position. However, if they had heard of her name, they would fear her like a snake or scorpion. Demon Blood Temple wasn't a kind force, and although it didn't commit all kinds of evil, most of its disciples weren't good people either. They often killed others for their possessions and used their strength to bully the weak. Pillaging is a common occurrence. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the disciples of the temple were like this, the beautiful woman who was the temple master was naturally no better. It was rumored that this woman was happy without a man every night, and she was particularly fond of beautiful men. In Demon Blood Temple, once a man with even a little bit of good looks was targeted by this beautiful woman, they couldn't escape her palm. Even several of the temple's elders were rumored to have affairs with her. Every year, a large number of strong and handsome male cultivator would be abducted into Demon Blood Temple and disappear without a trace. Rumor had it that all of their essence chi had been sucked dry by this beautiful woman and they would die tragically on her belly. However, although Demon Blood Temple had committed all kinds of evil deeds, they had always remained safe and sound. This was because the targets they targeted were all small forces without any great backing or background, so even if they had a bad reputation, no great force dared to find trouble with them. What's more, Demon Blood Temple was a first-class force on Shadowed Star, so unless Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union joined forces and gathered some helpers, it would be impossible to uproot it. At this moment, this beautiful woman was looking at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes, her fragrant tongue licking her ruby-red lips as her breathing quickened slightly. There was no wind without smoke, the rumors outside were mostly true. For example, this beautiful woman liked strong men the most. She wasn't feeling empty or lonely. As the sect master of a powerful sect and a third-order origin returning realm master, how could she feel empty and lonely? The biggest reason why she liked strong men was because the vitality in their bodies was far stronger than that of an average cultivator. While she was having S*X with these men, she could use her secret techniques to absorb their vitality and enhance her demon blood threads. Yang Kai being able to resist the Emperor pressure here without relying on the protection of the Emperor Jade was a testament to the strength of his physique, so it was only natural that this beautiful woman was quite interested in him. On top of that, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low, at least at the level of a first-order origin returning realm. If she could absorb this man's vitality, she would be able to further improve her strength. After reaching her current level of cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for her to increase her strength. If she was on another star in the territory of Shadowed Star, she could still hope to break through to the Origin King realm, but in the special environment of Shadowed Star, reaching the Origin King realm was a luxury, so she could only try her best to enhance the power of her secret techniques. Yang Kai's body was the best nourishment for this. The more she looked at him, the happier and more satisfied she became. This beautiful woman couldn't wait to rush over and capture Yang Kai, find a secluded place, and have a good time with him, but the scene of Jianghu taking action just now had alarmed her greatly and made her realize that now wasn't the best time to act. With a chuckle, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, hurry up and enter the Emperor Garden, this sect master will be waiting for you inside." After saying so, she and Jianghu flew past Yang Kai. Looking at the backs of these two, Yang Kai coldly snorted, not paying them any mind at all. He had long known that his trip to the Emperor Garden this time would not be peaceful. Without even mentioning others, the great forces who had previously clashed with him on Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely not let him off so easily. But so what? Now that he had broken through to the First Order Origin Returning Realm and his Sure had reached the minor accomplishment stage, even if he faced them, Yang Kai was not afraid. As long as he wasn't besieged by 4 or 5 top masters, he could always escape if he couldn't win. As such, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and was instead somewhat eager to find an opportunity to test the power of his Sure. Streaks of light flew past him from both near and far. These were the cultivators who had obtained Emperor Jades on Shadowed Star rushing towards the Emperor Garden. As time passed, gradually, all those who were qualified to enter the Emperor Garden passed through the space array in the sky and entered it. Up in the air, only Yang Kai's lonely figure remained, but he still continued to climb upwards at an extremely slow pace. Instead of becoming impatient, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Now that everyone had left, he no longer had anything to worry about. He could refine and strengthen his aura without any restraints. With such a rare opportunity, Yang Kai was not willing to miss it. Time continued to pass, and after 3 days, Yang Kai's face was pale as he stood somewhere in the void, gasping for breath, his legs trembling as if he had collapsed. At this point, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to take another step forward. The thick emperor pressure around him had increased to a level that made him tremble with fear. It was as if he took another step forward, he would be crushed to pieces. After 3 days of hard work, Yang Kai had obtained a wealth that ordinary cultivators would not be able to obtain even after several dozen or even 100 years. That was his understanding of Sure. Not only had his Sure reached the minor accomplishment stage, but it had also been greatly enhanced, making him not inferior to those masters who had been famous for a long time. Have I reached my limit? A trace of sadness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Although he still wanted to continue climbing, there was a limit to one's strength, so there was nothing he could do about it. But soon, he seemed to think of something and showed a thoughtful expression. After a full incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Slowly and painstakingly, he lifted his foot and placed it on the invisible stairs above. Hong, a pressure that almost destroyed Yang Kai's body and soul suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, a loud sizzling sound rang out. A strange force burst out from Yang Kai's body, turning into an invisible blade that cut through the emperor pressure surrounding him. His body suddenly became much more relaxed, and Yang Kai's figure flickered as he ascended another step. The sizzling sound became more intense, and as far as the eye could see, the space around Yang Kai began to distort, as if it was constantly collapsing and repairing itself. Space Force. Chapter 1441. The power of space was a divine ability that very few people could cultivate, and it was even more so a secret technique that no one could master. It was by relying on his space force that Yang Kai was able to take this final step, and this was far from the end. Wrapping himself in space force and combining it with his Sure to resist the emperor pressure, Yang Kai felt that he could continue to climb higher. After such a successful attempt, Yang Kai vaguely had an idea that excited him. Whether this idea would work or not would depend on the next test. Considering all this, Yang Kai's previous sadness was swept away and replaced with unparalleled excitement. Constantly urging his space force to merge with his Sure, Yang Kai repeated what he had been doing for the past 3 days. 7 days later, a white light curtain wrapped around Yang Kai and quickly flew up into the sky. This white light curtain was naturally the protective shield of the Emperor Jades. With this protection, Yang Kai did not feel any suppression from the Emperor pressure and was able to quickly approach the Emperor Garden. It had been 10 days since the Emperor Garden opened, and during these 10 days, Yang Kai had been condensing his shi and making great gains. Although he had entered the Emperor Garden 10 days later than everyone else and many of the good things had already been taken by others, Yang Kai did not regret it. Compared to those treasures, his gains this time were more than enough to satisfy him. His shi had now reached a limit and could no longer be strengthened with the help of the Emperor pressure, so Yang Kai made a prompt decision to rush to the Emperor Garden at full speed. Soon, Yang Kai arrived in front of the nearest space array, a disc-like object. When he looked at it from below, Yang Kai thought it was a solid object, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that this disc was actually not solid but was instead formed from pure energy. On the surface of this disc, there were many complex lines that flashed brightly. These were the space array diagrams. Yang Kai then looked up at the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai could not help frowning. Observing it from such a close distance, the Emperor Garden gave off a somewhat illusory feeling, as if it existed somewhere between real and illusory. It was as if it was floating there. Or as if it was not. It was just a projection. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Returning his attention to the space array, he observed it for a moment, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Not intending to stay here any longer, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a few high-rank saint crystals, accurately embedding them into the grooves of the space array. Immediately after, the space array lit up and Yang Kai shot up. A moment later. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The sky was silent, as if no one had ever been there. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure appeared on an unknown green grassland. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai immediately summoned his purple shield, which transformed into a purple light that protected him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, the others had entered this place 10 days earlier than him. If he suddenly fell into someone's encirclement, there would definitely be a battle. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no life aura within a 10-kilometer radius, let alone any kind of sneak attack. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became one of shock as he turned his head and looked around dumbfoundedly, his brow furrowed. Is this the Emperor Garden? His current location was actually on top of a grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue, and there were no clouds in sight. It was a good day with the sun hanging high in the sky. But how could this be the Emperor Garden? Others might not know what the interior of the Emperor Garden looked like, but Yang Kai was very clear. When he went with Fei Ji Tu and the others to rescue Qian Tong, he had already entered the Emperor Garden once. There were many richly ornamented buildings and palaces, so how could there be a grassland? However, if someone were to say that this was not the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai would not believe it. After all, he had entered this place through the space array, so it was impossible for there to be a mistake. What's going on here? Yang Kai was confused. At the same time, somewhere in this space, there was a beautiful woman wearing a fiery red palace dress. Her brow was slightly furrowed as a look of surprise appeared on her face. This beautiful woman had a beautiful figure and an outstanding appearance, clearly a first-class beauty. If that was all there was to it, the key was that this beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura from head to toe. This kind of enchanting aura was not something that could be compared to someone who cultivated some kind of bewitching technique, but rather someone who was born with it. Every frown, every smile, and every move she made was filled with a myriad of charm. She stood there like a ball of fire, attracting countless moths to throw themselves at her. The beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple was also extremely enchanting and charming, but compared to this woman, her charm was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was simply no comparison. At this moment, There were 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around this woman, 1 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm, 2 Second-Order Origin Returning Realm, and 1 First-Order Origin Returning Realm Master. The 4 of them formed a triangle, blocking off all avenues of retreat for this woman, all of them staring at her with greed. In all fairness, these 4 men were not lustful or lustful people. For experts with such strength, except for a very small number of people who had special preferences, beauty was not very important to them. What they pursued was the pinnacle of martial arts and the improvement of their cultivation base. However, this woman was simply too special. Her enchanting charm was irresistible to any man. The moment they saw her face, whether they were lustful or not, the 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't help wanting to capture her and pamper her with their own hands. It seemed that as long as they could spend a night with her, even if they died, it didn't matter. The woman stood alone, all by herself. Although her tender body exuded a powerful Third-Order Origin Returning Realm aura, the 4 men opposite her did not fear her. After all, they had the advantage in numbers and one of them could contend with her. A trace of perplexity flashed across her pretty face. That look of deep thought had a unique charm to it. Even her slightly furrowed brows exuded a captivating charm. The 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters gathered around her felt their hearts beat wildly as their faces flushed red. They could not help feeling their lips go dry as their blood rushed to their heads. Soon, the woman's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something, and an inexplicable look of excitement appeared on her face as she whispered, "He's here. He's actually here." Her voice was soft, but it exuded an irresistible charm. A dazzling smile blossomed on this tender face, causing the other 4 Origin Returning Realm Masters to completely lose their minds and attack the beautiful woman in green at the same time without hesitation. Although their attacks were ruthless, there was no murderous intent. They just wanted to capture this beautiful woman alive and ravage her wantonly. How could they be willing to let her suffer any harm? However, they had underestimated the strength of this beautiful woman far too much. Facing the overwhelming attacks coming from all directions, a trace of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes, as if she was annoyed that these 4 had interrupted her contemplation. Even if this beautiful woman was angry, she was still exceptionally beautiful. At the very least, the 4 men who attacked her could not help feeling pity for her and involuntarily slowing down their attacks. The beautiful woman did not show the slightest trace of politeness though, her tender body twirling in place as a pink mist suddenly filled the air. Hong hong hong, all of the attacks landed on the pink mist, but they only managed to cause it to wriggle a few times, but were unable to break it apart. The fog quickly dissipated, revealing the angry face of the beautiful woman. With a wave of her hand, a small fan appeared in her grasp. This fan was overflowing with world energy and at first glance it was obvious it was a high-grade artifact. What was even more surprising was that the surface of this fan was embroidered with many exquisite figures. There were men and women, all of them completely naked and in all kinds of poses, as if they were enjoying themselves. The pattern on the surface of the fan was actually an erotic painting. Ordinary women would not use such a shameful artifact, but the beautiful woman did not care at all. Her jade hand clenched the small fan as she bit her lip and shouted, "Courting death." As soon as her voice fell, she gently waved the fan. The erotic painting embroidered on the surface of the fan seemed to come to life as countless naked men and women rushed out from the fan, pouncing straight towards the 4 men and pouring into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The faces of the 4 men changed greatly as they tried to circulate their secret arts to resist, but it was already too late. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. They had underestimated the terrifying strength of this beautiful woman in red and had not been ruthless in their attacks. Now that they had been attacked by this woman, how could they defend themselves? The scene in front of them immediately changed. The 4 of them seemed to be in a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Decadent music that made one's blood boil echoed in their ears. Countless young women dressed in light muslin appeared beside them, singing and dancing. From time to time, they would display their beauty. Their beautiful eyes moved, and it was an instinct to please. The four men instantly fell and stood in place stupidly, all of them wearing happy smiles on their faces as they immersed themselves in this scene, unable to extricate themselves. The beautiful woman glanced at the four men in disgust but did not attack again, instead taking out a veil and covering her face before quickly flying off in a certain direction. Although it was only a vague feeling, she knew that person had come. It was just that too much time had passed, a full 20 to 30 years ago, so it was impossible for her to rely on her original secret technique to find him. She could only rely on her own instincts and pray that she could find him before the Emperor Garden closed. Otherwise, once she missed this opportunity, she may never be able to do so again. The figure of the beautiful woman gradually disappeared, and after an incense stick worth of time, the four men who were standing in place fell to the ground one after another, blood flowing from their 7 orifices as their bodies twitched and their vitality rapidly drained away. With just a single move, she had killed 4 origin returning realm masters, demonstrating just how terrifying her strength was. Is this still the Emperor Garden? On the green grassland, Yang Kai muttered to himself blankly. It had been a cup of tea's worth of time since he arrived here, but Yang Kai still could not figure out what was going on. However, the world energy aura here was indeed extremely rich, much richer than on Shadowed Star and not inferior even to his own High Heaven sect. It was clear that this place had surpassed the floating continent. From this point of view, it was possible that this was the Emperor Garden. However, Yang Kai remembered that in the Emperor Garden, one's divine sense could not extend too far from one's body, let alone investigate the situation within 10 kilometers. From this point of view, it was clear this was not the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1442. In any case, the best thing to do now was to find someone to inquire about the situation. At the very least, he had to figure out what was going on. After all, others had entered 10 days earlier than him and might know something he didn't. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out 2 communication artifacts from his space ring and poured his divine sense into them. Of these 2 communication artifacts, one was used to contact Yang Inflammation while the other was used to contact Qian Tong. Both had been left behind in the past and had come in handy now. As long as the distance between them wasn't too far, both sides would be able to contact each other. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai put away the communication artifacts with a look of disappointment. Neither Yang Inflammation nor Qian Tong responded. Obviously, even if they were here, they were too far away to be able to contact him. It seems I'll have to rely on myself. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew off in that direction. Even without using his star shuttle, Yang Kai's current speed was extremely fast, but along the way, he didn't encounter any living people. However, Yang Kai did find a lot of corpses here, as well as traces of battle. Some of these corpses belonged to monster beasts while others belonged to humans, but all of them had died gruesome deaths. It seemed that many great battles had broken out in this grassland. Judging from how dried up the blood was, these battles had probably ended not too long ago, the earliest being the day the Emperor Garden opened. There were also many traces of spirit grasses and spirit medicines being harvested here. It seemed that many people had obtained some benefits here. After half a day, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over 100 kilometers away, the faint sounds of battle could be heard, mixed with the shockwaves of energy collisions. It was obvious that a good show was about to unfold. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. Now that he had broken through to the origin returning realm and had condensed his sure to the limit, he could even fight against a third-order origin returning realm master, so naturally, he was bold enough to do so. The distance of 100 kilometers was covered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When Yang Kai arrived and saw what was going on, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and exclaim, "Seven-colored elk." Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't expect to see the famous rainbow elk here. He recognized this monster beast because he had once obtained the 10,000-year incense on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand field. One of the main ingredients of the 10,000-year incense was the 7-colored elk's perfume sachet. Needless to say, the benefits of the 10,000-year incense went without saying. The cultivator could cultivate in the fragrance of the incense, which could purify their mind and reduce their inner demons. However, the materials needed to refine them were extremely difficult to find. Each of them was made from the body of a level 10 monster beast. Among them, the rainbow elk sachet was the most difficult to obtain. This was because this monster beast was a remnant of an ancient strange beast and was rumored to have gone extinct long ago. Therefore, even if some great sects had mastered the refining method of the 10,000-year incense, they couldn't make bricks without straw. But as soon as he stepped into this strange place, he encountered a rainbow elk. No, it didn't seem to be a rainbow elk. Yang Kai frowned again and carefully observed the battlefield in front of him. At first glance, this monster beast looked similar to a rainbow elk, but upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. It was rumored that the rainbow elk was born as a level 8 monster beast, and when it reached its peak, it could even reach the level 10. Although the one in front of him was also an adult monster beast, it was obviously only at the peak of level 9, not even level 10. Moreover, the 7-colored glow on its body wasn't as frightening as the rumors said. The 7-colored glow of a real rainbow elk was its innate divine technique, which had the magical effect of ignoring all defenses. Even an Origin King Realm cultivator would have to retreat 3 meters in front of it. If one wanted to kill a real rainbow elk, it would take several Origin Kings working together. There were a total of 5 people fighting this rainbow elk, 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at least Origin returning realm masters, including 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd order cultivators. The artifacts they summoned were also unpredictable and varied. Even so, the 5 people didn't dare to be careless. 2 of them were in a sorry state, as if they had already suffered a great loss at the hands of this monster beast. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts blasted towards the monster beast, but it remained motionless, standing in place with a human-like look of contempt in its eyes. The 7-colored glow on its body blossomed and blocked all the attacks. After the collision of energy, the monster beast remained unscathed. On the other hand, the 5 people who had been fighting for a long time were panting heavily due to their Saint Chi exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't conceal himself when he arrived, which surprised the 5 people. In this kind of place, what they feared the most was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when their divine senses swept over Yang Kai, they found that he was just a first-order returning realm cultivator, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. The weakest of the 5 was at this level, and there were still second-order and third-order cultivators among them. Naturally, they didn't take Yang Kai seriously. After exchanging glances with each other, a middle-aged man divided a part of his attention to monitor Yang Kai's movements while the rest continued to besiege the monster beast. Yang Kai was naturally aware of their actions, but he wasn't annoyed at all. If he were in their shoes, he would have done the same, so there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even tighter. Because he found that he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. Although Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with the cultivator from other great forces on Shadowed Star, when the Emperor Garden opened this time, he had been condensing his sure outside. In other words, he had seen most of the cultivator who had passed by him on the way to the Emperor Garden. However, he didn't recognize any of these 5 people. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that the clothes these 5 wore were somewhat different from those on Shadowed Star, as if they weren't from Shadowed Star at all. Thinking so, Yang Kai felt like he was about to fall into a daze. However, he had only come to inquire about the situation and had no intention of interfering or disturbing them. He was just going to wait for the battle to end before coming forward to speak. The battle continued, and after an hour, the 5 of them showed signs of disappointment and retreating. The reason was none other than the fact that the demonic beast, which was similar to the rainbow elk, was extremely difficult to deal with. The seven-colored light covering its body was mysterious, but it was actually very sturdy. No matter how the 5 of them attacked, they couldn't break it. Moreover, the monster beast's counterattacks from time to time were extremely sharp. At this point, the 5 people had all suffered some injuries. The most seriously injured, the black-haired old man, had his abdomen pierced through and was bleeding profusely. Although this wasn't a serious injury, if this battle continued, it would only worsen his injuries and weaken his combat effectiveness. Brother Min, should we temporarily withdraw and reconsider our options? Another white-haired old man frowned and said. Everyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Without even mentioning the fact that they couldn't do anything to the monster beast in a short time, this place was so open that if they were taken advantage of in the middle of a fierce battle, it was likely they would be the fishermen who took advantage of the situation. After all, Yang Kai had already followed the sounds of the battle and found this place. The injured black-haired old man wasn't an inflexible person, so he nodded and said, "Okay, let's withdraw first." Since the 2 strongest old men had already said so, the slightly weaker middle-aged man and the 2 women naturally didn't have any objections. The 5 people all made a feint and immediately withdrew from the battle, running away as fast as lightning. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the direction in which the 5 people left was where Yang Kai was standing. It seemed that they wanted to use him to slightly resist the monster beast. Yang Kai frowned and immediately understood what they were thinking. Although he was displeased, he didn't show it. "Let's go." Among the group of 5, a petite young woman wearing a black robe, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, called out to Yang Kai as she passed by him. Among the 5 people, her cultivation was the lowest. Like Yang Kai, she was only at the first-order origin returning realm. It was unknown what kind of cultivation method she practiced, but her strength wasn't low, and her appearance didn't change at all. The other party had good intentions, so Yang Kai grinned at her and asked, "You don't want this monster beast, right?" The woman frowned and didn't have time to answer. In the blink of an eye, she was hundreds of feet away. Her figure flickered a few more times, and she was already far away. The 5 people wanted to escape, but the monster beast became fierce. It let out a cry similar to a deer's cry and moved its 4 hooves, suddenly turning into a 7-colored stream of light and chasing in the direction of the 5 people. Its speed was as fast as lightning, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As it ran, a 7-colored light separated from its body and shot toward Yang Kai. Facing such a monster beast, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. He reached out and pointed, and the purple shield stood in front of him. The next moment, the 7-colored light collided with the purple shield. It was silent. What surprised Yang Kai was that his purple shield was unable to completely defend against this attack. The 7-colored light actually passed through the shield like it was nothing, directly piercing through it and striking towards his chest. But the shield was not damaged at all. Was there really a magic that could ignore defense? Yang Kai was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that I was blind? Was this really a 7-colored elk that was supposed to be extinct? But soon, he rejected this idea, because although the 7-colored light did pass through his purple shield, its power was greatly reduced. It didn't have the terrifying power that it had just released. If it was really a 7-colored elk's light, it definitely wouldn't be like this. It seemed that even if this monster beast wasn't a real 7-colored elk, it had some bloodline relationship with this ancient species. "I've found a treasure." Yang Kai wasn't surprised, but was happy. His figure flashed, and he dodged the 7-colored light's attack. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and a space blade attacked the monster beast with lightning speed. The other party didn't seem to take Yang Kai seriously, thinking that it could kill him with one blow. It didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him at all. When the space blade came close, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late to dodge at this time. The pitch-black space blade cut the monster beast's body, and the seven-colored light shook, and a small hole appeared. The defense that the 5 people couldn't break no matter how hard they tried was done by Yang Kai. As soon as this remark came out, all 5 people laughed. Yang Kai scratched his head and stood in place awkwardly, knowing that he must have asked the wrong question. Could the star little friend Yang is from be a remote place? Min Sha speculated boldly. Island Master Min is right, the star this Yang came from is indeed quite remote, so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Oh, no wonder, Min Sha nodded. Our azure tree star is the same. Its location is remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. Originally, this old master and the others had the same idea as little friend Yang, thinking that only a cultivator from Azure Tree Star could enter the Emperor Garden, but after entering, we discovered that any cultivator from across the entire star's territory could enter this place. This old master also inquired about this and found that the Emperor Garden has a phantom image projected on every star. As long as one possesses an Emperor Jade, they can use the space array to teleport here. So that's how it is. Yang Kai murmured before casually saying, this Yang's shadowed star is similar to your Azure Tree Star. Shadowed star? The 5 people all frowned, obviously having never heard of it before. However, even though Azure Tree Star's location was remote and inconvenient to communicate with the outside world, it was still much better than Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star could almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, unable to establish contact with the rest of its territory. Azure Tree Star was certainly not like this. If he hadn't asked someone about this, he wouldn't have known. Before talking to Min Sha, he had been wondering if this place was really the Emperor Garden. Since the real Emperor Garden is over there, why are you here, Island Master Min? Yang Kai looked at the 5 people in surprise, not understanding why they had let go of this heaven-sent opportunity and instead chose to stay in this grassland instead of venturing deeper into the Emperor Garden. Min Sha smiled bitterly and said, it's a long story. Let me put it this way, although there are many treasures in the Emperor Garden, its interior is also extremely dangerous. Not to mention the hidden barriers and spirit arrays and the long-lost ancient puppets, just the number of masters gathered in the Emperor Garden at this moment is innumerable. This old master and the others originally entered this place with 10 people, but little friend, how many of us are left now? After hearing this explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 5 people had probably encountered some kind of great danger in the Emperor Garden and were forced to retreat in fear. This wasn't difficult to understand, after all, everyone only had one life. Although treasures and opportunities were full of temptation, if one lost their life, how could they have a chance to enjoy them? It seemed that the Emperor Garden was somewhat different from the last time he entered it. The degree of danger should have greatly increased, otherwise, these 5 people would not have been so frightened. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. The last time Yang Kai entered with Fei Ji Tu and the others, the Emperor Garden had not yet officially opened, so some of the barriers and spirit arrays were still closed. Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Min Sha didn't disturb him, only letting out a hearty laugh a moment later as he said excitedly, however, little friend Yang shouldn't underestimate the outer perimeter of the Emperor Garden. Whether it's the grasslands, swamps, deserts, or oceans, there are all kinds of opportunities that can make one's eyes go red. Oh? What do you mean? Yang Kai couldn't help becoming interested. That palace is indeed one of the residences of the great emperors, but little friend Yang, the great emperors couldn't have lived alone when they were alive. There were always some servants and disciples who served them. This old master does not dare to speculate about the great emperor's cultivation, but even the people who serve him are definitely not weak. As for those disciples, not all of them live inside the Emperor Garden but rather outside, so there are many hidden secluded mansions in the periphery of the Emperor Garden. As long as we can find one of them, this old master's trip will have been worth it. Min Sha said as he stroked his long beard, his face glowing with a faint red glow. If we can kill it, the value of its fragrant sachet and monster core will be no small matter. Min Sha said solemnly. The others nodded repeatedly and immediately began planning carefully. What they didn't know was that the 7-colored elk variant had already been captured by Yang Kai and its fragrant sachet and monster core had already been stored in Yang Kai's space ring. At this moment, Yang Kai was flying in the direction of the Emperor Garden. According to Min Sha, the Emperor Garden was 100,000 kilometers away from here. Even with Yang Kai's speed, it would take him 2 or 3 days to reach it, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the surface, Yang Kai was calm and indifferent, but deep down, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. His heart was filled with longing. He longed to meet Su Yan here. Chapter 1445. Since the Emperor Garden was open to the entire Star's territory, as long as Su Yan was still within Star's territory, she would have a chance to enter it. However, Yang Kai did not know what her current cultivation was, whether she was qualified to enter, and even if she was, would she be able to obtain an Emperor Jade? With all kinds of uncertainties, the chances of the two of them meeting here were slim, but even so, Yang Kai still held some expectations in his heart. The two of them had an inextricable connection because of the Yin-Yang joyous unification art, so if Su Yan was really here, Yang Kai would be able to sense her presence within a certain range. With such thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, summoning a crystal-clear bead that exuded a cold aura into his palm. Su Yan's Ice Soul Bead. As long as the bead existed, the bead would shatter and she would die. This Ice Soul Bead had been given to him by Jianghu, and even though so many years had passed since it had been condensed, there was still a lingering aura on it that Yang Kai was reluctant to part with. Feeling the chill emanating from the bead in his hand, Yang Kai's gaze gradually softened and his mood quickly calmed down. Storing the bead back into his space ring, Yang Kai let out a long roar like a rolling dragon's roar, venting the last bit of anger in his heart before shooting off like a bolt of lightning towards the Emperor Garden. One day later, Yang Kai was still flying across the grassland. The scenery around him didn't seem to have changed much, which showed how big this strange place was. Along the way, Yang Kai did not encounter any dangers. Although there were many cultivators entering the Emperor Garden now, they were all scattered across such a large area that the crowds were not too dense. On the other hand, there were many strange monster beasts roaming the grassland, each one of which looked like they were not to be trifled with. Some of them had incredible demonic chi, some were extremely strong, and some were good at escaping, not giving anyone a chance to approach them. Yang Kai did not waste any time dealing with these monster beasts, he just wanted to find someone to inquire about whether he was heading in the right direction. As he flew, his divine sense leisurely spread out in all directions. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a stop, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Not far from his left, there was clearly the aura of living people, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Yang Kai made up his mind and changed direction, heading in that direction. After a short period of time, Yang Kai had already arrived at the location of those people. Looking around, his expression couldn't help but be stunned. He stared at a certain location in high spirits, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The reason was none other than the fact that he actually found traces of restrictions and formations here. At the position where he was looking at, there was a layer of energy light screen that was faintly discernible. It seemed that there were some flaws after the attack, and when the energy light screen was faintly discernible, the scene within the light screen also changed slightly. Illusion Array. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked around more carefully. The terrain here was quite special. Although it was still a grassland, there was a ring-shaped mountain here. Looking at it with the naked eye, there was nothing strange about the valley inside the ring-shaped mountain. Although the vegetation was lush, there were no spirit grasses or medicines. But all of this was definitely an illusion, because when the energy light screen flickered, the scenery inside the valley also changed. Impossible, right? Is my luck really that good? Yang Kai was amazed. He had heard from Min Sha just a day ago that there were many hidden secluded homes in this grassland, but he hadn't expected to run into one so quickly. This valley was clearly a hidden secluded home. There was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would be no need to arrange an illusion array on the periphery to confuse others. However, it had been discovered and attacked, so it had been exposed. At this moment, there were two groups of people gathered here. There weren't many people in either group, 4 on one side and 3 on the other, each led by a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The rest were first-order and second-order origin returning realm cultivators. Close to the valley's restriction was a side with fewer people, all of whom were women. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over these 3 women, he couldn't help raising his brow, revealing a thoughtful look. These 3 women were all dressed in pristine white robes. It seemed that they were all from the same sect. Their beauty was outstanding. Even the oldest one was full of charm. The other 2 were also thin and round. Each of them had their own merits. However, what caught Yang Kai's attention was not their beauty, but their temperament. She was cold, aloof. She seemed to be a little unreasonable and unapproachable. The aura emitted from her delicate body was also extremely cold. This kind of temperament made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Su Yan's temperament was exactly the same as theirs. On the other side, there was also a cultivator from the same sect, dressed in a fiery red robe that made him look like a burning fireball. 3 men and 1 woman, all of them staring at the 3 women opposite them with ill intentions. Although Yang Kai had just arrived and had only taken a few glances, he quickly figured out what was going on in front of him. These 3 women must have discovered this hidden secluded home first, and when they were attacking the barrier here, they were noticed by the other group and chased here. However, because the difference in numbers and strength between the 2 sides wasn't too obvious, they were in a stalemate, with no one showing any intention of making the first move. Generally, when a cultivator encountered this kind of situation, there were only 2 ways to resolve it. One was for both sides to fight to the death, and the remaining side would monopolize all the benefits. The other was for both sides to reach a temporary agreement to explore together, and the benefits obtained would be distributed according to their prior agreement. There were no other possibilities besides this. Yang Kai observed their expressions and felt that the first possibility was Judah, because when these 2 groups looked at each other, their eyes flashed with hatred and anger, as if they had known each other for a long time, and the gap between them was quite deep. Yang Kai wondered which stars they came from. This is interesting. Yang Kai was overjoyed. No wonder the 2 sides were at daggers drawn when they met. However, Yang Kai did not put Kong Wendong's threat in his eyes. With his current strength, only an Origin King Realm Master could kill him in an instant. An Origin Returning Realm Master had no such ability. The young woman smiled, combed her hair, and said casually, "Kong Wendong, you're really getting worse and worse. Are you only capable of threatening others now? Little brother, you don't have to be afraid of him. Although Brilliant Flame Sect is not ordinary, my Ice Heart Valley is not easy to bully. If you can help this mistress this once, this mistress can give you some benefits, what do you think?" Hearing what she said, Kong Wendong frowned, but Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he asked with a grin, "What kind of benefits are there?" The young woman smiled like a blooming flower and said lightly, "Pills, Saint Crystals, what do you think?" Yang Kai sneered and slowly shook his head. Pills and saint crystals might be attractive to other first-order origin returning realm masters, but they were not attractive to him at all. Chapter 1446. Then what benefits do you want? The young woman seemed to be a little displeased that Yang Kai was actually negotiating with her at this time. Before Yang Kai had time to answer, Kong Wendong didn't give him a chance. How could he just sit back and watch Yang Kai be won over by this young woman? His expression becoming fierce, Kong Wendong shouted, "Boy, this Kong has already given you a chance, but you chose to seek your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. A trivial first-order origin returning realm, if this Kong wants to kill you, who can stop me?" Saying so, Kong Wendong pushed his Saint Chi and a scorching aura spread from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise by a level. Kong Wendong looked like he was about to go on a killing spree, but in fact, he was just putting on an act in order to force Yang Kai back. Since he had already offended the other party verbally, Kong Wendong naturally didn't want Yang Kai to remain, but without understanding Yang Kai's background, Kong Wendong didn't really want to make a big fuss. Kong Wendong's plan was very good and his thoughts were clear, but the young woman in the palace robes wasn't a fool. How could she just stand by and watch Yang Kai leave? Without waiting for Kong Wendong's voice to fall, she shouted, "If you have the ability, try it." The chill radiating from her tender body became even more intense as she glared at Kong Wendong without flinching. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at this beautiful woman with a gloomy expression. The other party's words just now didn't sound like there was anything wrong with them at first glance. Instead, it sounded like she was trying to protect him, but if Yang Kai's guess was correct, this woman obviously wasn't so kind. She seemed to be eager for Kong Wendong to attack him. This was understandable. If this bald man really did attack him, he would definitely push him towards the three women's side, forcing him to become their helper. At that time, whether he was willing or not, if he wanted to live, he would have to join forces with them. This woman wasn't as pure as she appeared on the surface and was actually quite scheming. This greatly reduced Yang Kai's impression of her. The key now was whether Kong Wendong would fall for her provocation or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai glanced over at the burly bald-headed man again, but after a single glance, he couldn't help but sigh. The other party was a cultivator from Brilliant Flame's sect, so the secret art he cultivated was definitely a fire attribute cultivator. Most cultivators who cultivated this kind of secret art had a common problem. That was because he was hot-tempered. Being aggressive had nothing to do with a person's personality. It was completely due to the cultivation technique. The young woman's words made Kong Wendong feel like he was riding a tiger. Moreover, he wasn't a mild-tempered person. Why would he hesitate? Furthermore, a mere first-order origin returning realm. He really didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him away so rudely when he first arrived here. He laughed sinisterly. Kong Wendong said, "Brat, don't blame this old man when you reach the netherworld. If you want to blame someone, then blame that bitch. She forced me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's head. The fire attribute aura between heaven and earth suddenly gathered above Yang Kai's head and soon, a huge flaming palm took shape, burning fiercely as it mercilessly slammed down towards Yang Kai. Seeing this scene, the young woman's eyes shrank as horror filled her face. Although they had fought with Brilliant Flame sect cultivators all year round, this was the first time they had seen such a powerful attack. Kong Wendong had clearly displayed the full extent of his fire attribute attacks. Although she was shocked, the young woman leading the group did not let go of this rare opportunity. Just as Kong Wendong attacked Yang Kai, attracting almost everyone's attention, the young woman suddenly waved her hands like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, her body exuding a chilling aura as a white ice spear formed in front of her. With a shout, this spear trembled slightly and shot out like an arrow towards the weakest cultivator on the opposite side. This cultivator's cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, one of the weakest among the 7. Injuring all 10 of his fingers was not as good as cutting off one. The young woman's appearance was quite good, but her attacks were extremely ruthless and merciless. A pitiful scream immediately rang out as the cultivator targeted by the young woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had instinctively moved his body at the critical moment, the ice spear still pierced through his lower abdomen, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. He had been severely injured. After all, this was a sneak attack launched by a cultivator 2 minor realms higher than him, so it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Even so, he had lost most of his combat strength and would not be able to play much of a role in the upcoming battle. Seeing her attack succeed, a satisfied smile appeared on the young woman's tender face. Kong Wendong was stunned for a moment before his expression suddenly became ferocious as he ground his teeth and shouted, "Cheap slut, so this was your plan all along." He had underestimated the cunning of this young woman. He had thought that after he attacked, this young woman would try to rescue Yang Kai and then win his support, creating a 4 versus 4 situation. But how could he have known that this young woman did not put Yang Kai's life or death in her eyes at all and instead took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure one of his own people? Exchanging the life of an unknown boy for the strength of one of their own people, Ice Heart Valley had profited greatly from this deal. Kong Wendong's face was uglier than a dead man's, as if he had just swallowed a fly and was extremely disgusted. The young woman, on the other hand, smiled like a flower and leisurely said, "Kong Wendong, if you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame this queen for being impolite." "Bastard!" Kong Wendong cursed loudly, "Do you think you can eat this, father? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Take a look at what this is." The young woman didn't care about the other party's insults. Instead, she calmly pointed her hand and a small flower drum appeared in her palm. It looked exquisite, but the flower drum was emitting strong spirit chi fluctuations. Profound heart-shattering drum. The burly bald man's eyes shrank as he exclaimed in shock, as if this artifact had a great origin. Staring at the young woman in disbelief, he asked, "How could you have such a thing?" The young woman giggled lightly, "Since we want to enter the Emperor Garden, of course we have to bring some good artifacts. What's wrong? Don't you have an Origin King grade artifact?" These words caused Kong Wendong to choke on his breath. He and this young woman had the same cultivation and status in their respective sects, but now, this young woman had an Origin King grade artifact while he did not. In comparison, Kong Wendong's status seemed a bit shabby and unvalued. This was not a big deal though, the key was the power of this artifact. Since it was an Origin King grade artifact, it must possess great lethality. The burly bald man knew how strange this profound heart-shattering drum was, so a look of dread appeared on his face. But soon, he laughed, as if he had figured out something. "Cheap slut, you don't need to pretend. If you could fully activate the power of this profound heart-shattering drum, why didn't you take it out just now? If I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully refined this thing, right?" This time, it was the young woman's face that turned ugly. Indeed, as Kong Wendong said, this Origin King grade artifact was something she had obtained from her elder specifically for this trip to the Emperor Garden. After using it, she would have to return it. The time she had been given was simply too short, so Yang Kai had not fully refined it and could only display 50% of its power at best. Otherwise, how could she have wasted so much time with Kong Wendong? She would have long used the power of this artifact to repel him instead of continuing this stalemate. Seeing the young woman's face change slightly, Kong Wendong immediately knew that his guess was correct and laughed loudly. "You want to scare this Kong with a trivial artifact that hasn't been fully refined? Smelly woman, do you think this Kong is easily frightened? So what? An Origin King grade artifact is an Origin King grade artifact. If you want to try it, you can try, but if you don't have the courage, scram. The young woman shouted coldly. Kong Wendong frowned, not knowing what to do for a while. On one hand, he was reluctant and greedy for this secluded home, but on the other hand, he was wary of the profound heart-shattering drum. He really did not want to test its power, so his expression was hesitant. Huh, are you going to fight or not? I still have to go to another place. A long sigh came from not far away, and in an instant, everyone turned towards the source of this voice in amazement, dumbfounded. The place where Kong Wendong had gathered his fire attribute world energy to launch his attack was covered by a ball of fire. However, at this moment, the rich fire attribute world energy seemed to have been dispersed by something, leisurely dissipating in all directions, revealing a figure hidden in the middle of it. How is this possible? Kong Wendong almost bit his tongue, unable to believe his eyes. Over there, the little brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, who had been attacked by him before, was actually standing in place unscathed. Not only was he not dead, but there were no signs of injury either. How is this possible? Kong Wendong was well aware of the power of his attack. Forget about a brat from the First Order Origin returning realm, even a Third Order Origin returning realm master would not be able to withstand such a blow. A trivial First Order Origin returning realm cultivator should have been killed immediately. The other party had not summoned any defensive artifacts at all just now, nor had he used his Saint Chi to protect himself, so how could he not be injured at all? Kong Wendong almost thought he was dreaming. Not only him, but the three women on the young woman's side were also shocked, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai's expression was extremely helpless. Originally, after being attacked by Kong Wendong, he had restrained his aura and was preparing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but now it seemed that this idea was somewhat unrealistic. The strength of these two sides had now reached a stalemate and would likely remain in this stalemate for a long time. Unless something unexpected happened, no one would take the initiative to attack. In desperation, Yang Kai could only show himself. At this moment, not only did Kong Wendong's face become ugly, but the young woman's expression was also quite ugly. The former had attacked him, while the latter had used the moment he was attacked to launch a sneak attack on her enemy. Although her words sounded good, the result was that she had chosen to watch him die without saving him, so she naturally felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 1448. Looking around, the yellow-robed old man didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, but his appearance was somewhat distressed. Paying the price of a defensive artifact, he had finally managed to escape from the demonic flames, his actions extremely decisive. Yang Kai was surprised, secretly thinking that he had underestimated this old man. Being able to cultivate to the Second Order Origin returning realm, this old man's combat experience was truly rich. Little brat. This old master will skin you alive, otherwise, the hatred in my heart will never be appeased. The yellow-robed old man managed to escape, but not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his expression instead becoming violent as he glared at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth as he threatened fiercely. As soon as his voice fell, he opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out a breath of air, as if he was trying to use some powerful secret technique. But how could Yang Kai let this old man do as he pleased? Although he didn't know what kind of trump card this old man had, the situation of a battle often changed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this old man really did have some kind of ultimate trump card up his sleeve. Thinking so, Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and sent it flying towards the old man's head like a spear. The golden blood thread was extremely sharp, and after being nourished by Yang Kai for so long, it was incredibly powerful and could be changed at will. After the old man's defensive artifact self-destructed, his artifact armor alone was unable to protect him from the piercing attack of the golden blood thread. Yang Kai was fully confident he could kill or severely injure this old man. But what surprised him was that in the face of such an attack, his opponent actually had no intention of dodging at all. He still stood in place with a solemn expression, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth was like a rolling heat wave, extremely fiery red and visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red mass of chi appeared in front of this old man, one that contained a terrifying power that even Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still a fire attribute attack, but this fiery red mass of chi was completely different from the flames released by the old man before, so Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of mysteries were hidden inside it. As soon as this fiery red mass of chi took shape, the golden blood thread pierced through it. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly and he immediately took back his golden blood thread. Frowning, he saw that the front part of his golden blood thread was showing signs of melting. If Yang Kai had not withdrawn it in time, a part of his golden blood thread would have been dissolved, causing him to suffer a certain backlash. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. He didn't expect the secret technique his opponent used to be so powerful. On the other hand, the old man's originally ruddy face was slightly pale at this moment. It was obvious that using this secret technique was a great burden on him, but he still laughed wildly. "Boy, come and try the power of this old master's heaven-scorching thunder fire." Saying so, he pointed his finger forward and poured his Saint Chi madly into the fiery red mass of Chi in front of him. Nourished by his Saint Chi, the fiery red mass of Chi suddenly swelled and released a scorching aura that caused the world to change color. Immediately after, the fiery red mass of Chi squirmed and transformed into a ferocious flaming monster. As soon as it took shape, this monster rushed towards Yang Kai fiercely. Wherever it passed, even space seemed to melt and the sand and stones on the ground immediately turned into molten iron, a shocking sight to behold. On the other hand, on the battlefield of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, the woman from Iceheart Valley had the upper hand. After all, her opponent had been severely injured by the lead young woman of Iceheart Valley and was unable to exert much of his strength at this moment, only able to grit his teeth and struggle bitterly. It wouldn't take long for him to be defeated and killed. As long as a winner was decided here, the advantage would slowly shift towards Iceheart Valley's side, and victory would be assured. It didn't take much time to investigate this situation. Yang Kai only needed to release his divine sense to understand the overall situation, but at that moment, a roar suddenly rang out from the other side. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked over, only to see the Firebird artifact spirit completely suppressing the monster's aura. The Firebird artifact spirit treated the thunder fire released by the monster's body as if it was nothing and simply wrapped it up in a ball of fire. Although both of them were flame bodies, there was a clear distinction between them. Yang Kai's artifact spirit had long since gained sentience and was nourished by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. It was not an ordinary flame that could be compared to it, and after swallowing several streams of sun's true fire, its power had greatly increased. The monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was simply not on the same level as it. As such, the artifact spirit Firebird was immediately at a disadvantage, and from the looks of it, it seemed it wanted to swallow it whole. Seeing this scene, the yellow-robed old man became both anxious and angry. He had spent a huge amount of energy to display this trump card, but unexpectedly it had no effect, so how could he not vomit blood? Continuously releasing his divine sense, he tried to control the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire to escape from the artifact spirit Firebird, but to no avail. "Old thing, look over here." Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and shouted loudly. The yellow-robed old man involuntarily turned his head, secretly guarding against Yang Kai's actions, lest he take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as soon as he looked over, he could no longer move his eyes away. Inside Yang Kai's left eye, a budding flower bud suddenly appeared, and with a slight sway, it strangely took root in the yellow-robed old man's knowledge sea. Immediately, the flower began to spread in all directions, as if it wanted to bloom into its own beauty. But what shocked the yellow-robed old man was that as this flower bloomed, his spiritual energy began to gather and be absorbed by it, completely out of his control. It was as if this flower was blooming with his own spiritual energy as its source. In just a short time, nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed, and it was still being consumed at a terrifying rate. It was likely that within a dozen breaths of time, his spiritual energy would be completely drained. Once his knowledge sea dried up, he would inevitably suffer mental trauma, and this kind of injury was not easy to recover from. The yellow-robed old man was so shocked that he no longer had time to stimulate his heaven-scorching thunder fire and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to wrap around the flower, submerging it. Hong, a silent explosion occurred in the old man's knowledge sea, causing it to shake violently, rolling up monstrous waves. Poo, with a loud sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having been seriously injured. Although he had used his spiritual energy to forcibly dispel Yang Kai's blossoming lotus secret technique, he had still inevitably suffered heavy injuries. As the saying goes, blessings do not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come singly. The old man had just resolved his crisis when the heaven-scorching thunder fire, which he had not been able to control, was swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit. The Firebird once again returned to its original form, but the monster transformed from the heaven-scorching thunder fire was nowhere to be seen. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that inside the Firebird artifact spirit's belly, there was a dark bolt of lightning that was constantly swimming about. Naturally, it was the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Poo, another mouthful of blood sprayed from the yellow-robed old man's mouth. The heaven-scorching thunder fire was connected to his soul, so now that it had been swallowed into the Firebird's belly, the connection was severed and there was naturally a backlash. One encounter after another caused the yellow-robed old man's aura to become extremely sluggish and his face to become as pale as paper. Where was his previous high-spirited second-order origin returning realm master? At this moment, he looked like an old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. The old man had never expected that a trivial first-order origin returning realm could force him to this extent. Before he could stabilize the tumbling Saint Chi in his body, a golden light appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's golden blood thread. Take advantage of your opponent's weakness to take their life. Yang Kai had wandered the outside world for so many years and had experienced countless battles, so he naturally understood this simple truth. The battle here was between two second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Originally, they were evenly matched, but with the addition of Yang Kai and the first-order origin realm cultivator, the situation immediately changed. Fighting 3 against 1, the female cultivator from Brilliant Flame sect didn't even have a chance to escape. After less than 30 breaths of time, she was killed by the two women from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai only played a small role in pinning down the enemy, but his contribution was not negligible. The situation quickly changed beyond everyone's expectations. With Yang Kai as the breakthrough, Ice Heart Valley gained the upper hand while only Kong Wendong of the 4 Brilliant Flame sect cultivators remained to contend with the young woman. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Kong Wendong's eyes flashed a trace of resentment as he viciously spat, "Cheap slut, one day you'll pay the price." Saying so, he used a feint to escape from the young woman's attack range and summoned a mass of flames from his body, wrapping him up as he flew away at an incredible speed. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret technique he was using. The young woman was caught off guard and allowed him to escape a few kilometers away, causing her beautiful face to go pale with anxiety. She didn't want to let Kong Wendong escape. If he called for some kind of helper, the situation here would become even more complicated, so she quickly shouted, "Stop him. Hearing her shout, the other two women from Ice Heart Valley naturally hurriedly chased after him, but Yang Kai just frowned and stood in place, motionless. Whether Kong Wendong lived or died had nothing to do with him, and Yang Kai didn't know which Great Force Brilliant Flame sect belonged to, so even if he let him escape, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. What Yang Kai cared about was the benefits inside this secluded home. As long as he could break the barrier around this secluded home and plunder the treasures inside, he could leave with ease. He wasn't in the mood to intervene in the grievances between Brilliant Flame sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeing Yang Kai not moving, showing no intention of helping, the young woman became anxious and quickly said, "Kong Wendong also has the heaven-scorching thunder fire, killing him will be of great benefit to your spirit fire." Her thoughts were really quick, and with just a few words, she had aroused Yang Kai's interest. Really? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. After all, the heaven-scorching thunder fire seemed to be quite powerful. He had thought that the yellow-robed old man had obtained some kind of opportunity and was able to cultivate it, but now even Kong Wendong had it. How could this mistress deceive you? I can explain the specific reasons to you later, but Kong Wendong definitely has the heaven-scorching thunder fire. Seeing Yang Kai's interested expression, the young woman immediately knew that she had made the right bet and quickly assured him. "In that case, we can't let him escape." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few kilometers away. The young woman's eyes shrank as the dread in them deepened. Even with her cultivation, she was unable to see through what kind of profound movement skill Yang Kai was using. This was not surprising though. The Tao of space that Yang Kai mastered was something that very few people cultivated. Not only was it extremely rare, but it was also extremely difficult to grasp. Unless one encountered a character like Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng of Heaven Battling Union, it would be impossible to see through Yang Kai's traces and identity. Only someone like Mo Xiaosheng, who cultivated the Tao of space like Yang Kai, could vaguely grasp some clues. By using his Tao of space slightly, Yang Kai could cross a considerable distance at an extremely fast speed. Although this method was not as good as tearing space, it was still no trivial matter. The most important thing was that it was hidden and would not expose his proficiency in the Tao of space. After all, tearing space was simply too obvious. Kong Wendong's speed was not slow, but no matter how fast he was, he could not compare to Yang Kai who could cross space. In just a dozen breaths, Yang Kai had appeared in front of him and with a flick of his finger, sent out a small bird of demonic flame towards him. Boy, scram! Kong Wendong was furious and did not attempt to dodge, instead pouring his Saint Chi into a large saber-like artifact in his hand and slashing it towards Yang Kai. A huge saber wave several dozen meters long shot out from this artifact, taking the shape of a crescent moon with astonishing momentum. The demonic flames were instantly scattered, but in the face of such a blow, Yang Kai didn't dare to lower his guard. After all, his opponent wasn't weak. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai summoned his purple shield and transformed it into a sandstorm to protect himself. A loud bang rang out as sand and wind splashed about. The saber wave disappeared and a large gap was torn in the sandstorm formed by the purple shield, almost exposing Yang Kai's figure. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact? Kong Wendong's eyes shrank as he exclaimed. His eyesight was quite good though, so he was able to identify the grade of this purple shield at once. The evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own making cannot be avoided. Kong Wendong, today, this will be your burial place. From a distance, a tender voice called out. It was the young woman from Ice Heart Valley who had chased after Kong Wendong. Although her speed was slower than Yang Kai's, Kong Wendong did not run far before being stopped by Yang Kai. Seeing this situation, the young woman was overjoyed and summoned her Origin King-grade artifact, the profound heart-shattering drum. Before she even arrived, her jade white hand had already gently tapped the drum. A slight drumming sound rang out from all directions, making for an extremely strange sight. Although the sound was soft, it was enough to cause one's blood to boil and feel extremely uncomfortable when it entered one's ears. But this was not the end. The young woman's jade white hand continued to beat the drum, her movements slow and laborious, as if she was paying a great price. With every beat, the young woman's face paled slightly while the sound from the profound heart-shattering drum grew louder and louder until it was deafening, as if it was ringing right next to one's ear, making it impossible to guard against. The sound of the drum not only enveloped Kong Wendong, but even Yang Kai was not spared. As the drumming sound entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became bloodshot and his face flushed red as all the blood in his body rushed to his head. Perceiving this, Yang Kai stared at the young woman coldly. Even though they were separated by a few thousand meters, this cold gaze caused the young woman's tender body to tremble and she involuntarily paused for a moment. In the next moment, when she beat the drum again, the drumming in Yang Kai's ears immediately weakened significantly, barely affecting him at all. However, the pressure on Kong Wendong, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, increased greatly. The power of an Origin King-grade artifact was unpredictable, and although the young woman had not fully refined it and could only display half of its power, it was still extremely difficult for Kong Wendong to resist. Unknowingly, blood began to flow from his 7 orifices and his expression became extremely fierce, as if he was suffering great pain, even his burly body trembling violently. With the young woman and the profound heart-shattering drum restraining Kong Wendong, Yang Kai took action without any hesitation. Golden threads shot towards Kong Wendong and in the next instant, space blades hidden in his demonic flames shot out. At the same time, the chasing firebird artifact spirit also received Yang Kai's order and rushed towards Kong Wendong. Very good. The young woman nodded lightly before exchanging a glance with the other 2 women before immediately spreading out and beginning to collect the herbs. Although there were many aspects to collecting herbs that required careful attention, and some precious herbs could have their medicinal efficacies greatly reduced if they were careless when collecting them, everyone here was an Origin returning realm cultivator after all. Naturally, they were very experienced in this regard and didn't need Yang Kai to remind them of anything. As for stuffing their own pockets, they probably would not do so. Yang Kai released his divine sense without any scruples, so even if the 3 women had such thoughts, they would probably be too embarrassed to do so. While they were collecting herbs, Yang Kai was naturally not idle. He walked through the medicine fields and carefully collected the herbs one by one. Whether it was his technique or speed, he was much faster than the 3 women. As an alchemist, he was already familiar with this task. The more Yang Kai collected, the more excited he became, because in this hidden medicine garden, he not only saw many extinct spirit grasses and herbs, but also many things that even he could not recognize. These herbs were undoubtedly of great value. There were high and low grades, ranging from Saint King grade to Origin King grade, but no matter how low a grade an herb was, its medicinal age was extremely high. Even the lowest grade of Saint King grade herbs could be used to refine excellent pills. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, his alchemy level had been promoted to the Origin grade high-rank alchemist level during his last retreat. If he wanted to go further, he could only practice alchemy more often, preferably with Origin King grade herbs. Looking at the posture this skeleton had taken before dying, it seemed he had been pouring his Saint Chi into the pill furnace. This person was actually performing alchemy before he died. Yang Kai instantly speculated the truth of this matter, and when he thought of the many spirit grasses and herbs planted in the mountain valley outside, the identity of this person was obvious. An alchemist. Only an alchemist would plant so many herbs in his secluded home, and from the posture this skeleton had taken before he died, it was clear this person was obsessed with alchemy, otherwise, he would not have continued to perform alchemy before he died. The only question was whether this person had succeeded or not. Thinking so, Yang Kai released his divine sense curiously and swept the alchemy furnace with it. After a quick scan, he discovered that there was actually a pill inside this alchemy furnace. This person actually succeeded. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. Although he didn't know whether the owner of this secluded home had died because he exhausted himself in alchemy or because he wanted to fulfill a wish and refine a pill before he died, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Alchemy had always been for the sake of Yang Kai, and whether this person was good or evil, male or female, there was no doubt they regarded alchemy as more important than their life, which was why such a scene had occurred. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his brow and without even thinking about it, immediately reached into the pill furnace, took out the pill, and threw it into a jade bottle which he then stored in his space ring. The whole process was so smooth that Yang Kai didn't even have time to take a look at what grade this pill was. By the time he finished all this, a beautiful figure had already appeared behind him. "Little brother, is this the secluded home of the owner of this place?" The young woman from Ice Heart Valley arrived, glanced around casually, and immediately asked in surprise. "It should be," Yang Kai gently nodded, remaining calm on the surface. "Oh, there's an alchemy furnace here, so this person was actually an alchemist when he was alive?" The young woman looked overjoyed and quickly rushed over to Yang Kai's side. Looking around carefully, she found that there were no traces of the surroundings being disturbed, so her pair of beautiful eyes were immediately attracted to the space ring on the skeleton's hand, a look of interest appearing on her face. "Madam, please." Yang Kai observed her expression and knew what she was thinking. Smiling freely, he gestured with his hand. An embarrassed look appeared on the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse and simply nodded. "Since that's the case, this mistress won't be polite." Saying so, she secretly pushed her Saint Chi to protect her body before reaching out to grab the space ring. Chapter 1452. The young woman from Ice Heart Valley did not intend to pursue this matter any further. After all, even if Yang Kai was an alchemist, he was not from Scarlet Wave Star, so it had nothing to do with her. Instead, she turned her attention to the Grand Yuan pill and asked, "If what little brother said is true, then this pill is an Origin King mid-rank pill. If one takes this pill, 1 day's worth of cultivation is equivalent to 2 days of hard work for others? 3 days, after all, this pill has pill veins, so its efficacy is much better than an ordinary Grand Yuan pill." The young woman's eyes lit up in surprise. This kind of pill that could increase one's speed was extremely rare. The reputation of the Great Unity Yuan pill was widely spread throughout the star field, but the number of people who could obtain it was few and far between. A single pill like this could last for at least half a year. Going into seclusion for half a year was equivalent to the results of 1 or 2 years of bitter cultivation for others. This was extremely beneficial to her. Unfortunately, in this bottle of pills, only one was useful. The rest were all useless, just like the previous bottle. While she was thinking about this, Yang Kai had already put the Grand Yuan fusion pill aside. Let's take a look at the rest. With a good start, the young woman's mood immediately lifted and she picked up another jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. There were nearly 100 bottles of pills, so it didn't take much effort to examine them. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai and the young woman had already removed all the useful pills and thrown the rest aside. Grand Yuan pill, Rising Dragon pill, Bamboo Life pill, Soul Nourishing pill, Condensing Blue pill. The pills here were of different grades, and they had all kinds of uses. Healing, breaking through bottlenecks, increasing one's strength, there was a dazzling array of pills. Furthermore, all of the pills that had not been destroyed were existences that had formed pill markings. Judging from the grades of these pills, the owner of this place was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist when he was alive, and an Origin King grade high rank one at that. An alchemist of this level, even in the current star territory, was likely a rare existence. Yang Kai did not know if there was any alchemist in this era who had such high achievements. Moreover, this person's alchemy skills were definitely second to none, because almost every bottle of pills had pill veins. Some bottles even had more than 1 pill veins, with the most even having 3 pill veins. Unfortunately, he did not see any pills that had formed pill clouds, causing Yang Kai to sigh somewhat. After all, pill veins were extremely rare, and pill clouds above pill veins were even heaven-defying existences. Even with the skills and attainments of this place's owner, it was unlikely he could guarantee the pills he refined would form pill clouds. Madam, there are a total of 135 spirit pills here, each with different values, but if you trust me, I can distribute them. Yang Kai looked at the young woman from Ice Heart Valley and said, "Little brother is too serious. Since you are an alchemist, you should naturally be the one to distribute the pills. This mistress has no objections." The young woman appeared very generous, but this was not surprising. Every time a useful pill was taken out, Yang Kai would tell her what kind of pill it was and what it was used for. Although there were many pills in front of her, the young woman had already estimated the value of each pill, so naturally, she was not afraid of Yang Kai secretly manipulating them. Hearing her say so, Yang Kai gently nodded and began to distribute the pills. 135 pills, although not equal in number, if they were divided according to value, they could be divided evenly. After tossing and turning, the matter was settled. "Little brother, there shouldn't be anything left here. Do you want to go out with this mistress and her sisters?" The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head and saying, "You should go first, I still have something to do." "Oh?" The young woman was surprised and puzzled, not knowing why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Feeling puzzled, she swept the surroundings with her divine sense, not even letting go of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground. She thought that Yang Kai had found some kind of benefit here and wanted to occupy it for himself after they left, but under the investigation of her divine sense, it was clear that there was nothing else here. How could Yang Kai not understand what she was thinking? Glancing at her, he explained lightly, "I just want to bury this skeleton." The young woman looked embarrassed. "I am an alchemist, and he is also an alchemist, so he can be considered my senior. I obtained his alchemy furnace, so it is only right for me to do something for him. So that's how it is." In that case, this mistress and her sisters will take their leave first." The young woman's face was somewhat embarrassed as she felt that she had misjudged Yang Kai's intentions, so she quickly chuckled and bid farewell to the other 2 women. Of course, Yang Kai did not try to persuade them to stay. Although he had cooperated with the 3 of them here, in the end, they were just strangers who had met by chance. On top of that, this young woman was quite scheming and seemed to have tried to scheme against him before. It did not matter if they cooperated, but Yang Kai had no interest in befriending such a person. A moment later, outside the mountain valley, the 3 women from Ice Heart Valley quickly flew away. The other 2 women were in a good mood, but the young woman leading them had a gloomy look on her face, as if she was vexed about something. After a long time, she sighed deeply. "What's wrong, senior sister?" The woman from the First Order Origin returning realm asked curiously. "Nothing, I just felt that young man was a bit strange." The young woman slowly shook her head. Just now, in that stone room, the space was small, and there were 3 people on her side, so it was undoubtedly a very suitable place for a sneak attack. The young woman also had such an idea and wanted to join forces with her 2 junior sisters to subdue Yang Kai there. After all, there were so many pills with pill veins and so many herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, so no one was willing to share half of them with someone else. However, when such a thought flashed across her mind, she also felt a sense of horror in the depths of her heart. It was a kind of warning sign, as if she really joined forces with her junior sisters, the one who would suffer a loss would definitely be her. It was this sense of horror that prevented the young woman from taking action in the end. Now that she thought about it, she didn't know if her decision at that time was right or wrong. But in any case, having half of the benefits taken away by someone who only had a first-order origin returning realm was definitely a little uncomfortable in the young woman's heart. Regretting it now was useless, so the young woman could only suppress this faint unwillingness in the depths of her heart and try not to think about it. At the same time, inside the stone room in the mountain valley, Yang Kai sighed. He hadn't lied to the people from Ice Heart Valley. He really wanted to find a burial place for this alchemy grandmaster. After all, this person had been a top origin king grade high-rank alchemist when he was alive, and even at the moment of his death, he was still performing alchemy. As an alchemist himself, Yang Kai couldn't help but respect him. After putting away the origin king grade alchemy furnace, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a burst of pure Saint Qi, wrapping it around the skeleton, and then flying it out. Let this skeleton rest in the medicine field, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind. This burial place should be what this senior wanted. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the medicine field, flicked his finger, and sent out a stream of Saint Qi, creating a pit several meters in diameter in the ground before carefully moving the skeleton into it. There were no mistakes during the entire process, and the skeleton's owner looked exactly the same before he died. However, when Yang Kai withdrew the Saint Qi that wrapped the skeleton, without the protection of his Saint Qi, the skeleton's clothes suddenly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1453. After all, this was a person who had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the clothes he wore should not have been exposed to the wind. Not only that, but even the skeleton was no exception. With a loud crash, the entire skeleton collapsed and turned to dust. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his Saint Qi to wrap up the hole in the ground, preventing the wind from blowing in. Yang Kai's clothes being blown away was one thing, but he couldn't allow the skeleton to suffer the same fate. If that really happened, this senior would have died without a burial, a miserable fate. Releasing his Saint Qi, Yang Kai collected some nearby soil and began filling the hole. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and stared blankly at a certain spot in the pit, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. A moment later, he released his golden blood thread and shot it forward. After the golden blood thread was retracted, Yang Kai was holding a piece of bone in his hand. This should be a thumb bone, but unlike the rest of the skeleton, it did not shatter upon contact with the wind. Instead, it was perfectly preserved. Although there were no energy fluctuations seeping out of it, when Yang Kai carefully examined this finger bone, he could not help showing a look of surprise. This finger bone was covered in a number of mysterious lines and runes, as if it contained some kind of secret. Pouring his Saint Qi slightly into this finger bone did not produce much of a reaction, causing Yang Kai to look puzzled, not knowing what mysteries this finger bone contained. Without exploring it carefully, Yang Kai carefully put it away and continued to fill the hole with soil. A moment later, a grave rose from the ground. Yang Kai had no intention of worshipping it, so after a quick glance, he quickly left the mountain valley. This was the only thing he could do for the senior. However, he could study the finger bone carefully. He believed that the senior must have sealed something in the finger bone, which was why it had been preserved for tens of thousands of years. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai determined a direction and rushed straight towards the Emperor Garden. Along the way, everything was calm and he did not encounter any unexpected situations. For Yang Kai, although the previous trip to the mountain valley had cost him some time, it was still acceptable compared to the huge harvest he had obtained. However, Yang Kai had also made up his mind that even if something happened, he was not prepared to get involved and only wanted to enter the Emperor Garden as soon as possible. However, the closer he got to the Emperor Garden, the more Yang Kai could smell a storm brewing. Many cultivators were lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden, attempting to attack those who entered or left the Emperor Garden. As time passed, Yang Kai even saw many cultivator groups fighting fiercely. There were also people who wanted to stop him, but Kai Yang easily shook them off. Thinking about it carefully, Kai Yang immediately understood what was going on. According to Min Sha of Azure Tree Star, the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with danger, and because they had suffered heavy losses, they had no choice but to flee and seek opportunities outside. The cultivator groups lying in ambush outside the Emperor Garden obviously knew about the situation inside the Emperor Garden, so they wanted to wait and rob any nearby cultivator. In this way, not only could they easily obtain some gains, but there was also no need to risk their lives. Killing several birds with one stone, why not? This was why the Emperor Garden surroundings were filled with murderous intent. It took Yang Kai some effort to break through these people's ambush. 3 days later, Yang Kai stood on a slope, looking at the magnificent palace in front of him. The Emperor Garden. Yang Kai finally witnessed the wonders of the Emperor Garden with his own eyes. Shuiyu seemed to be a little bored and her pair of beautiful eyes began looking around at the cultivators who had followed them in. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew he could no longer hide safely. Taking advantage of the fact that Shuiyu had not yet seen his face, his figure flickered and he flew to the side. This movement immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Shuiyu naturally cast his gaze over as well. After seeing this familiar face, Shuiyu's face first flashed with a trace of confusion, followed by ecstasy and then anger as he shouted, "Stop right there." But how could Yang Kai listen to her? Not only did he not listen, but he also ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 1,000 meters away, leaving Shuiyu behind. Third young master? The enchanting beauty looked at Shuiyu suspiciously. Capture him for this young master. Shuiyu ordered coldly with a gloomy face. Although the beautiful woman did not know why Shuiyu would care so much about a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, she did not ask any questions. Her figure flickered as she chased after Yang Kai. After the beautiful woman chased after them, Shuiyu frowned and fell into deep thought, a strange look flashing across her face. Although she had only caught a glimpse of him, that side profile was very familiar to her. It was clearly the side profile of a man who made her unable to sleep at night, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, the world was so big that there were too many similar people. Shuiyu did not see his face, so she was not too sure. Most importantly, that person's cultivation was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. When she separated from him, he was only a third-order saint. Could he have grown to such a level in just a dozen years? Shuiyu was a little uncertain. After all, as the third young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, she had a special constitution, a lot of resources, and a good environment, yet she had only just broken through from the third-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm. Moreover, she had only just broken through and had not even had time to consolidate her realm. If the other party really had such ability, then his aptitude was simply too heaven-defying. It was the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm cultivator that made Shuiyu uncertain. But that man, even if hundreds or thousands of years passed, Shuiyu would never forget him. Every night, Shuiyu would grit her teeth in hatred. Back then, when she tried to persuade him to stay, he had refused without hesitation. Was she not beautiful? Did she not have status? Of course not. In terms of beauty, Shuiyu was confident that she did not lose to anyone. In terms of status, there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her, but even so, she had failed to persuade a trivial third-order saint to stay. Yang Kai once again took out the communication artifact he used to contact Yang Inflammation and Qian Tong and poured his divine sense into it, but to his disappointment, there was still no response. Sighing, Yang Kai helplessly put the communication artifact into his space ring and continued forward. About half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt and listened carefully. Vaguely, he seemed to hear some sounds of fighting not far away. After listening carefully for a moment, he couldn't help smiling happily and quickly rushed over to the source of the sound. There were indeed people fighting over there, and as he approached, the sounds and movements became more and more obvious. The battlefield was inside a large palace, and there seemed to be quite a number of people involved, at least 7 or 8 of them. Moreover, none of them were weak. Judging from the sounds of fighting, the two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Even if one side had the upper hand, the advantage was definitely not obvious. Yang Kai did not rush to reveal himself and instead concealed his aura before quietly flying over to the palace, breaking through a window and peering inside. As far as the eye could see, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills blossomed inside the palace. From time to time, one could see silhouettes leaping up and down, either fighting in pairs or in groups of 3 to 5, fighting each other to their heart's content. There was another person, who seemed to be a woman. She was lying on her side, and no one knew if she was dead or alive. It's them. Yang Kai looked around for a moment with a stunned look on his face. He hadn't expected that the first group of people he encountered after entering the Emperor Garden would actually be acquaintances. Clear Sky Sect's Great Elder Mou, Sect Master Gu Zhen, and Chen Shitao. Although Mou and Gu Zhen were both third-order origin returning realm masters and could be considered top masters in the Emperor Garden, Chen Shitao had only just broken through to the first-order origin returning realm. What's more, many of Clear Sky Sect's elders had joined forces to use a secret technique to raise her cultivation, so it was impossible for her to display the strength of an origin returning realm master. She hadn't even condensed her Shi yet. On the other hand, their enemies consisted of 4 people, 2 third-order origin returning realm masters and 2 second-order origin returning realm masters, so the battle was obviously at a disadvantage for Clear Sky Sect. Chen Shitao was in great danger, and if not for the 9-palace heavenly silk umbrella given to her by Mou, she would have likely been captured alive or killed. While Gu Zhen and Mou were fighting with their enemies, they had to spare some effort to protect her. However, in the end, they were still the sect master and great elder of Clear Sky Sect, so the artifacts they possessed and the methods they used were all frightening, so even though the situation was a bit perilous, they were still able to hold on for some time. Before Yang Kai arrived, they must have been fighting with their opponents for a long time. Since they were acquaintances, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. What's more, he had a good impression of Mou and had a friendship with Chen Shitao. However, Yang Kai also wore a puzzled look, not understanding why the people from Clear Sky Sect were fighting with these 4 people in this palace. Was there some kind of benefit here? Thinking so, Yang Kai looked around the palace, and after a quick glance, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This was because at the center of the palace, there was something that looked like an altar. That thing looked like a strange stone. It was blood red in color and was the size of a heart. A blood essence stone. Yang Kai recognized what this thing was at a glance. Chapter 1457. After all, there were no grievances between them and Yang Kai was not a cold-blooded person, so there was no need for him to kill the innocent. Moreover, even if he didn't kill her, in her current state, she wouldn't live long. However, in any case, the fact that Clear Sky Sect's trio had encountered such a dangerous situation was definitely related to this woman. If it weren't for her attempting to divert the disaster, Clear Sky Sect's trio wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. Considering all this, Yang Kai squatted down and turned the woman's body around, reaching out and brushing aside the black hair covering her face. In an instant, this woman's face was imprinted in his eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank rapidly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "What's wrong? Does Sect Master Yang know this woman?" Enlightened Master Gu immediately guessed. Yang Kai didn't answer, the expression on his face constantly fluctuating as his eyes swept over the woman's face. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as the woman in his memory, almost indistinguishable. Even after 20 to 30 years, Yang Kai's impression of her still hadn't been erased. But, was she really the woman in his memory? If she wasn't, then this was too much of a coincidence. The world was so big that even if there were people with similar appearances, it was impossible for them to be exactly the same, but if she was, then how could she appear here? For a time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as various scenes from the past flashed through his mind. What Yang Kai couldn't determine was that since she was here, the other woman should also be here, so why was she alone? This obviously didn't make sense. "Sect Master Gu, I need to help heal her, please help me, Sect Master Gu." Yang Kai didn't have time to think too much. The woman in front of him had her eyes closed, and although she was unconscious, there was still a pained expression on her face. Moreover, the vitality in her body seemed to be rapidly draining away. If he didn't rescue her in time, it wouldn't be long before she died. Whether she was the one he suspected or not, Yang Kai had to wake her up and ask her carefully. "Sect Master Yang can rest assured, this old master can guarantee with his life that no one will disturb you." Gu Zhen promised solemnly. "Thank you." Yang Kai didn't say much, simply reaching out and helping the young woman up, allowing her to sit cross-legged in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed her wrist and poured his Saint Qi and divine sense into her body, carefully examining her condition. As he continued to investigate, Yang Kai's expression gradually became ugly. This woman's injuries were more serious than he had imagined. All of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been displaced. Not only that, there seemed to be some other kind of energy raging in her meridians. It was impossible to tell what kind of attack she had suffered. This kind of injury could not be described as light. If it had been an ordinary cultivator, they would have been completely helpless and could only exhaust their Saint Qi in order to keep her alive as long as possible. For Yang Kai, this was also a difficult problem. He didn't have much confidence in being able to save her, but since things had already gotten to this point, he could only try. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a jade bottle, opened the cap without hesitation, and poured out a pink pill from it. This pill had a refreshing fragrance and was brimming with spirit energy. At first glance, it was obvious its grade was not low. Although Gu Zhen was standing to the side, he was also paying attention to the situation here. Since then, Yang Kai had thought he would never see Shan Qing Luo or Biluo again. Who would have thought that such a dramatic scene would occur in the Emperor Garden? For a time, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe what he was seeing. While Yang Kai was in a daze, Biluo also seemed to realize that she was not dead, causing her to feel a little embarrassed but also overjoyed. She had not expected to see Yang Kai again here. Although this bastard had bullied her in the past and caused her master queen to worry deeply about him all these years, it was undeniable that Biluo was still very excited to reunite with him in this kind of place, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with splendor, seemingly even recovering some of her vitality. Chapter 1458. Sister Chen, I'll have to trouble you to help me comfort her, her mood seems to be a bit unstable. Yang Kai hurriedly called out, fearing that Biluo would slap him again after regaining her strength. No matter what, he was still the sect master of a great sect. If he were to be slapped in front of his face, what kind of scandal would that be? Chen Shurtao nodded before quickly walking over and sitting down next to Biluo, letting her weak body snuggle up to her as she tried to comfort her. Yang Kai got up and briefly communicated with Mou and Gu Zhen, learning that after they entered the Emperor Garden through the space array on the jade pedestal, they were not together. However, their luck was good and they were not too far apart, so it only took them some time to regroup. As for where the others had gone, they did not know. So that's how it is. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai gently nodded, not showing any disappointment. His original intention was to inquire about the situation of Yang Inflammation and Yi Shiyun, but since he failed to obtain any information, he could only give up. After all, with Yi Shiyun by his side, Yang Inflammation shouldn't be in any danger. Turning back to look at Biluo, Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching. At this moment, Biluo had practically buried her head in Chen Shurtao's bosom. Whether it was intentional or not, this woman had actually placed her mouth on the cherry on top of Chen Shurtao's chest, causing the heat from her breaths to cause Chen Shurtao's pretty face to blush. Although she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over, due to the fact that the other party had yet to recover from his injuries, Chen Shurtao could only endure. What was even more excessive was that Biluo was grabbing her jade hand and constantly playing with it, as if she was playing with some kind of novel toy. Yang Kai's face went dark. This woman was indeed Biluo. As the saying goes, wolves roam the world eating meat while dogs roam the world eating shit. Biluo had developed these bad habits many years ago, but Yang Kai had not expected that after 30 years, she would still be the same. A person's interests were not so easy to change. Seeing Chen Shurtao so uncomfortable, Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, grabbed Biluo's collar, and lifted her up. Biluo glared at him fiercely, as if he wanted to say something, but it affected the injuries in his body, and he couldn't stop coughing. Sect Master Yang, what do you plan to do next? If you don't mind, why don't you join me and Elder Mo? Gu Zhen looked at Yang Kai sincerely and asked. The dangers inside the Emperor Garden had far exceeded his expectations. This was not just the spirit arrays and spirit arrays in the Emperor Garden, but also the threat from the other star cultivators. At this time, having an extra person was always an extra source of strength. This was especially true for Yang Kai. They knew him very well. Although he only had a cultivation base of first-order origin returning realm, his performance in the battle just now had clearly made everyone's eyes light up. Gu Zhen wanted to join forces with Yang Kai to explore this place together. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Yang Kai appreciates Sect Master Gu's kindness. If it was just me alone, joining forces with several of you wouldn't be a problem, but now, saying so, he glanced over at Biluo. This woman had just returned from the gates of hell and was now a burden. How could Yang Kai allow her to delay Gu Zhen and Mou? It was also impossible for him to ignore Biluo as he still had many things to ask her. What's more, it was not convenient for him to let outsiders know what he was after. If that's the case, this old master won't insist. Gu Zhen obviously understood Yang Kai's concerns but didn't say anything. One day, Shan Qing Luo took Biluo to the spider mother's lair. Her original intention was to reminisce about the past. After all, she and Yang Kai had been captured by the Seventh Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, in the Spider Mother's lair. They had shared life and death for a period of time, and it was during that period that the two of them had become familiar with each other. Yang Kai, by chance, had left behind a seed of love in her heart. To reminisce about the past, there was no better place than here. Since the Seventh Order monster beast, the Spider Mother, was killed by Yang Kai, no one cared about the Spider Mother's lair anymore. However, after Shan Qing Luo entered, she found an ancient altar inside the Spider Mother's lair. From this altar, a faint call could be heard. Unable to resist, the beguiling demon queen cut her wrist and poured her blood into the altar. In an instant, the altar lit up and enveloped her and Biluo. When she and Biluo woke up, they found themselves in another place. Shan Qing Luo was overjoyed, thinking that she had arrived at the new world Yang Kai had mentioned. However, after looking around, she found that there was a giant silver spider waiting in front of her. Both she and Biluo were scared to death, thinking that they would definitely die in this place. But when they inspected it carefully, they noticed to their shock that the 300 tall spider that seemed to be completely made of silver and possessed a shocking imposing aura had actually been dead for countless years. It didn't have the slightest vitality, and only a corpse was left behind. What made Shan Qing Luo feel even more incredible was that there was a subtle connection between her and this giant spider, and when she activated her body, she could actually absorb some mysterious energy from the spider's corpse. This energy not only changed her poisonous widow constitution, but also improved her aptitude, causing her cultivation to soar. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. In the end, Shan Qing Luo was still a queen and knew that this was a great opportunity for her, so she didn't rush to leave and instead chose to remain there. A few years later, after the giant spider's corpse turned to dust and the mysterious energy contained within was completely absorbed by Shan Qing Luo, the beguiling demon queen's strength rose from the Second Order Saint Realm to the First Order Returning Realm in one fell swoop. Biluo also benefited greatly from this place. Although she couldn't absorb the mysterious energy from the spider's body like Shan Qing Luo could, the energy that filled the surrounding area gave her some benefits. At this point, the two women left that strange place. After some investigation, they learned that the two of them had arrived on a certain monster star territory. Monster star, monster star. On this monster star, 90% of the creatures were monster beast and monster race. It was extremely vast, and there were also some human, demon race, and other races, but their numbers were extremely small and the environment they lived in was very poor. After all, Monster Star was dominated by the monster race. Later, this master and servant pair wandered around Monster Star for a period of time and coincidentally caught the eye of one of the 10 great tribal lords, Qiyu, who took Shan Qing Luo as her adopted daughter, allowing them to have a stable residence and no longer have to wander around. As one of the 10 great tribal lords of Monster Star, Qiyu herself was an Origin King Realm Master, so as her adopted daughter, Shan Qing Luo could be said to have a respected status. After listening to Biluo's story, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's encounters and experiences over the years were already rich and varied enough, but he had never expected that Shan Qing Luo and Biluo's experiences were no worse than his own. However, in terms of luck, they were undoubtedly much better and had not experienced as many dangers as he had. Yang Kai had used Tongxian Realm as a transit point to arrive at Monster Star territory step by step. The two of them, on the other hand, had arrived directly at Monster Star's territory through a single altar. Qiyu is an Origin King Realm Master and one of the 10 great tribal lords, so why would she take a fancy to Qing Luo? Why would she take her as her adopted daughter? Yang Kai was puzzled. After all, Qiyu was from the monster race and Shan Qing Luo was from the human race, so the two were not opposed to each other. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the other party had bad intentions. Biluo subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was no longer worthy of her master, so while gloating, she also felt a little anxious for Yang Kai, as if she expected better from him. None of your business. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. When he thought of Shan Qing Luo's dragon lady, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, it was just that this woman's seductive charms were somewhat outrageous. Yang Kai could resist other women, even if a woman like Yin Su Dai tried to use her seductive techniques on him, he could still ignore them, but Shan Qing Luo, he had no confidence he could remain calm in front of her. If he was not careful and allowed himself to be captured by her, his reputation would be ruined. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The Emperor Garden is very big, we may not necessarily meet again. Yang Kai seemed to be talking to Biluo, but also seemed to be comforting himself. Although Shan Qing Luo had planted a secret technique called soul-seeking seal in his body a long time ago, allowing her to sense his location through this seal, so many years had passed, and even if he did not deliberately remove this soul-seeking seal, it was on the verge of disappearing. If Shan Qing Luo wanted to use this soul-seeking seal to find him, it should be impossible. No matter what, after this trip to the Emperor Garden is over, I will return to Monster Star and tell Master about your situation. Yang Kai smiled faintly. The Master had been worried for so many years, so if he learned that Yang Kai was still safe and had arrived on Monster Star's territory, he would definitely be very happy. Which star are you on now? Shadowed Star, you can't come here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and briefly explained the situation on Shadowed Star. Biluo memorized this information and prepared to report it to his master one by one. Right, are you looking for an ice road? After talking about business, Biluo suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Yang Kai. Have you encountered one? Yang Kai raised his brow. I seem to have encountered one, but I don't know if it's the place you're looking for. Biluo said thoughtfully. When she was being chased by her pursuers, she had been in a panic and had indeed stumbled upon a corridor. Originally, she had wanted to hide inside it, but after noticing how cold it was, she gave up on that idea and instead fled to this place, where she happened to meet the three from Clear Sky sect and dragged them into this muddy water. Hearing her description, Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do you remember the specific location?" If Biluo was not mistaken, this place was definitely the ice road he was looking for. More or less, I'll take you there, Biluo said and stood up. Although she was still a little weak, her cultivation was not weak, so after resting for such a long time, as long as she did not fight with others, she should be fine. Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique. As the Temple Master of Demon Blood Temple, she was able to use 2 demon blood threads. Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique was fundamentally different from Yang Kai's. Yang Kai used the golden blood in his body to condense golden blood threads, so as long as he had enough golden blood, no matter how much he used, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. However, Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were different. Demon Blood Temple's demon blood threads were condensed from condensing one's vitality and physique over a long period of time, so to the people of Demon Blood Temple, they were extremely precious. When cultivating a demon blood thread, a cultivator's vitality would be greatly damaged and they would have to find a way to supplement their vitality, otherwise it would lead to hidden dangers. A cultivator could basically only produce 1 demon blood thread in their lifetime, and if they were forced to produce a second one, it would put a great burden on their body and could even lead to death. The consequences could be said to be extremely serious. Chapter 1461. After all, the demon blood thread secret technique could break through the shur of an origin returning realm master, so it was quite powerful. Generally, powerful secret techniques had many limitations, and the number of demon blood threads was the biggest impediment to this secret technique. However, this beautiful temple master of demon blood temple had actually produced 2 demon blood threads, and judging from the aura they were exuding, these 2 demon blood threads were equally powerful. What's more, her vitality was abundant and there was no sign of it being damaged. Yang Kai really didn't know how she was able to accomplish this. From this point alone, it was clear that she was able to become the temple master of demon blood temple. The moment the 2 demon blood threads were shot out by her, they twisted and tumbled as a large amount of blood-red mist gushed out from them and transformed into 2 blood-red snakes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help showing a look of excitement. His golden blood threads couldn't reach this level, so it seemed that his guess was correct. This demon blood thread secret technique still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. The reason Yang Kai was able to produce golden blood threads was because when he left Lu Yan's desert, he had helped a demon blood temple disciple named Deng Ning and obtained the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique from him. Although it was only the first half, it didn't affect Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai had guessed earlier that the second half of this secret technique should describe how to flexibly use the demon blood threads and its various transformations. Now it seemed that he had guessed right. However, the demon blood thread secret technique was a secret technique of demon blood temple, so it was impossible for an outsider like Yang Kai to obtain it. At this moment, seeing the transformations of the demon blood threads, Yang Kai was naturally overjoyed. Since obtaining the golden blood threads, this secret technique had helped him a lot and played a huge role in many of his battles. If he could really uncover the mysteries hidden in the second half of this secret technique would become even more powerful. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as the 2 blood-red snakes took advantage of the white rabbit's momentary daze to rush over, opening their mouths and revealing their fangs. One of them bit the white rabbit's head while the other bit its tail, refusing to let go. Furthermore, blood-red energy was pouring into the white rabbit's body from the fangs, as if it wanted to corrupt its spiritual power. The spirit of heaven and earth was obviously shocked by the sudden attack. When it recovered from Jin Shi's attack, it found that it was restrained from the front and back. It couldn't help but become furious. It shook its head and tail, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get rid of the 2 blood snakes. Instead, the 2 blood snakes poured even more blood-red energy into the white rabbit's body, causing it to feel a little dizzy. The spirit of heaven and earth also realized that the situation was bad. It did not dare to stay on the spot anymore. Instead, its body shook, and its white rabbit form immediately collapsed. It turned into pure, icy cold qi and tried to escape. A burst of tender laughter rang out, containing a power that could captivate one's soul, causing everyone present to feel their blood boil and their hearts tremble. The beautiful temple master of demon blood temple stood mid-air and gently waved her finger, seemingly without the slightest trace of anger, causing the 2 blood snakes to transform. Looking around, the 2 blood snakes transformed back into 2 demon blood threads that instantly entangled themselves before splitting into smaller blood-red threads. These blood-red threads shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, forming a giant blood-red net that shot towards the spirit of heaven and earth. This time, the spirit of heaven and earth was unable to dodge and was directly struck by this giant blood-red net. Condense! The beautiful temple master shouted, and with a single thought, the giant blood-red net suddenly contracted, quickly binding the spirit of heaven and earth. No matter how the spirit of heaven and earth struggled, it was unable to break free. In an instant, the spirit of heaven and earth had become the beautiful temple master's property. The beautiful temple master smiled with a trace of smugness on her face as she stretched out her hand and beckoned towards the blood-red net. As if it had a mind of its own, the blood-red net flew towards her. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sharp phoenix cry suddenly rang out, and immediately after, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Whether it was the two Ice Heart Valley disciples who were lying on the ground, or the high-spirited Jianghu and the beautiful temple master, all of them paled and looked around in shock. Behind an ice mountain, a large bird that was over 30 meters long, completely pure white and flawless as if it was carved out of ice jade, soared into the sky. The large bird didn't have a physical body, and it was only an illusory shadow. Even so, it still looked down with disdain, as if it didn't place anything in the world in its eyes, and its eyes contained boundless dignity. Anyone who met its gaze would feel as if they were nothing more than ants. Ice Phoenix. The eyes of the two women from Ice Heart Valley almost popped out of their sockets as they called out the name of this giant bird, their beautiful eyes filling with fanaticism. Ice Heart Valley's surname was Ice, and in this world, the Ice Phoenix was the ancient spirit most proficient in ice attribute principles. The totem worshipped in Ice Heart Valley was an ice phoenix. However, they had never seen a real ice phoenix before. Although the one in front of them was not a true ancient divine spirit, it was more or less related to that heaven-defying existence. In just a short time, these two women had experienced the ups and downs of life. At first, they thought they would die under the attack of this world spirit, but at the critical moment, someone had appeared and used a powerful secret technique to subdue the ice attribute world spirit, and before they could recover, another ice phoenix phantom had appeared. The mood of the two women was extremely complicated. They had never expected that while they were fighting the world spirit, there would be so many outsiders spying on them from the sidelines. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced. In any case, the two of them had managed to survive. Staring at the ice phoenix with trembling eyes, the two women's faces shone with a strange brilliance. A phoenix cry rang out as the ice phoenix left behind an afterimage and instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the path of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple, opening its beak and pecking towards the blood-red world spirit. It was as if the ice phoenix was pecking at an insignificant insect, its posture elegant and casual. The beautiful woman was obviously taken aback. After all, an ice phoenix was not something one could see casually, but soon, she recovered and shouted, courting death. Whether it was a real ice phoenix or not, daring to have ideas about her prey was something the beautiful woman could not tolerate. Shouting so, she waved her hand and summoned a bracelet-like artifact before sending it towards the ice phoenix remnant soul. As soon as this bracelet shot out, it suddenly split into 2, then 3, and in the blink of an eye, the ice phoenix remnant soul was enveloped in an overwhelming number of bracelets. The ice phoenix, however, turned a blind eye to this. Although it was now just a remnant soul, it could not be destroyed so easily. When the sky full of bracelets smashed down towards it, the ice phoenix swallowed the blood into its abdomen before spreading its wings and summoning the rich ice attribute energy here, transforming it into countless ice blades that surrounded its body. Asterisk ding ding dang dang, asterisk a series of clinking sounds rang out as the bracelets shattered and the ice blades collapsed. When the bracelet returned to the beautiful woman's hand, the ice phoenix was unscathed while the beautiful woman's pretty face went pale. This could not be helped though. Not only had the ice phoenix swallowed the world spirit, it had also not spared her demon blood threads. In this short period of time, the beautiful woman had already felt that the connection between her demon blood threads and her mind had become much weaker. If this continued, she feared her demon blood threads would disappear. Daring to swallow my things, I'm not afraid you won't be able to digest them. The beautiful woman shouted as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly urging her demon blood threads to attack the ice phoenix from inside its body. Although they had only exchanged a single blow, with the beautiful woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that this ice phoenix was not a true ancient divine spirit, otherwise, how could she have dared to remain here? She would have run as far away as she could. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to withstand a single blow from a true ancient divine spirit. As soon as she did so, the ice phoenix immediately let out a cry of pain and a faint red glow appeared on its white body, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Yang Kai could no longer continue to hide. The moment the Ice Phoenix rushed out, he had already prepared to take action, so when he saw the Ice Phoenix cry out, he immediately rushed out with Biluo. Sure enough, it was you, little brat. Jianghu rushed out from the side and took the initiative to meet Yang Kai, directly blocking his path, a look of anger and malice filling his face as he glared at Yang Kai, his expression extremely fierce. Yang Kai did not move, simply glancing at him coldly before turning his attention back to the Ice Phoenix. He could not command the Ice Phoenix to do anything as its remnant soul was only using his body as a medium to temporarily stay here. If this were not the case, he would have been able to give orders to the Ice Phoenix, causing him to feel extremely anxious, fearing that something would happen to the Ice Phoenix here. Fortunately, although the Ice Phoenix was only a remnant soul, it still knew how to make a choice. After letting out a sharp cry for a while, the Ice Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a blood-red light. As soon as this blood-red light appeared, it immediately split into 2 demon blood threads and returned to the beautiful woman's hands. Chapter 1462. The world spirit had been within her reach, but it had been snatched away by Yang Kai's Ice Phoenix. Between this gain and loss, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's mood could be imagined. At this moment, she wished she could skin Yang Kai alive and grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in her heart. However, after carefully assessing the situation in front of her, this beautiful woman suddenly restrained her anger and instead smiled charmingly, her beautiful eyes flashing as she called out softly, "Little brother, we really are fated to meet again." She looked at Yang Kai excitedly, and when she spoke, her pink tongue darted out of her mouth and licked her red lips, as if she had just seen a delicious meal, a look of excitement appearing on her face. "It is indeed fate," Yang Kai grinned and gently nodded. Biluo's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai fiercely and asked in a low voice, "Do you know her? You pervert, are you flirting with other women again?" She was obviously not used to seeing the current appearance of Demon Blood Temple's temple master and thought that Yang Kai had some kind of relationship with her. Hearing her question, Yang Kai glanced over at her but didn't bother to explain. "Little brother, we are all from Shadowed Star and are one family. Why bother ruining this temple master's good fortune?" The beautiful woman was still smiling sweetly, and her every move seemed to exude endless charm. Her slender waist leisurely took 2 steps forward, and her red lips lightly parted as she said, "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the heaven and earth spirit to me, and I can guarantee that nothing happened today. How about it? Good, after returning to Shadowed Star, come to Lu Yen Sand Field to find me and I'll return that world spirit to you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, as if he was chatting casually with Demon Blood Temple's temple master, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. The beautiful woman's pretty face went cold as her heart filled with anger. Even a fool could understand the perfunctory meaning in the other party's words. If she really returned to Shadowed Star, even if she had great ability, it would be impossible for her to enter Lu Yen Sand Field to find him, let alone return that world spirit. It was clear that the other party wanted to take the spirit of heaven and earth for himself. Letting out a long sigh, Demon Blood Temple's temple master's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of sadness, as if she had once been abandoned by Yang Kai, slowly saying, "Little brother, this queen has no intention of becoming enemies with you, but if you insist on being so obstinate, this queen doesn't mind teaching you a lesson. You should think carefully, if this queen takes action, you and the girl beside you won't be able to leave here safely. You can try if you dare." Yang Kai sneered. "Arrogant brat." Jianghu flew into a rage and growled, "Sect leader, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's take him down first. A mere first-order origin returning realm dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is." "Yes." Demon Blood Temple's temple master gently nodded, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she chuckled lightly, "This little brat belongs to me. Such a strong man, this queen has never encountered one before. He should be able to increase this queen's vitality significantly. When they had entered the Emperor Garden that day, she and Jianghu had passed by Yang Kai, who was condensing his shi and had seen Yang Kai resist the Emperor pressure with his physical body. At that time, Demon Blood Temple's temple master had been shocked by Yang Kai's extraordinary physical strength, so naturally, she had been greatly tempted by him. The stronger a man's physique was, the more useful they were to her. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to think so. The giant dark green dragon transformed from this artifact seemed to have flesh and blood, as if it was an ancient divine spirit that had descended here, making Demon Blood Temple's temple master no longer dared to face it head-on. Such a result wasn't surprising though. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, although Yang Kai had been able to use the Dragon Bone Sword, he had barely been able to do so. At that time, the dragon's soul had not cooperated with him and had even resisted, making it impossible for Yang Kai to control it at will. But now, the dragon soul inside the Dragon Bone Sword had completely submitted to him and was connected to his mind. The power it could display was even greater than what Yang Kai had displayed on Dragon Cave Mountain, so Demon Blood Temple's temple master's attack naturally collapsed upon contact. Now, she could only dodge back and forth inside this ice path world while fighting the giant dark green dragon. Seeing this situation, Jianghu not only wasn't surprised, he was instead overjoyed. This couldn't be helped though, as Yang Kai's artifact spirit was protecting his body while the Dragon Bone Sword had also transformed into its dragon form and chased after the religion master. This little brat had displayed both of his trump cards, causing Jianghu's fear to vanish completely. Her bewitching technique had no effect on the giant dark green dragon, and her bracelet-shaped artifact had also lost a great deal of its spirituality after being shrouded in this green mist. This green mist was highly toxic and had a corrosive effect, so although the grade of this bracelet artifact was not low, it was still unable to resist this poison. Demon Blood Temple's temple master did not even dare to release her demon blood threads for fear that they would be contaminated by the green dragon. She also had to divide her Saint Chi and focus to resist the terrifying cold here, so the situation was extremely critical. The moment Jianghu died, Demon Blood Temple's temple master decided to retreat. However, Yang Kai did not give her this opportunity. His figure flickered as he wrapped Biluo up and arrived near her, using his divine sense to control the Dragon Bone Sword to entangle her while simultaneously sending out his shi to envelop her. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's expression was filled with shock as she barely managed to avoid the poisonous mist, squeezing out a forced smile on her face and saying, "Little brother, there is no need to be so heartless. What's more, this lady didn't want to do anything to you." Realizing the situation she was in, Demon Blood Temple's temple master even changed the way she addressed herself, no longer referring to herself as this queen in front of Yang Kai. "I don't need to be so heartless," Yang Kai sneered, "because we won't meet again in the future." Demon Blood Temple's temple master's complexion changed slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and panic, continuing to force a smile. "No, little brother, if you let this mistress go, this mistress will listen to everything you say in the future. Whatever you want this mistress to do, this mistress will do. I promise to serve you comfortably, is that all right? I am a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so I will be of great use to you." As she spoke, her coquettish eyes were like silk. Coupled with those tender red lips, it was indeed quite tempting. Slut! Biluo grit her teeth and cursed, a look of disdain filling her face. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Yang Kai shook his head with a serious look. You can die now. As he spoke, the countless void cracks appeared in the space around Demon Blood Temple's temple master again and gathered towards her under Yang Kai's control. If you want me to die, don't think you'll have an easy time either. Demon Blood Temple's temple master's demeanor changed from a moment ago to a hysterical roar, her pretty face becoming somewhat distorted as she sent out 2 blood-red demon blood threads. Immediately forming a series of hand seals, she shouted, "Explode!" A sensational energy fluctuation rippled from the demonic blood thread. Soon after, 2 clusters of blood-red light blossomed from the demonic blood thread. They were like the most beautiful flowers, blooming their final beauty. However, this beauty hid endless murderous intent. This was a fact, otherwise, with Jinshi's personality and style, these 2 women would likely have been consigned to eternal damnation. It wasn't too much to accept their bow. After thanking them, seeing that Yang Kai didn't say much and even showed an unfriendly look, the 2 women's expressions became somewhat awkward. They glanced at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Is there anything else? Yang Kai frowned and showed some displeasure. In their current situation, it was best for them to quickly find a place to meditate and recuperate. Why did they keep pestering him? Could it be that they saw his strength and wanted to join forces with him? Or could it be that they wanted to rely on him to protect their safety? Yang Kai guessed in his heart. If this was the case, then they had miscalculated. Although they were quite good-looking, he wasn't so kind as to help them casually. Carrying Biluo was already difficult enough, so Yang Kai had no intention of taking care of 2 wounded people. It's like this. Tan Tinghe brushed her hair behind her ear as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked, "Dare I ask, little brother, the thing that swallowed the world spirit just now, was it the legendary ancient divine spirit Ice Phoenix?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at the other party coldly, his expression becoming gloomy. Perceiving his hostility, Tan Tinghe quickly waved her hand, "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister and I don't want to harm you. What's more, the 2 of us don't have the ability to do so. We just wanted to ask. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. Why was she inquiring about these things? Didn't she know that some things were taboo? If he was the kind of person with a bad temper, he would have killed her just because of this sentence. Hearing his answer, Tan Tinghe's face lit up and she hurriedly said, "If it really is an ice phoenix, can little brother transfer it to my Ice Heart Valley? We can satisfy any request you have." Transfer? Yang Kai's face froze for a moment before he angrily laughed. "Are you still dreaming? How can you say such a thing?" Even Biluo, who was an outsider, looked at Tan Tinghe sarcastically. This proposal was the funniest joke she had ever heard in her life. What kind of noble existence was the Ice Phoenix? Yang Kai being able to obtain a wisp of its remnant soul was a heaven-defying opportunity, so how could he possibly give it away? However, in the face of Yang Kai's cold words, Tan Tinghe wasn't discouraged and instead said seriously, "I won't hide it from little brother. My Ice Heart Valley cultivates an ice attribute secret art, and the totem our disciples worship is the Ice Phoenix, so this thing has an unimaginable effect on my Ice Heart Valley." So what? Yang Kai became impatient. When he, Fei Ji too, and the others had come here, they had also gotten lost, but overall, their journey had gone smoothly. At that time, Lian Guang's puppet had been leading the way, which not only saved them time and effort, but also allowed them to avoid many dangers. Now that he had no puppet to rely on, Yang Kai could only rely on his own memories. Fortunately, he could still remember the route they had taken that day, so even if there were some places he wasn't clear about, he should be able to recall them once he reached a certain place. Chapter 1467. The place where Qian Tong had been trapped back then was not too far from where he was now. Yang Kai followed his memory and left this garden-like place, passing through a 1,000-meter-long corridor and smoothly arriving inside a palace. This was the place where Qian Tong had been trapped, and the stone stele had been erected here. Yang Kai thought that since this place was so secluded, no one would come here, but after stepping into the palace, he realized he was wrong. Not only had someone come here, but there was more than one of them. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 people standing together, all of them staring off in a certain direction. Each of these 7 or 8 people exuded a powerful aura. There were men and women, old and young, but among these 7 or 8 people, there was a young man who stood out. This young man's face was like a crown of jade. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His exposed skin was so fair that it would make any woman jealous. At this moment, he held a folding fan in his hand. His posture was elegant, as if he were a young master from some great power who was taking his servants on a spring outing. His expression was relaxed. Everyone present paled in comparison to this young man, causing Yang Kai's eyes to involuntarily fall on him. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai could not help shrinking his neck, wishing he had never come to this place in the first place. This could not be helped though, as this young master was actually Xueyu, the woman he had been avoiding like a snake. Why is she here? Yang Kai could not help cursing in his heart. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, overall, it had been smooth sailing. Yang Kai had never expected to run into Xueyu in this place. This is an unlucky year. After entering the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had clearly shaken her off, so how could he have met her again? If only he had known Xueyu was here. Yang Kai would not have come here no matter what, but unfortunately, the Emperor Garden restricted the extension of one's divine sense, so he had not been able to spy on the situation here in advance. What made Yang Kai even more curious was which path Xueyu had taken to enter this place. The moment he saw this woman, Yang Kai pulled Biluo, wanting to take her away quickly. However, Biluo did not move at all. Instead, he stared blankly in a certain direction. His face was filled with surprise and some grievance. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Master." As soon as she finished speaking, her body swayed. Wrapped in a burst of fragrant wind, she pounced over. Yang Kai was stunned. Turning his head to look in that direction, he saw a woman in red, dressed like a young woman looking at him. Their eyes met, and both of them were slightly dazed. That young woman was extremely enchanting. It was as if she was born with a charm that could turn all living things upside down. Any man would go crazy for her. Those beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, captivating everyone's mind. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Her tender body was graceful, and her twin peaks were full. Her fiery red robes could not hide her impressive figure and instead accentuated it vividly. Her skin was white as snow, and her 10 fingers were like spring onions. The moment she saw Yang Kai, this enchanting woman seemed unable to believe her eyes and her tender body trembled slightly. Qing Luo? Yang Kai murmured. Although after seeing Biluo, he knew that Shan Qing Luo had also come to the Emperor Garden, he had not expected his meeting with her to be so dramatic. If this were any other place, Yang Kai would have been happy, but at this moment, Yang Kai turned his head to look to the side and found that Shuiyu was also staring at him, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing with anger and a kind of love-hate hatred. Chapter 1469. As soon as these words came out, Shuiyu's expression changed wildly as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. You wouldn't really. Yang Kai's lips curled into a sneer as he coldly snorted, I already said, at worst, we'll fight to the death. It's not too late for you to let us leave now, otherwise. Shuiyu's face instantly turned livid. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so stubborn. For a moment, her heart filled with grief and indignation as her tender body trembled. She only wanted him to leave with her, not kill him. On the contrary, there was a huge opportunity waiting for him, so why was he resisting to such an extent? Countless people wanted to follow her but were unable to do so. She was now extending an olive branch to him, trying to win him over, but her method was a bit overbearing. Why couldn't he understand her painstaking efforts? Since Shuiyu was born, she had never been so passive except when facing her father, President Aio. In the end, a woman was still a woman. No matter how much she dressed up like a man, it was inevitable that she would let her emotions affect her decisions. Seeing Yang Kai's attitude of preferring death to dishonor, her expression calmed down and she sneered, do as you wish. If you really do that, besides you and me, everyone here will die. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the Origin returning realm masters around Shuiyu changed drastically as they stared at Yang Kai nervously. Good, good, good. Yang Kai also laughed in anger, flicking his arm and taking a step forward. He stared fiercely at Shuiyu and said word by word, all of you listen to me, your young master Shuiyu has a big secret, and I'll tell you what it is right now. With things having gotten to this point, he was riding a tiger and had no choice but to reveal it. Shuiyu slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath, not showing any intention of stopping Yang Kai. It seemed she was determined to fight Yang Kai to the end. On the other hand, the Origin returning realm masters around her all wore strange expressions, all of them worried about personal gains and losses. The conversation between Shuiyu and Yang Kai was not hidden, so every word was clearly heard by all of them. At this moment, how could they not know that once Yang Kai really exposed this secret, they might really be implicated? Sometimes, even if something had nothing to do with them, just listening to it could cause them trouble, especially for a behemoth like Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. There were many secrets that could not be leaked. But in contrast, these people's curiosity only grew. The same was true for Shan Qing Luo and Biluo. Both women perked their ears and listened attentively. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reveal this so-called big secret, as he was about to reveal Yang Kai, he couldn't help shouting, Yang. How could he just sit back and watch this happen? He only wanted to stop Yang Kai before he revealed this big secret, so as he shouted, his figure flickered and flew towards Yang Kai. His body soared through the air like a great peng spreading its wings, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. Yang Kai didn't even look at him, grit his teeth, and exhaled loudly, your third young master Shuiyu likes this father, and, deeply in love with this father. As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Shanqing Luo and Biluo couldn't help covering their mouths with their hands, glancing between Yang Kai and Shuiyu, a strange look flashing across their beautiful eyes. As for the old man with the 3 strands of long beard who was rushing towards Yang Kai, he staggered and fell from mid-air, the killing move he had been preparing dissipating. After landing on the ground, his eyes widened and a blank look appeared on his face. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This news was too shocking. Impudence! The beautiful woman next to Shuiyu shouted, "How noble is third young master! With so many beautiful women around him, how could he?" The beautiful woman scolded as she secretly glanced towards Shuiyu, only to see her face go pale and her eyes bulge as a look of surprise appeared on her face. However, the expression on her face was quite awkward, as if her thoughts had been exposed. Could it be, it's true? The beautiful woman's heart clenched. With so many beautiful women around him? Yang Kai sneered, "Have you ever seen him flirt with any beautiful woman? Have you ever seen him spend a night with any beautiful woman?" Hearing what he said, the Origin returning realm masters all wore dumbfounded expressions, but after thinking about it carefully, they found that this was indeed the case. Although third young master was humble and polite to everyone, and his smile was like a spring breeze, charming thousands of young women, he was the most handsome young man in Star Territory. He never lacked women, and no matter where he went, there would always be beautiful women throwing themselves at him and taking the initiative to express their goodwill. However, he had never had any intimate contact with any of them, let alone spent a night with any of them. Before, everyone thought that third young master had good self-control and kept himself clean, but now, thinking back to the conversation between the third young master and Kai Yang, about how a forcefully picked melon is not sweet and so on, and how the third young master only wanted to take Kai Yang away and give up on the other side of the enchantress, everyone was more or less convinced. Could it be that third young master really had a special sexual orientation? Looking at third young master again though, she found that his face was flushed red, clearly showing a guilty conscience. The beautiful woman didn't dare to say anything, feeling both regret and amusement in her heart. How could such a good man fall in love with another man? The expressions of the others were similar. These people had lived for countless years and were all very good at reading people's expressions, so Shuiyu's expression and attitude were enough to explain the situation. A burst of breathless laughter came out. It was Shanqing Luo laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. When this laughter reached Shuiyu's ears, she felt like she was being stabbed in the back, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never see anyone again. Although she was a woman, in front of outsiders she was a man, so to be spoken to like that by Yang Kai was really too embarrassing. However, she didn't have the courage to refute him, causing her delicate body to tremble and her blood to boil. Yang Kai's move was really beyond her expectations. She really didn't think that Yang Kai could be shameless to this extent, not caring about his own reputation at all. You really are vicious. Chapter 1470. While the masters of Yang Kai's Shanqing Luo and Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce were fighting fiercely, scenes of blood and murder were playing out one after another in the Emperor Garden. Even third-order origin returning realm masters could not guarantee their own safety. Although everyone knew that the Emperor Garden's interior was fraught with dangers, the various opportunities hidden here were still incredibly tempting. Countless cultivators had entered the Emperor Garden's interior, and if these cultivators from different cultivation stars and great forces encountered each other, most of them would fight. Often, one side would emerge victorious while the loser would die. Somewhere in the middle of a blazing inferno, flames were rolling all around, and the temperature was so high that even third-order origin returning realm masters could not easily resist them. This scene of raging flames was not real, but rather the result of an illusion array. However, the cultivators trapped in this illusion array could feel that it was extremely real, as if they were trapped in a raging inferno. At this moment, inside this illusion array, 3 origin returning realm masters were sitting cross-legged, jointly releasing their Saint Chi to form a protective barrier to resist the erosion of the flames. They had been trapped here for 4 or 5 days now, but were still unable to break out of this mysterious illusion array. They had consumed countless saint crystals and pills, and their Saint Chi was barely enough to make ends meet. On top of that, the surrounding flames were constantly closing in on them like poisonous snakes, and as time passed, the situation of the trio became more and more critical. Finally, one of the 3 ran out of Saint Chi and the Saint Chi barrier around his body flickered a few times before shattering. This person's face changed drastically while the other 2 screamed and desperately pushed their strength. They wanted to repair the gap, but all their efforts were in vain. Previously, the 3 of them had worked together and barely managed to survive, but now that one of them had run out of strength, the surrounding flames instantly drowned them like a tidal wave. Screams rang out but soon subsided, and after the flames dissipated, only 3 skeletons remained. There were no obvious wounds on their bodies. But there was no sign of life. This was the strangeness of an illusion array. Elsewhere, in a place similar to the labyrinth that Kai Yang had walked through before, a group of sect cultivators were huddled together, forming a circle around each other. They were fighting bravely. And what they were fighting against was. It was not a living creature. These were none other than the ancient puppets unique to the Emperor Garden. Each of these puppets gave off energy fluctuations equivalent to an origin returning realm master, with some even reaching the 3rd order. Even if they didn't have much intelligence. The way they fought was also extremely clumsy, but their numbers were shocking. In all fairness, this sect had a large number of cultivators, a total of 5 of them, and their strength wasn't low either. However, in this maze-like terrain, surrounded by countless puppets, there was no way for them to escape. The battle lasted for half a day. The ground was filled with the broken parts and pieces of the defeated puppets, but blood had also dyed the ground red. One by one, the cultivator was killed by the puppets. Half a day later, the bustling maze quieted down. The cultivator of this unknown sect had been completely wiped out. When the aura of the living could no longer be detected, the wounded puppets silently disappeared again, as if they had never appeared. A great number of cultivator had died to the Emperor Garden spirit arrays and puppets. However, the number of people who died in fights and sneak attacks was even greater. Yi Shiyun hurriedly responded, "Subordinate is here. No matter what I become in the future, you must assist Yang Kai well." Yi Shiyun was startled, but immediately grit her teeth and replied, "As master commands." Yang Yan's orders were equivalent to the orders of the great emperors, so she would not ask for reasons and would only follow them. Vaguely, in the dazzling white light, Yi Shiyun seemed to see a happy smile. Immediately after, the light spread out and wrapped Yang Yan up, forming a ball of light that shot directly into the white jade crystal coffin, causing Yang Yan to disappear. The next moment, the entire palace returned to normal, as if nothing had happened just now. All the illuminated runes dimmed, and the soul essence summoning grand array stopped operating, leaving only Yi Shiyun and the crystal coffin suspended mid-air. Instead, she hesitated for a long time before saying sadly, "This mistress naturally wishes to, but this mistress' cultivation is so low, how could she possibly enter High Heaven sect? What does it matter if your cultivation is low? There are many people in the sect whose cultivation is lower than yours. It's not as if you don't know the abilities of the High Ku family's disciples. Most of them are still in the Saint realm while many of them have broken through to the Saint King realm." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "But, there are no buts, whether you are willing or not, it's just a matter of saying a word." Yang Kai looked solemn as he interrupted her. Huang Wan bit her red lip and nodded solemnly after a long time. "This mistress is willing." "Good." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Then from today onwards, you are a member of High Heaven sect." As the sect master, accepting a disciple was not a problem. Subordinate thanked sect master for his kindness in accepting this mistress. Huang Wan was a decisive person, otherwise, she would not have left the High Ku family in advance. Now that she had decided, she no longer hesitated and quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and helped her up. Observing her expression, he knew that she still had some doubts in her heart, so he took the initiative to explain, "Meeting you here can be considered fate. Moreover, over the years, Wu Yi, Chang Qi, and Haoan have often talked about you. Also, the sect is now in urgent need of an origin returning realm master, so I decided to do this. You don't need to think too much about it." "Yes." Huang Wan nodded lightly, "But sect master, subordinate is only a third-order Saint King right now." She thought Yang Kai had made a mistake. "You are now a third-order Saint King, but after a while, you will break through to the origin returning realm." Yang Kai grinned confidently. Huang Wan's situation was the same as Chang Qi and Hao An's. She had been stuck in this realm for many years and had been unable to break through, but since Chang Qi and Haoan could break through, Huang Wan should be able to as well. High Heaven sect's current name was indeed resounding enough, and it was not worried about being harassed in the Lu Yan sand field, but the strength of a sect was inseparable from the number and strength of its masters. It was not something that could be achieved by standing still. Looking at the entire High Heaven sect, besides Yi Shiyun and Yang Kai, the cultivation of everyone else was really quite pitiful, especially the number of origin returning realm masters. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for Wu Yi and the others to grow up, but Huang Wan was different. She was only one step away from breaking through and could be said to be a ready-made origin returning realm master candidate, not to mention Yang Kai knew her well. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had the idea of taking her back. If it were a stranger of unknown origins, how could Yang Kai do this? High Heaven sect would definitely face many setbacks and tribulations in the future, so naturally, it was necessary to prepare ahead of time and find ways to improve its strength. "Do you have anything you want to pack up here? If not, come with me." Yang Kai looked at her and asked. "I don't have anything, but what?" Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. "But there is one more person I want to take with me. Subordinate earnestly requests sect master's permission." "Take with you?" Yang Kai frowned. "Who?" He was willing to take Huang Wan into High Heaven sect, but that did not mean he was willing to take in others as well. Now that he heard Huang Wan say this, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. Isn't this woman a bit too greedy? Huang Wan could not help showing a look of panic as she bowed her head and said, "Please calm your anger, sect master." Usually, when he saw her following Chen Shirtao around, Yang Kai thought that she was just a disciple with good aptitude in Clear Sky sect, but her background was actually not small. Since her father could become Black Sea City's city lord, he was definitely a third-order origin returning realm master. Impudence. Just as they were speaking, a dignified shout suddenly rang out from inside the city lord's mansion. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with fair skin stepped out, his expression solemn and dignified as he scolded, "Sect Master Yang is the sect master of a sect, how can a little girl like you speak so rudely?" This man was obviously Lu Ying's father, the city lord of Black Sea City. Hearing her father's reprimand, Lu Ying couldn't help sticking out her tongue playfully. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "City Lord Master is too serious. Sister Lu Ying and I have known each other for a long time and are friends of the same generation. There is no need for our relationship to become estranged just because this Yang has established a sect." The middle-aged man heard this and his eyes lit up, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's humility and amiability, but he still shook his head and said, "Even so, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Greets Sect Master Yang again." When Lu Ying heard this, the corners of her mouth rose to the heavens, but she couldn't disobey her father's orders, so she could only reluctantly bow again. Yang Kai was helpless. Although he hadn't exchanged many words with this city lord, he could tell that he was quite rigid. After Lu Ying bowed, the middle-aged man cupped his fists and said, "This one is Lu Xian, the city lord of Black Sea City. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. City Lord Master is too polite. This one came uninvited, I hope City Lord Master will not take offense." Yang Kai quickly returned the courtesy. "Sect Master Yang is too serious. Your presence in Black Sea City brings light to Black Sea City's humble dwelling. Please come inside, this Lu has already sent a message to Sect Master and Great Elder. The two of them will arrive within half an hour, so please wait a moment, Sect Master Yang." "Good." Yang Kai gently nodded, not taking this matter to heart. He had saved Guzhen and Mou in the Emperor Garden, so they would definitely come after hearing the news. This was something Yang Kai had expected. Entering the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai found himself surrounded by crowds of people. Seeing the travel-worn appearance of Yang Kai's group of three, Lu Xian arranged for them to bathe and change their clothes. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse. He didn't care if he was covered in dust, but he couldn't bear to see Lin Yun, and Huang Wan like this. After a short while, Yang Kai appeared in a palace with a refreshed look on his face. At this time, Gu Zhen and Mou, who had heard the news, had already arrived, so after meeting, they naturally couldn't avoid exchanging pleasantries. After a while, the host and guests took their seats. Lu Xian had already prepared a welcome banquet and presented exquisite food and spirit fruits one by one, causing Lin Yun, who had never experienced such a life before, to gobble up the food. This straightforward little girl's behavior was not only not annoying but also quite interesting. Lu Ying sat next to Lin Yun, and constantly served her food, seemingly quite fond of this little girl. Huang Wan, on the other hand, was very reserved here. She had never thought that she would one day be able to sit at the same table as the master and young lady of Clear Sky sect. After all, a few days ago she had been so poor that she had to beg others for 100 spirit pill that only cost 5,000 saint crystals, but a few days later she had been reborn. She deeply understood that the reason she was able to receive such treatment was entirely because of Yang Kai, causing her heart to be filled with mixed feelings. A few hours later, as the sky darkened and the banquet came to an end, Lin Yun, who had eaten and drunk to her heart's content, was taken away by Huang Wan to rest, leaving only Yang Kai and Clear Sky sect's elders in the hall. "Is Sister Chen also back?" Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked with concern. "Thanks to Sect Master Yang, the three of us returned unscathed," Gu Zhen said gratefully. This trip to the Emperor Garden had been filled with crises, the most dangerous of which was the battle with Yang Kai. At that time, if it weren't for Yang Kai coming to their rescue at the critical moment, Gu Zhen and Mou might have been fine, but Chen Shitao, who was the weakest of them, would definitely not have been able to escape. However, after returning, Chen Shitao entered retreat. After all, she had made some gains in the Emperor Garden. What's more, she had just broken through to the origin returning realm and had yet to condense her Shi, so she didn't dare delay. As such, she didn't come out to see Yang Kai this time. On the other side, Gu Zhen and Lu Xian also looked over expectantly, Gu Zhen saying, "Of course, we won't occupy this precious spot for nothing. We can pay a corresponding price. One is enough?" Yang Kai looked at them with some surprise. "It's more than enough," Gu Zhen nodded. Gu Zhen nodded solemnly. "If possible, we would certainly like to see more people leave Shadowed Star, but if all the masters leave, Clear Sky Sect will have no one to guard it. What's more, breaking through to the Origin King realm is not easy, so having one spot to try is more than enough." "If that's the case, then I can agree," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Hearing this, the three from Clear Sky Sect were overjoyed. As for who this spot would be given to, that was a headache for Clear Sky Sect, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about it. Afterward, Yang Kai told them that when he really wanted to use the starship to leave Shadowed Star, he would send them a message, so all they had to do was wait patiently. The three naturally had no objections. The night passed silently, and the next day, Yang Kai took Huang Wan and Lin Yun, to bid farewell to the three from Clear Sky Sect. Although Gu Zhen and the others wanted to keep him, they knew that Yang Kai had just come out of the Emperor Garden and had many things to do, so they didn't stop him and personally escorted him to the location of Black Sea City's space array. Yang Kai's next destination was Demon Blood City. Demon Blood City was a city controlled by Demon Blood Temple and was not far from Lu Yen Sand Field. When Yang Kai came out of Lu Yen Sand Field, he had met Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning at the edge of the desert and obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Deng Ning then took him to Demon Blood City. There was nothing wrong with choosing this route, but Gu Zhen told him that Demon Blood City might not be peaceful right now and urged him to be careful. Demon Blood City was indeed not peaceful. When Yang Kai's group of three teleported from Black Sea City's space array to Demon Blood City, they immediately noticed that the city seemed to be in turmoil and that many people were fighting. This couldn't be helped though, as Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both fallen in the Emperor Garden. Now that there was no one in control of the temple, the elders were naturally fighting for power. Demon Blood Temple was a great force that liked infighting, so with this reason, the entire Demon Blood Temple was in turmoil at this moment. Naturally, Demon Blood City had also become extremely chaotic. Even the main hall where the space array was located was unguarded. All the disciples of Demon Blood Temple had been involved in this dispute, and the city was constantly filled with scenes of people being killed and those being killed. After arriving at Demon Blood City, Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly grasped the situation in the city. Not showing any fear, he simply circulated his Saint Qi, wrapped Huang Wan and Lin Yun, in his Saint Qi, and flew out of the city. Along the way, there were many people who tried to block Yang Kai's path, but all of them were killed. With his current strength, even if he encountered a third-order origin returning realm master, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these stray cats and dogs. Soon, the disciples of Demon Blood Temple realized just how tyrannical Yang Kai was and no one dared to block his path. What's more, Yang Kai came and went in a hurry, obviously a master just passing by, so who would bother trying to stop him? Wouldn't that be seeking their own deaths? So, in less than a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already left Demon Blood City with Huang Wan and Lin Yun, heading straight towards the Lu Yen Desert. One day later, Yang Kai found a beautiful palace somewhere outside the Lu Yen Desert and rushed inside. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in meditation with his eyes closed. He had been in this state for half a month now. When he had used his divine sense to spy on Yang Inflammation in the bamboo house, he had been shocked by the invisible emperor pressure, which had left a flaw in his mind. This flaw was usually not noticeable and would not manifest itself, but if he encountered a powerful enemy, it would inevitably affect Yang Kai's performance. So, after Yang Kai returned to the sect's headquarters, the first thing he had to do was to erase this flaw. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.